Vito, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands. He's going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flat, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Vito, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands. He's going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball exit, was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. And there's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Joms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Mexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hand. He's going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball exit, was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. And there's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Joms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Mexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hand. He's going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hand is going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head. Even of all things in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, it was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hand is going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head. Even of all things in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, it was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. moving through 3, and it's Nexi though waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Banana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands. Gonna be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head. Even of all things in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
As the days go by, the pressure builds. For now, week 3, the end still seems far away, but windows of opportunity are already beginning to close. Our teams have had time to reset, regroup, and recover. So what do our teams have cooking for this week? We find out here on VCTPH Split 2.
It will be a sad control here by now as Nexi prepared yet again. It's just Relentless. Ace comes for Ja!
Welcome back to VCTPH Split 2. Ako pa si Tita Mika Fabs at ako lang palang naka-hoodie. And-announce ko sa inyo kasi sana sasama kayo sa akin.
I don't have any more hoodies I'm
Oh
sorry.
well, naubos na yung hoodies ni Azuray. Welcome back sa lahat from the long holiday break. Kahit na yung brains ko ay parang nasa holiday pa rin. Alam ko hindi ako nag-iisa. Kasi baka ganun din yung feeling ng panel ko na sina Azuray and si Raph or Asu ni Raph. Guys, ano feeling nyo?
Yeah.
Holiday pa rin.
Walang holiday. What are you talking about? We worked for the Pacific League.
Oh, that's right. Nasa kabila pala tayo.
Nasa kabila tayo.
Nako.
Na
Making
parehas sa
waves.
Bang kabilang tournament. Yan.
Yes, making waves sa kabila. Si Raph, na-enjoy niya yung holiday niya.
Oh, good for you.
Bedridden for 4 days, di ba? Sarap ng feeling, wala akong magawa. Pero at the same time, Mika, just to address your earlier question, I am not wearing a hoodie in 37-degree weather. Nope, not today.
Not
Kahit
today.
umuulan.
Ayaw mo yan, parang sauna. Instant sauna siya.
Ayaw nga pala, nasa ko pala.
How does that slip your mind, Asray? Is it because kasi araw-araw kami nagdi-DM ni Asray na, uy, tara gym na. Sige, nga, no. Anong split ngayon? Push-pull legs? Okay.
Bago tayo tumuloy sa mga DMs nyo, i-cut ko na dito at i-thank lang natin ng ating mga sponsors. Thank you very much to Riot Games and to Mineski Philippines for making this event possible. Azuray, who else do we have?
And of course, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month.
Of course, VCTPH Split 2 is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board, so big thank you to everybody who's helped make this, a reality.
Make this possible. Bringing us all here together. At syempre, I think kailangan din natin ng konting recap, no? Kasi pati ako parang kailangan i-recalibrate yung brain ko ng onte. And I think pretty much yung summary kasi ng last week was that the teams on top, mas lumaki yung lead nila, di ba? It's Action PH and it is Naus. Very chill sa top 2 spots ngayon. And for Naus, of course, current Kings of PH and last week for APH, kung hindi pa sapat si Kelly S. As an addition to the roster, welcome back, Gadoers.
Napakaganda nga ng performance na pinakita dito ni Gado. And honestly, it's okay para sa akin kasi again, Yanagi left some shoes that were needing to be filled, but it seems like Elias and Gadoers were able to fill that very much nicely, if not better than para sa team nila. So I think like right now, Action PH looking much more solid than previously.
Yeah, I mean, just with the way you started that sentence, right? Top 1 and 2, it would be Naus and Action PH apparently is some have slipped from their perch. Some have What
Yeah,
was
pero
that?
sabay kay Gadoers, right?
Oo nga. Pero
Yeah, kaya nga. Sorry, I was just talking about that one.
wait, wasn't Gadoers also a lot of history, and that's why it's great to have a lot of these familiar names back. I think those aren't the only teams that have experienced the roster shuffle, but we're probably gonna see that a little bit later pa.
Oh, we have a lot to talk about actually today. Pero before that, tingnan natin ang highlights from last week. Let's check out this video.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going super. Rest trying to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through link.
On the side of Game Lab are absolutely on fire. And they still do it. They get step 1 right. They get one pig. Tries to get another. But with the Batman getting cut down by just sheer numbers.
Burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Hanta as well, low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase. And Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in. And with the find already, there's the tap forcing out the molly early on. Drax trying to get the spray down, going through the smoke. Here comes Mojer, and NDG will follow suit. Now truly is the time. This is their era, and they're the defending champions for a reason. They take down their rivals yet again in 2-1 fashion, and this is a big matchup in the regular season that they have totally wanted.
And it feels like once more APH will win the day. Gadoers taking a lot of heads, lives. Gonna stall him out. Minather solo still wins the 1v1. Kevzi, is it doable? Nope. No ace and no round.
Could be immense, but they also spot in, back off, and the flash is not. Spots out the third as well. Doesn't have a dash to get up, but he does have the angle. Finds the third. Will another one go through the shooting range because he does spot out? Gets more info, baiting himself. Gets the 4th kill.
And that's Blurred again, is able to kill Yanagi. He's maximizing all of his off. That was a crispy shot.
Oh my, almost.
Batman though denies that, and APH will win this map 2-0.
APH wins their own map. Icebox was stellar finish.
Still towards Wine itself, and now it's post-plant here. The complete objective. Hunter's Fury towards the spike. Let's lose 2 before he stows it away. Takedown now onto NGG. Papi Chulo not letting go! And Naos, like a thief in the night, steals it away and make it 9-8. Wits versus Hot Sauce. We've seen Wits clutch out from a boathouse position before, and now it's the Mia Thrash looking to chase him down. But here comes the Shadow Steps, and here comes Hot Sauce with a backstab. Avoids the pit, and is able to kick Wits when he's down and out. Snake eventually look for another one. Can't hit it this time around, and he's able to re-engage with the op instead. But NDG, he's always there. He gets the 2K already. So many times we've seen from these rounds, if NDG just wasn't there, that could have been RNTs. But no, Naos is just relentless. Naos is always in position.
At ayun nga ang mga highlights from last week. And I think last week, kung nasa extremes tayo ng leaderboard, di ba? Yung parang the teams on top and then the teams towards the bottom. Dito naman, for today, di ba? Dito naman tayo sa gitna. Kasi top 6 lang ang makakapasok sa playoffs. So if you turn your attention over to our standings and you look closely at the 5th, the 6th, the 7th spot, that's where a lot of the action actually really starts, diba? This is where the pressure of not dropping a series really begins kasi agawan 6 magsisimula dyan sa area na yan, that's right.
It's kind of interesting then to kind of see some of the teams dito struggle a little bit. To be fair din, hindi pa kasi parang nag-even out yung mga matches dito. Some of the teams have only played 2, others have played 3. Pero you're absolutely right that 0-3 on RNT, SR Nakage, MVP Esports mean talaga na they're nearing or they're at that danger zone na. That obviously for us, if they can't really perform in this week and the next one, ano talaga sila eh, there might not be a chance to get into the playoffs.
Wow. I mean, those are very strong words, Asray. No chance. I mean, typically you'd expect some of these teams to pick it up at this point, right? But
yeah,
I don't know about this one, Chief.
Well, we're gonna see indeed dahil sa mga matches natin for today, we do have MVP versus RNT and Zol versus Oasis. So Oasis.
Oasis.
Oasis. Wow, good morning. Welcome back from the holiday, Tita Mika. Pero dito muna tayo actually sa second series because I feel like for the first series, we have a lot to discuss nga. Pero for Zol and Oasis, true test ito I think for Zol. Kasi medyo 50-50 pa sila sa team, referring to Zol by the way. And Oasis is expected to be the powerhouse that they still are. And if Zol was able to give a good fight to Naus, yung question, yung isa sa mga burning questions ko dito is kung kaya rin nila gawin yan sa Oasis.
Ooh. You or me, man. Kasi I feel like it's a hard thing to
Don't
answer.
need to answer, no pressure, guys.
No, like who wants to answer first? Kasi there's underlying issues right now that I think Zol are somewhat experiencing in a way. Na again, it does look good that they've gotten themselves a new organization with Zind, basically almost the entire team, diba, of SR Nakage was shifting up to this particular roster. They had to adjust somewhat and integrating some of the players, some of the new players such as Sinaru, who was again pinagpalit kay Maxi before. He came back in, actually looked better as yung kanilang, I think, initiator / duelist in some of the previous matches. Josh F as well. But the problem here is they've only gotten really a win over one of the bottom teams, which is MVP Esports, or also known as looking for sponsors. So this is going to be another big test sa kanila because they already proven that they had a good showing against another match with Naos, but against Oasis that should be awake because natalo din sa Laos, would want to have that again bawi match. So there you go.
Nakita ko yung mukha nila. May sasabihin ako sila.
No, it's just like there's so many things. Yes, they found a sponsor. It's called MVP Esports. That's right. It's right there. You know, the big logo
People
that was on the left.
People might not know.
Well, okay. You know, I'm sure they would know if they were following all the pages.
In fairness, it came very late in the week last week, right? So,
that is true.
Well.
Yeah. At the same time, when Asar said Bawi games, like, wow, ganda talaga ng Tagalog ni Asar. He's really made some strides. But I think that's what we're expecting for everybody, really, in terms of all these new rosters, is to make strides. Because, as mentioned earlier, we are really heading into the point of no return. This is not early in the season anymore. We are going over the hill, per se.
Okay, baka kasi insulto din ni Raf yung Tagalog ko kasi alam ko medyo vulnerable din ako dyan. So, we're gonna take a closer look instead at our roster. We're gonna start with MVP Esports here. No longer looking for a sponsor. Let's take a really close look at this roster. There are some changes. Keep your eyes peeled.
The boys have finally found a home in MVP Esports, and with a new home, we have two familiar faces actually jumping into the mix, especially Nico, who was, I believe, part of that old Zeal roster. If not, then obviously in one of the older iterations of the Cebuano teams, but that's just one of the things I wanted to bring up. We have an adjustment this big late in the season. I don't think it's gonna adjust any of the agent selections per se, but this team is still relatively young, especially Kel, who I believe is going to be filling up that second frag, so there's gonna be a lot more firepower and maybe even more personality, but on the VCT stage, they're still largely unproven, and I'm just very curious how this is gonna pan out. Are we gonna see these super bright-eyed players go into the scene swinging, or are they still gonna feel those nerves? I mean, we can say the same thing for everybody else, really, but they've already had some time to adjust.
Yeah, I just wanted to add real quick that at least they
No,
still
you didn't.
have the core three that I definitely set my eyes on as to why I was a ex-Abaddon Abyss fan. Slatham, Exotic, and V-Black have created such an impact with this particular roster. So even with the changes, with the additions of these new guns, I'm still pretty hopeful for this particular roster.
Well, may Nico na sila in-game. May Nico din tayo dito sa
Daming
panel and
Nico.
sa casting. Sa daming Nico. But they will be up against RNT. And to be honest, meron akong note syempre sa RNT dito, pero it looks like I have to scrap all that. Why exactly? Tingnan na natin ang kanilang roster.
So, RNT, the meme team fighting machine, memes on ever more so because umalis si Ching at si Josh S for reasons. If alam nyo guys, alam nyo na yung reason na yan. Just head na lang, see what's happening up with that. But in exchange of these two particular players, they picked up, I believe, Hydra, who was again from ex-Abaddon Abyss, from looking for sponsor, at si si Worship, who was actually, I haven't seen his name in a while, but he has been actually pretty active with other teams then, such as Trias, that was playing during the open qualifiers. So he's been still pretty active in terms of competition. Hindi lang umabot siya ulit dito sa sa regular season. So with that being said, very known players pa rin eh. But at the same time, I feel like it's such a big hit to lose, such a high caliber players such as Josh S and Ching in the process.
And
It's a very big hit.
It is a big hit. It really does
Yes,
change to the
agree.
Yes, agree. I was ready to fight. It's like, oh, you're right, But at the same time, it does change, I guess, the flavor of RNT not having Ching and Josh S, especially with the recent performances they've had and the way that they've been popping off. And this is really such an interesting matchup ahead of us because of all those massive changes and a little bit of familiarity on both sides. Because if I'm not mistaken, Worship has also played. Wait. Why am I mixing everybody up now? I feel like the notes I have in my head are similar to what's happening to all our rosters here. There's just so many of these new faces that I'm getting a little lost.
Sabi ko nga kailangan natin ng refresher after Holy Week.
Okay.
Mahaba yung break, guys. Haba talaga. Pero looking at our head-to-head right now, it's gonna be so interesting because these are two relatively fresh rosters, diba? But
Yes.
we will be taking a look at Le Magician and Exotic for our head-to-head, and these are two players that really do carry the course of both of these teams, diba? We've seen what happens when these two definitely pop off. So I think with the new adjustments that they have right now, these two really have to even go above and beyond to make sure to make up for what they need to work around.
Yeah. So the thing about this particular with Le Magician, si Eugene S, is again he's on a more comfortable role than previously on his previous team. I really enjoyed how his performance, specifically against Naos, no Icebox, was one of the key factors, I think, how they got so much impact in that particular game. Nakakatakot yung jet niya. He has good mechanics and such. And he's leading the team in that particular charge. So, no harm, no foul para sa kanya. Exotic on the other hand, even though Exotic is probably one of the best flickers that we have in this entire tournament. Sobrang bilis ng reaction time niya. It feels like he can't translate that truly into match wins. But at the same time, you know what? Still a big fan of him.
I mean, if we look at Exotic as a duelist, he's really one of the most effective ones. Again, he takes up so much aggressive space, pero minsan it does kind of look like he's overextending. Kaso tingin ko yung pinakamalaking bagay ngayon is to adjust on how Kel follows up on him. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's actually Kel taking that second frag. So again, I know that it's a 1v1. That was a head-to-head, but I just want to talk how this affects both macros. Like you said, the Magician has been absolutely demonic, and his previous performance is super, super smooth and super effective with the way he's been capitalizing off of everyone's space. But just with Kel being that, I would say, unproven element still. Very, very young, full of promise, definitely. But this is the official stage. The standards are just that much higher, and again, the feel is that much different.
Definitely. And actually, yung parang, yeah, yun nga, malaking bagay that, you know, two of the most parang powerful players siguro sa side ng RNT have left, right? So it's a big adjustment that actually like parang medyo spoiler pero nag-iba yung prediction ko because of what happened. Uy, hindi ko naman sinasabi. But nag-iba lang yung prediction ko. You don't know, Raph. Don't assume.
To be
but
fair.
going into our map veto for today. Again, new rosters, so there's new information coming out. MVP though, I mean like the core, the looking for sponsor core, I do think their split was pretty good. Pero ayun mahirap sabihin ngayon kung ano yung balak nila with the new RNT. I believe they banned Haven and Lotus Haven and Lotus, what's my words today? Quite a lot in the past. And I think isa sa mga heaviest losses that they had was definitely on Lotus, diba, for RNT. Well, there you go. And that is why they banned the Lotus. So baka Haven or Icebox, you think, Asarai?
Yeah, most probably. I feel like, again, we might not shift away too much dun sa mga more comfy maps for these particular two rosters. Haven and Pearl actually ang iniisip ko. Because MVP, again, they're ex-Abaddon Abyss. So, I'm looking at them to maybe want to bring out the Pearl once again, if ever man. But here's also another question I wanted to add in, specifically with RNT. Kasi at least sa MVP ngayon, alam na natin yung set roles nila, diba? With the two additionals. Kasi they're never going to change the core 3. Sa RNT naman, there's a bit of a parang gasgasan na mangyayari dito since Hot Sauce has been playing as the controller. Tapos Worship is also known for his Omen dito. Are they gonna be bringing Hot Sauce back into a different role? Yeah, he also plays Initiator then. So there's going to be at least an interesting thing to just watch out for lang once we get into the agent selection. Kasi again, they're very flexible, pero that was of the past, not as of the recent. So I'm curious to see what is going to be the iteration ngayon para sa ano. And there you go, Haven first, para sa first map.
Tama si Asaray kasi yung mga sub-role ni Worship similar din kay Sos eh. So who is going to adjust? I feel like it's gonna be a map-to-map basis. I'm really glad that Mika brought it up and I'm also glad that Asaray brought it up that these core picks are not gonna change. Personally, I think MVP is probably going to take Pearl last. I think they what?
Oh, there it is, brother.
Okay. Well, no.
They love their Pearl, man.
Oh nga, gets ko. Pero the biggest thing that I was wondering about was how is it going to adjust with the new additions, right? I think with Nico being on that roster now, there's gonna be a lot more, I guess, veterancy because again, Nico's been around the scene for a long, long time. And if I'm not mistaken, has had VCT experience too. So you would think that maybe with this type of play, they could potentially try and eke out a long, long series. Aren't you taking Icebox away is something I'm a little suspicious of. But in any case, MVP, they're really trying to make a statement here by potentially trying to get a quick 2-0.
Could be looking at Ascent as our decider map. Oh, sorry, just wanted to add that lang din. Kasi again, it showcases what I think both Exotic and Eugene S can really do as jet entries. So that could be our final destination. I am mistaken. So they might be, a little bit more hesitant.
Very, very interesting. Actually, I was just gonna say it's so difficult to talk about these two teams because of the adjustments that happened. Diba? So far, we can talk about what they've had in the past, especially for like, for example, the core 3 of MVP. Definitely, I still do remember that 3K clutch ni Van de Black, I believe, sa Pearl. I think you remember that very well as well, Asa, right? Kasi wala kang words at that time. But ayun eh, yung parang for RNP, I do still think that they will keep their what do you call this, their persona of being the quote-unquote Deadpool ng VCT.
Wow.
Diba? Diba? Kasi parang hindi sila masyadong seryoso. They're kind of self-aware also, but you know, they still do have a lot of firepower. But I think it's so interesting because like how rare is it to have these two teams go up against each other in you know, the middle of a season na may roster switch. It's so difficult to
This is the first time.
Yes. It's really interesting, and it's gonna boil down to how fast can you adjust compared to the other team, diba? So I do agree that veterancy for Nico is definitely gonna come in, as well as, you know, for RNT, they're gonna have to dig up their, you know, a little bit of the serious side to pull through for this one.
Yeah. I was just thinking again how it's going to be so difficult for the integration agad dito. I'm sorry kasi napapaisip tayo sa sabihin ko rin doon. Is again, it feels like it just, I don't know nga eh, diba? With all of the things that has happened over the weekend with Pacific League, tas biglang there's also this haymaker coming into PH. There's never a dull moment in the tournaments that we cast in terms of like what's been happening with the players.
Definitely not.
Masaya. Sobrang masaya niya. Like, yeah.
Oh my gosh, wag. Wow. Welcome back, by the way, panel.
Thank you.
Naiyak na ako, Asaray. Bakit kasi yun?
Oh, okay lang. Kasi pinayak mo rin ako last time eh. Like
wow!
Yeah.
Wow!
Okay, wow. Well, to be fair,
before tayo pumunta sa mga personalan na yan, let's pull up first our predictions. And as I mentioned, 'di ba? As I mentioned, na parang hirap nito kasi parang nag-iba talaga yung prediction ko. At first actually, so mukhang hindi umabot sa prod, pero at first I was thinking, okay, siguro this is an open shot na for RNT, 'di ba? Kasi parang they're up against MVP today, tas may konting adjustment yung MVP. Siguro naman dito naman talagang lalabas yung it's your time to shine, RNT, 'di ba? Kaso lang, may adjustment phase din pala yung RNT sa ngayon. So actually at the moment I really don't know. Because I pegged them as the Deadpool of VCT. Okay, why not RNT? I love Deadpool. But for me right now, this is pretty much a clean slate.
Yeah. So para sa akin naman, if it's only the 3 mainstay players of each team, I feel like MVP has a lot more give to us in this particular series. So MVP Esports ang magiging choice ko. Wow, yeah. Nice choice of word, I know.
Obvious naman, 'di ba? Kasi may may give sila. So they're gonna give. Well, at least we avoid the proverbial unified panel curse. You know, that's why I'm going MVP. I think this is going to be very, very close still. I think it's going to be a 2-1 because growing pains can hit anybody, and especially with both these teams with such changes in such a short amount of time.
Yes, and I don't even know if like parang they really had enough time to, you know, practice and really work things out. Kasi syempre, yung parang, di ba, nag-Holy Week break. Siguro naman nag-Holy Week break din yung mga players na to. I hope so, di ba? So, yeah, it's pretty much a big question mark. Yeah, I did the K-pop move.
The what? Which
Just had to
one?
insert that there. So, what is love? Wala lang. Siningit ko lang. Anyway, we can find out for ourselves where this question mark is gonna take us as we throw it on over to our casters. Over to you guys.
Sometimes, you know, you just need a new look somewhere along the way. And here we go yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the regular season. We back with another week. And we are back with MVP Esports versus Rambutan ni Tatay. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue. And come on, man. We saw MVP Esports with a different name before. We saw Rambutan ni Tatay with different core members before. But now, so much has changed over the course of basically a Holy Week break.
Well, after a simple, like, week we pretty much had, right? Off the season a bit, everybody taking their breaks. We're coming in with arguably fresh legs and a fresh look for both of these teams, but you've got a fresh thing in store for you guys because, first and foremost, these two teams, they got, well, really not exactly the best kind of standing so far here in the regular season. And second, but more importantly, it's Dax's birthday. So everybody in chat, please give my co-caster a happy birthday.
No, don't do this.
Happy
You're gonna make me
birthday!
blush. I'm shy about those kind of things.
You know, if
Happy
this was
birthday
a
to you.
restaurant, I would have told the waiters to be like, happy, and do all that thing. You know,
Dude,
to clap
don't
the
worry.
horns.
I go to restaurants so much for other people's birthdays, especially relatives. I have memorized all those cheers. In that one, I have that
really?
memorized down to my heart, and I know someone's gonna be proud of that. But before we start talking about other things, I do want to tackle the fact that you mentioned both MVP and esports. In all honesty, we're just looking to see what the changes for both MVP as well as RNT can bring to the table. I'm really interested to get both Kel and you, Nico, on MVP side. On the other side here for RNT, switching out Ching as well as Josh S will make such a big difference also.
Yeah, we know Ching and Josh S is, you know, two of those players that are really a big part of giving, I guess, a lot of energy behind the scenes to this team. So how does that dynamic change? And then you talked about on the MVP side, their changes as well, having not me, Nico, but the Nico come on in for this roster, especially for a team that has been slowly building momentum at the end of last season, coming into this regular season. This is a really big change up here coming from MVP. I think even more so for them compared to the Rambutan and Tatay squad, because RNT, you look at their roster, you look at what they bring, and you never really expect them to be the type of team to make it this far, because they didn't even expect to become, rather to reach this far, and yet they make it. And so other problems, outside factors kind of, you know, coming into this, both of these teams really just have, I guess, not necessarily a new slate, but still they have, I guess, old traditions that they have to keep continuing on here if they want to succeed in the regular season.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest, right? Because there are the weights of having the 0-2 and 0-3 standings respectively really hampering their chances moving forward. I am very curious to see, though, what MVP will look like right now, because I look at the players that they have here in their roster. You have Nico, a longtime veteran who has been part of those squads like Zeal Esports especially, and then you have Kel, who can also play a pretty mean duelist. And immediately, I see who they have here for MVP Esports. You have Sladom, you have Exotic. There is a bit of that role overlap right now, so there needs to be some of these shifts moving forward for MVP Esports if they want to maximize their roster. On the other side, RNT, you can see it already. Worship's going to be there. Hydra has also joined this roster right now, and I think that's really the most important part here. Maybe he knows a thing or two about the other team.
Yeah, especially knowing at his, you know, previous experience in the past. You got Kel and Nico swapping back on in here for the first time this time around here for MVP. And, well, they have to ring true to their name. They gotta be the most valuable players of this because they're the ones newly added to this roster. Composition-wise, nothing too different so far. Omen and Astra, the biggest real change here from either side. We've seen this kind of Sova plus Breach comp be quite, I think, prevalent, really. If anything, the Breach especially. Lots of teams like to swap on out either a Silver, either a Sky, either maybe a Fade in that case, but it's going to be really clear as how, I guess, both teams play around very, I guess, similar comps with very similar situations of new players coming into this.
Yeah, and it's fun to just really talk about the individuals we have right now. I look at Worship, and from what I remember, way back when, part of that OG Oasis gaming roster when their initials were still OG. And funny enough, he was part of an open qualifier team last month called Triads, which also had Gadowers, who's now part of one of the other rosters we have here in the regular season. So it does seem like there is a bit of that stack that these players, or these teams rather, from the regular season are pulling from, and it's really good to see them yet again, especially those old Oasis names really trying to get back into the scene. On the other hand, though, I really do wonder what we're gonna get here from Rambutan and Tatay, because this has been their best map so far. This is what we've seen from them in terms of performance all the way back in the open qualifiers, and the shift has been absolutely apparent. Coming from the open qualifiers, drops drop a single map rather. On the other hand, they've dropped every single series, and one of their highlights was this win against GameLab Alpha last time around here on Haven.
Yeah, and you look at that former Abaddon Abyss squad right before they became this MVP, and Haven has always been a big struggle to them, losing against teams like GameLab and Oasis, of course, when they were in the regular season. But we're going in round number 1 immediately here. B-side take coming from Le Magician, and he opens up on Nico.
Well, there you go. Straight up with a magic trick, beginning now with the hat tips and the site taken by RNC. They also have this alien trying to just catch out any rotations here, courtesy of Exotic. On the other hand, Kel, who is usually on that duelist role for the MVP Esports roster of old, he's on the Sentinel now. V-Black, though, on the board. V-Black gets a second one even. Dash on in now. Exotic is gonna get in the face of RNC. Everything is left to Mr. Hot Sauce himself, but it's handled easily by MVP.
All right, great start here coming in from this MVP squad. I mean, this is exactly what you would want, right? From a team like this who have arguably less experience in totality compared to the competition, even though they're maybe a bit longer formed, yes, by a few months, okay, over this Rambutan and Tatay squad, getting themselves, you know, a confident win, especially in a map like this, in a series that is definitely winnable for them, is crucial.
It's such a big shift, right? But you can't forget that this is still the core of that Abaddon Abyss squadron. They struggle on Haven, sure, but one of their biggest wins was against Action PH in overtime all the way in the playoffs. So that's still going to be in them here for MVP Esports. And they know now how to really converge together. It's just about the new additions keeping pace.
Let's see if they can keep that pace on up as we move in round number 2.
What's with the accent?
Roll my R's. Rambutan and Tatay anytime.
Yes. The only time we can say things in Filipino when we say the name Rambutan ni Tatay. Nah, of course. And
Exotic.
Let's see. Yes. Hey,
he got the kill on Tatay.
What did I say? English casters, man. Right. And it's promptly bread and butter done here by Exotic. 2 down immediately. Watching out for lobby. It's Kel instead. Watching the backside, and such a big proving ground right now. You're on the VCTPH. Stay here, Kel. Go for it. V-Black also on the board. And here we go again. MVP converge and just make it 2-0 now.
Yeah, it's a nice shutdown here coming in from MVP as a whole. Making sure that even though like this, with a bit of a risk being taken by Exotic, able to make things work on out, and of course the anchor down there towards that seaside, spectacular as well so far. But it's the bonus that really comes into question here, and Exotic, he wants to pull this op out. This is something we've seen MVP do in the past, even as Abaddon Abyss. If they can afford the op on third, they will.
Yeah, Exotic is one of those master operators if he does get hot with it. It's really that first shot that's going to be a bit of a problem. Worship, though, going to be setting up Nico, rather. Setting things up. Worship tries to answer back with the fault line of his own. But then again, MVP is already in position to catch out anyone crossing into the lobby. Luckily here for RNC, the Magician has already gotten through A long, and the danger zone is Mark L instead.
Yeah. Little does Exotic know that the Le Magician, he could circumvent this. He can go around and maybe find a pick, but the timing isn't there. Nor is the read so far from either side. Trying to be a bit more cautious, and arguably they should in this case. Mark L finds information towards Garage, and that's going to send the defense rotating.
Yeah, straight up back into the game here. The Garage still held together by MVP Esports. And Mark L, watching him on the Sova right now, filling in for the role left behind by Ching. The operator, though, stuck into the corner. Greatly done by RNC. Overrunning that short angle, playing into the sewers now. And this A-take looking a little bit easier than expected.
Yeah, that was really nicely done on that shutdown with the operator there. One has to wonder if they had the precognition that the op was there in the first place. But perhaps with the read coming on true here for RNT, this could be where they make this small comeback happen. The retake, they have pretty much everything going for them.
Oh man, teach a man to use the operator. He will just be able to deliver. Le Magician giving now the strongest gun that he can have. Worship though on the inside. Hell and Nico do fight on back. Hydra jumps and joyfully gets a takedown, sure. But Nico's still around. It's 1v2, all up to the breach. Smoke dissipates and Nico gets a third. Can we get Mark L to clutch things out though? That's the question. Nico tried to fight back, but it's not enough. RNT in the rifle round, they still get this one going.
Well, almost came down to it there. Nice attempt from the former, well, really, Titan player. That is Nico. field. Oh, not me. That was the other Nico from the other Cebu roster. Yeah.
Yes.
It's funny that he still is back on the Cebu team. Right?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you can ask our resident Raph. I was about to say what we were usually calling him. It almost slipped through my tongue, and I was like, on broadcast, we are safe here.
It's your birthday, you
But
can get away with it. One.
No, thank you. No, I'm not like Asarai, man. Exotic though gonna be here to the corner, flashed on that. Sladum sent with the takedown. We heard the rolling thunder, but Sladum slams down 2 immediately. A good stoppage here, immediately done by MVP Esports. They have gotten through the bonus with some good damage last round. This time, they're fully invested and fully geared up for another one.
Yeah, that flash was almost too short there, but connects in the nick of time. Rolling Thunder buys him the space here on the attacking side, yes, but ultimately enough. They are able to get Exotic down. The big pick, at least, to try and stabilize this round back on up. A minute left remaining. They have an option to rotate on here, as the stars placed by MVP are going to be a big problem as RNT look to commit.
Yeah, since they're cutting noise too, they've effectively equalized the odds on this site. Problem is, MVP Esports completely fortified right now, and Nico will be that first contact watching the A-long approach. Hot Sauce though, looking to dip his toes into it. Hydra's gonna be there too. V-Black though in the meantime finds an isolated angle, and well done here by MVP Esports. They set things up, and they knock things down. It's 3-1.
A nice shutdown here coming in from MVP. And you can see there that they just had the right read. RNT chose to go towards A. The brunt of the defense decided to go that way as well. And simple fault line, simple flash. Tried and true basic stuff here coming from MVP, but they can be quite effective. And so RNT so far on this favored attacking side, not looking too hot just yet.
Yeah, and then when you're on the defense, right, if you isolate angles that easily, then these members are just walking into your sightlines. RNT, their economy absolutely in dire straits after the past few rounds. And here we go again with them on the eco. MVP willing to actually play inside the smoke. V-Black Hell might be those initial contact points. The spam comes on through, and MVP still hold things down.
Well, I don't think that's going to be a problem for MVP so far in this round. They got the Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, all the guns that they would want.
Right there.
It's RNT who have to find some way to equalize this, and maybe with the blades here coming from Le Magician, maybe that could be the difference maker. Garage. You have an attempt. You have a probability to try and make this happen, but it's heavily stacked upon. You can see MVPE here, knowing that on a B take like this, you absolutely would want Garage control for that retake.
Yeah, they still have the angles towards Lynx, especially. Ultimates also on hand. And Exotic finding Mark L to begin with. Le Magician 5 HP, try to float on the round. Exotic able to spray him down. Hold close, try for go for the CQC. And while Worship gets one, that's the only one he can pray for. And it's MVP hunting them down instead.
They don't even let them get that plant down in the first place. MVPE looking pretty good here on the defensive side so far. And if they can continue what they're doing on the defense here, then take map number 1 potentially, this could be really their first series win. But I mean, it's true for either team, isn't it? Both of them so far looking for their first golden Easter egg for the regular season.
Look, it's time to hatch that egg, man. It's time for the 0 to become 1 for one of these two squads. And what we're seeing so far, though, MVP Esports gelling a bit better together compared to what we have from RNC. But that just goes back to the fact that MVP Esports already has something established with their core. RNT has still been a bit lackadaisy in terms of how they've been trying to play together as a unit. And they have to be very careful now because they are getting spammed down through the garage yet again.
What's really nice here, though, is that look at how much utility RNT has been able to burn. Gravity Well, Fault Line, Nano Swarm, Turret, all of that removed. That allows RNT here to have a potentially more successful hit when they do come. But these two stars on B, I think are going to dissuade him for the meantime unless Le Magician can bypass all this quickly.
And he's been very good at making space for the team, but it hasn't really turned into a round past that one as of yet. In the meantime, though, MVP Esports now in transit. They have to be very careful getting caught here by B side. Worship, though, stares off towards kill. Even with a flash, Hot Sauce will get the entry that they need. Very awkward, sure. But V-Back waiting for the timing. Hydra better on the duel instead. Exotic now trying to play long angle. Doesn't hit his marker. And Hot Sauce even better yet again. RNT, this is where they're really strong. Finding the duels into the takedowns. Nico finds the timing towards Hydra, but the plant comes together.
expensive round there for Exotic. Operator and Blades both removed, both dropped. This is looking like a pretty good round here for RNT. They slowed down the pace. 1-2 where MVP are going to be a bit more uncomfortable in, and you can see them punishing MVPE because of that.
Look, RMT is just really good at the duels. If you miss your markers, if you miss your timings, you're dead to rights. Like two players like Hot Sauce especially. La Magician now happy to get the up in hand yet again. Sees and scopes in, and Nico's down for the counts. RNT enabled now with that round.
Yeah, finally returned the favor here. RNT respond. Exactly the type of round that they've been searching for, but Ultimate's up online coming into this. I think this is going to be a big swing round here. This round will decide how, close to the final acts of this half is going to be played on out based on their economy and as well as the ultimates that they've got going on here. But if RNT can continue to do that, shake up the pace here that MVP aren't used to, then they can really secure these type of rounds in the attack that they need.
Yeah, MVP were in the right spots, but they just didn't have the right timings. Garage and Silong both shattered down by RNT. And now, Exotic deciding to take the fight to them. Markel stands up on the crates, and the crowd just yells boo at him. Immediately one down here for the attack.
Bit of an L there, unfortunately, for
it's
RNT.
spelled out.
And that they lose Hunter's Fury because of that. They still have, that lockdown, but they're able to find Slatham here in the corner. He gets the one, could bail on out, full line connects, but not enough, not quick enough at least to keep him alive. Hot Sauce on the trade, the B side hit coming to take on in, but the defense here pretty steadfast as Hydra actually dismantles Kel.
Yeah, RNT found the timing again. Everyone retreating from MVP Esports. No one to watch the back of the teammates on the site. And everyone congregating to Silong for no good reason. In the end, though, Rolling Thunder is the play from the shadows to go for the escape. And V-Black thinking that he might come back. Hot Sauce with the wraparound now. Bring around Rosie. V-Black will get the one. Hot Sauce is there to make the trade happen, but it's still MVP with advantage. 2v1, and the plant goes on A.
Took him a while to get that plant down, but at least the winnable situation. Oh, the flank here from Exotic. Timing. Able to bypass it. Get inside the angle for the meantime, and he has the paranoia to try and isolate these fights.
Here we go again, though, with MVP going for the position, but not the timing. Hydra instead. Stopwatch hits at the right time. Already now into a 1v1. Exotic knows that it's going to be a short angle. Sees the head, and he's dead. Well done there by Exotic. Damage done by RNT, but we go 5-2 here.
Why does he peek it in that case? You wait for the tap. Hold a bit of a closer angle. It doesn't come to pass. In the meantime, is somehow MVPE, when they did not seem to be in control for the most of that round, they always kept it close, and it allowed them to bring it down to a 2v1 in the end, even with RNT taking all the control that they wanted, even after giving up the first pick there. RNT, good effort, but an even better one from MVPE on the retaliate.
Yeah, there's only been one round here for RNC that was relatively clean, and it was that second point that they got on the board. Everything else has hurt the RNC economy. MVP Esports always fighting back, and here we go again now. Heavy stab towards B. MVP looking to play aggressive, but that window hold at least keeps him at bay. Damage done to RNC, though.
RNT. Difficult spot to be put in once more. Seasoned here, salted and peppered. A site. It's looking to be what they're going to take. Quite empty here for MVPE, so has to be the retake for the option here on that A site. Did not get the right read in this case, but they find out Hot Sauce, who can't even get one before backing off.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if he was seen or not, but he did shoot down that drone, and that gave V-Black the chance to actually get in there. In the end, though, a whiff of cinnamon, a sweet trail towards that A site now, as no one is there to call it home. Plant comes down here for RNC, awaiting MVP Esports to congregate towards the link area. Markel also watching the flank, but the Hunter's Fury gonna be the call. Cosmic Divide is the answer here, courtesy of MVP. Forces contact in the front line. Lem Magician is there to be that vanguard, but MVP strike back to make that 3. Already onto the retake, cleaning up house so nicely here on site. And from that point on, it's just a retake again, handled well by the defense.
Very nicely done here. You can see how they were able to use that Hunter's Fury to really kind of put RNT into a scramble for that retake, and that's exactly how you want to do it in that case. The mere fact that they were able to find Hot Sauce there and allowed, RNT to have to rely on a lot less utility than they otherwise might have wanted for that post-plant hold. They wouldn't have had the lockdown to buy them time. It really secured things there for MVP even more so.
I love that last part though, the drop from Hell and the swing from Link. He's basically saying, trade me if I die here immediately, and both members were just looking at that angle. Things are looking pretty coalesced, I'd say, for MVP Esports. Dart comes towards the lobby, Exotic finds Hydra Kid, teleporting into his sightlines, and these are the problems here for RNC. Some fundamental mistakes when it's not the duel situation.
Hell potentially lined him on up as he swings here. Gravity Well pulling them in close. He gets a double at the end. Magician Markel simply stand no chance, no way. V Black shows him the way on out from the garage. He doesn't let them park. It's MVPE getting the advantageous half already.
Yeah, it's just a lost card violation, basically. Such a big penalty there to RNT, taking their sweet time into the garage hold. Two hesitated to swing in because of the gravity well, and V Black also ready to collect. Things are just looking pretty proper here for MVP Esports so far. Good to see them have a sponsor as well. And with 12 kills, V Black proving how much of a leader he is in the game and also in the comms too.
Gravity Well? Don't you mean the grab-ity well? You know, like unlimited. Never ends. Gravity.
I hope my mic is picking up my clap.
It is. The clap. Thank you very much.
It seems like there's a leak towards that C site, but the lockdown seemingly the answer here for MVP Esports. Ready to go for the retake if ever. They're watching out the garage too, but there's one lurk from Hot.
Oh.
An RNC now to be a green Black and Exotic, keeping the lines held. There are just no fast passes here whatsoever towards long. Hydra having to back on the way, play the distance. Mark L looking to play to the cubby too.
Oh!
Does to get the 3K there, but it's just not enough of an impact. MVP get the job done early, and now it's 8-2.
It came way too close, and Hot Sauce, his lurk so far just hasn't been able to find him the value that they needed in those moments. You saw them there walk towards the garage. V Black just had a better position, had better intuition, wasn't cleared on out, and actually Hot Sauce had timing there if we checked V Black, because V Black was holding the connector instead of the doors, and it could have worked out there. Just really at the end of things, I think RNT here have to recognize when they don't have the advantage and give them multiple options instead of, in that case, just, you know, willy-nilly either pushing for the lockdown or holding towards C-Long.
So that and easily down the transit. Maybe another one doesn't get it there. Instead, keeping an eye out on the window after hearing just a few of those auto cues, but Slado already with a kill. Shorty surprised though on the inside. Blades are out, a full arsenal. A one-man army this man is. Exotic with a 3K to hold A-Long down. And MVP, that's another one in the books for them.
I'm pretty sure that's like a trophy, an achievement, if you were playing on the console. Like, kill 3 people with one, I mean, yeah, with different
three
guns.
different things.
3 different guns in a single round. But
not bad.
One could argue expensive, especially against an Eagle. I would argue effective and clip-worthy. 92.
Yep, let's go into the highlights for sure. And it's 9-2. This is the end of the first half here. Once we get a resolution into this one, and at least RNT, they do stand a chance with a few rifles in tow. They also have the lockdown and the blades themselves. But Exotic, he's warmed up now. He's been hitting the shots, and case in point, accuracy is sublime.
I see why his name is Exotic right now, because he's the only player I would ever see use the spline operator for actual usage. Nico gets a quick shutdown here, and once more, just the MVP defense is looking pretty valuable right now.
Are you saying they're the most valuable?
Very.
As of yet?
Most valuable defense.
Spell it with a P right there. I'll just say most valuable people, and truth be told, this has been quite a unit here from MVP Esports. Good pickup, good core, and I dare say right now, I think the leadership here for MVP Esports looking a lot more stronger than RNT. Losing Ching and Josh S are two incredible voices that aren't in this roster anymore. In case in point, MVP now. Nico swings and gets the kill. V Black, of course, still keeping things together at the front. And with a 10-2 scoreline, well, RNC have a lot of work to do now in the second half.
Well, I mean, to put a lot of work, I think that's putting it lightly, really, here. There is just such a titan of an effort that they have to put out if you are RNT. And as you said, losing those big voices. Players like Josh S, you know, players like Ching, as we talked about earlier on, not just in the game, but in locker room as well. The amount of this energy that can give to a squad here, especially for one that really didn't even seem to have any notions of actually being a squad in the long run, that can really hurt them. And when they're looking to finally get them a series, especially in this case when you could be down 0-3, 0-4, it's not a good case here for RNT.
Yeah, the coordination just so much better here for MVP Esports. IGLing is just such a thankless job, but I'd say V-Black probably doing such a good job on it for MVP Esports. Now we see MVP on the attacking side. They've made their way towards C. It's a double hood towards window though, and V-Black's trying to watch it from the corner instead. Hydra though, in the meantime, playing still by Link. Sladam looking to peek things out, draw the attention, and give a chance for V-Black. Exactly what happens. MVP set up the trap, and just the pincher works out so well for them. 4v2, on site we go, with Le Magician as well as Hydra Kid. Over onto the platform now, Le Magician trying to get a better angle, but V-Black is just a better shot to get a 3K of his own. Le Magician, that's one trick at least, but that's all he'll get now. Exposed to the elements, MVP Esports instead make it 11.
You can see here that the Astra off of V-Black, especially on the defensive side, was just such a big problem for the entry of RNT, but now that they're in the attack, it just gives them that extra bit of edge on this type of hold, on these type of post-plant holds, because they know they're gonna have to worry about that gravity well. Even without that, he's just tearing it up simply by lurking here in these positions that we've been seeing, even in the first half. RNT never really seemed to expect.
Yeah, and just you look at how MVP Esports is always playing off each other. They're always making these crossfires happen. They're always trying to draw the attention away, while RNT instead have been a bit more heroic in their endeavors after the initial execute. So as of now, teamwork looking strong here for MVP Esports. In case in point, Exotic gets that kill off the scan. Le Magician finding Sladano mid-transit. It is a site being taken here by MVP Esports, but they're a bit surprised by the Stinger buy, so they're a bit more wary with the force buy situation the other team has here.
Yeah, I mean, what option do they have? You have to try and make something out of this round. You do not want to give up match point in this case with such a big lead, such a huge deficit to play at. And you can see the contact being made here by Markel simply does not have the firepower to take down Exotic in that duel. 1 HP on him left.
Oh, he's still alive, and I'm just loving the mid-round calls here for MVP. Kel now on the lurk, gets one for his troubles. Didn't expect a second player there to be in position, though. Now leads now into a 3v2. Exotic, does he play the bait, or will he just try to clean up with that single bit of HP he has left? Hydra, though, on top of heaven. Hot Sauce has the Bulldog in hand, but he's quite lit as well. And Nico already seeing the Killjoy coming his way. Moves over, away from the fault line. Paranoia being primed. Gets a connection, I believe, towards the graffiti as well. Hot Sauce Hydra with a clear out. All left now to Nico. And Nico gets one, but that's all he'll get there. Hot Sauce with a 3K. And to stay alive with the 3 rounds, RNT will take it.
All right, nicely played here from RNT on that retake. You can see how they knew that the biggest problem there when going for a retake like that, especially when you have the man deficit against you, you're going to have to dismantle that Hell and Graffiti crossfire, and that they did with absolute perfection. Paranoia first towards that Graffiti. Heaven player deals with him. The player coming from CT deals with the swing to be expected, and they both had to win those duels, and especially Hot Sauce here taking down Exotic. Luckily, since he was low HP, that gave him that edge, but that's the reason why you want your low HP player to be at the front and not all the way behind.
And this is what we want to see from RNT. Just more efforts and more instances of the team working together. In the meantime, though, just because of that, MVP playing the eco, and Mark L! Whoa! Jumping into the fire like Super Mario, but then again, he's able to hop out instead and stay in position. Big stack here for RNT towards that A site. MVP playing for mid instead.
Well, the frenzy here. They're trying to do some work coming from V-Black. He's been trying to chime on in and maybe tag them on up. A bit easier to digest later on, but Worship's gonna have literally zero problem dealing with the Exotic.
That skin makes Spectre really look like a rifle, doesn't it? It's a little chunkier than expected, but now A chunk taken out of Hot Sauce. Kel with the takedown. MVP in the meantime, Garage being taken and looking to just go for the collapse towards C, but Hydra Kid finds the foundations, finds the pressure points, and 3 fall into the dash in even. Lem Magician wanting to end the round already. And with that, it will be RNC with another one.
Well, they're slowly making a comeback here, but to stress just how much of a problem it's been for RNT, this is their map pick. It's a map that they have yet to lose at all, 4-0. And for them to be performing like this when it's arguably one of the worst maps of MVP, it's a really bad sign, but who knows, maybe things could flip on around, especially, 2 new players on either side. Old statistics might just be a bit too unreliable. RNT, they want to change whatever may happen right here, right now. Defense, they got the up here and Lem Magician. It has to come in crucial. Hydra Kid gets spotted on out. They can fall back for safety.
Yeah, and Hydra's watching the Garage instead, knowing the numbers already courtesy of Long. So they do want to go for the kill onto the split itself. MVP, though, still come up ahead, making a 2-for-1 trade on site now with the spike. Looking to go for the plant, maybe get a bit of those sightlines towards Long itself. But the op is the problem. Never mind, V-Black erases that instance immediately. Unless Mark L can play the hero here, this round is effectively done.
Yeah, there's almost no way. Rolling Thunder as well available for Nico. If they really want to burn it, and Kel just gets the timing here, and Mark L off of the info. MVPE, they take match point on RNT's map pick. By far one of their better maps. Oh man, the swing here as well. Everything just working on out here for MVPE, and you saw there in the hold from RNT, just knowing that the hard hit was coming. They simply do not have the same amount of utility that you would want on that defense, like what an Astra would be able to provide with a Gravity Well. They have the Paranoia to play off of, but they haven't been able to find good timing to utilize that to its fullest extent so far.
Bladestorm at the ready, and MVP looking to be #1 here on Haven instead. Hydra though builds trigger discipline, and eventually it will be rewarded with 3K for himself. Worship's now in position. Kel the only one left. It all falls apart here for MVP Esports. Didn't check that one corner, and they will pay the price for it. Can Kel do anything else by this point? Fights back, but cannot bite back. RNC get a handful now.
Wow, great timing there. Finally from RNT. Really shut down the attempt here of this MVP squad. No one clearing that corner. Just gave him more than enough time to get the triple and really stifle things down. And that's the kind of thing that you have to do with this composition, right? You don't have the Astra, no Gravity Wells, no Nova Pulses, nothing to really slow them down aside from the Paranoia as an Omen. And you have to play those cheeky angles to maybe get some value out of it, boost on up, play the Paranoia off of it, and that really has to be the game plan here of RNT if they're not going to go for a full up retake.
RNC still alive, still fighting, and feeling a bit of confidence after that one. Hydra has done an exceptional job for this roster. Markel, though, to boot, to add on, and Lem Magician happy to play it as close as possible. Watch his sleeve, because here comes the cards coming out. 3K already, shut down eventually by V-Black, but yet again, the damage has been done, and the position is even better for RNC. They trap V-Black, and they get another round going.
Nicely done here, coming in from RNT. That was a really good read because they were prepared for that A-side take. You saw it. The smoke coming on in, the Hunter's Fury as well, caused a kerfuffle, and it allowed Lem Magician to creep up even closer, buy him that space, buy him that time, and do really cause all of this chaos with the mere Spectre, but arguably one of the best weapons you'd want in that situation up close, so timeout forced upon MVPE.
Yeah, by this point, they're just wondering how are RNC getting away with these kinds of situations. What is up with us right now as we're already here by the finish line? And we see this from time to time. Teams that struggle to close out these games because they feel so confident that they can just go for the hard hit, that they can go for a quick little execute. They don't expect a risky play at all from the other side. And RNC right now, they take those risks, they're rewarded for it, but there's still so much to go for if this defense wants to make this comeback happen.
I mean, you have to try and take those risks again, but it's about making them work out in the end. MVPE, they can really, if they wanted to, maybe save up these ultimates, pull it up on the big round, and hope that RNT use theirs against their eco to potentially close it out in the end. And while it did seem pretty unreachable, unattainable a while ago, the fact that RNT were able to win that force buy round on the second of theirs really bought them the lifeline they needed.
Exactly that. They stayed alive. They had a round at least to give later on. And now the operator in hand. RNT taking the fight to MVP. Of all things we can say about RNT, Fearless has to be one of them. Teleport on in though. Sladam getting his vision back. Here is the fault line now avoided. And Worship eventually will execute him on the spot. Mark L's playing with his Aldrone. I don't know what he's exactly looking at. Probably taking a picture for himself. Put it on IG or whatnot. In the end though, same position here for V-Black. Same scenario. Can he do it, or will it be the same outcome? And there you go. Solved. It's RNC with another one.
Pretty clean so far, especially against those eco rounds, and you have to absolutely do that because you really want to shut down the momentum here. Of course, there's no economy saving at this point for RNT because, well, you lose one, you're done, but at the end of the day, to be able to take these type of rounds decisively and keep that momentum going, that's one of the biggest things you can utilize in a comeback, especially against an arguably very, how do I say this, fresh team in comparison in terms of experience here in MVPE.
Yeah, you can just really see that it's still the amount of play time go together. And MVP, it was the case for such a long stint in this map. Now RNC fighting back and effectively committing with some of these plays. The timings are a bit better. They expect the aggression early on.
Yeah, second attempt here towards his mid control. No real presence, you know, towards any other position here on the map, and you see teams do this a lot and only have a late lurk on in, and sometimes it just isn't enough in terms of buying control early. Look at RNT though. They have control of A lobby. They have control of C long, and for the most part, they're ready to give up garage because they know that they've got a lot of defenders to pincer this on down. The operator is here towards this well, platform as well, and they've got the paranoia as well as that fault line to help him on out in case the hit comes.
Yeah, so long for long. V-Black gone for the count. MVP, they have burnt a bit of that utility in Worship. He had the wrong hand up. Now MVP find the entry point, and they do get into that C site.
That was a crucial mistake here. And now it gives MVPE the advantage in this case. Hunter's Fury available though. They can force to burn it on out with the lockdown at the very least, so that it isn't going to be able to use for the post-plant hold, but it's going to be very difficult now. They don't have anything to really counteract this. Shock Dart, only a single one on Mark L. Scan confirms their presence there, but they already knew that in the first place. Tap burns out this Hunter's Fury, but they're slowly running out of time.
Yeah, he's not even gonna use his lockdown. Wants to fight and wants to win. Hot Sauce gets one, but that's all he gets. Mark L just tried to play with the scenery, but Exotic just says so long, see you in the next map. MVP Esports, they wrap it up eventually. They take the win after commanding a first half, and well done to a new look here for MVP.
Well, it only seemed a matter of time with, you know, that big of a lead that they were able to get, and you know, I'm looking at the stats here, and they're just so unreliable right now because of the players that we have specifically for these two teams. You look at, you know, the defense of MVP typically, and their defense is typically where they do struggle here on Haven, 33% compared to the 83 on the attack historically, but then it comes on around. It seemed like they have an even better defense with a 10-2 half than their attacking side did, but as I was saying, you know, as the cast was happening, as the last round was happening, that small hiccup there where the Rolling Thunder wasn't able to be thrown on out by Worship, that I think was the dagger here that helped secure it for MVPE.
Yeah, then don't worry. I look at their Abaddon and stats as well, and it was pretty much the same case. Their defense really did struggle, but this time indeed, MVP looking absolutely valuable in how they just held things down so well in that first half. Coming to the second, we see the RNC resilience. We see why this team is beloved by many, that they're just willing to go for the aggression and to go for those kind of highlight plays. And speaking of the highlights, we see them here right now. And at the start of this map here, Black and Blue, we saw it was the MVP show.
Oh yeah, it was a house of highlights for them in this very case. Nothing really to talk about in terms of anything working out here for RNT aside from those 2 rounds they were able to gain, but they were just so sparse, so few and far between. And we were seeing here on the defensive side that the amount of pressure utility that there is more available here for the MVP side, and that's funny to say considering their only change-up is a controller, Asper versus Omen, but it's a big change. You see it right there. Those gravity wells were crucial in shutting down a lot of the rounds here that RNT had in the attack.
I think it's such a big change, honestly, here for RNT because of some of the roles right now, where you put Mark L on that Sova instead, you put Hotz on the Killjoy rather than the controller, and then you have Hydra on the Omen instead. It really just has been such a big shift here for RNC. And we talk about leadership, we talk about core, and it takes a while for a new team to readjust like this yet again in such a big stage. On the other hand, MVP has a hierarchy, they have a system, and even with their new additions, it just works. And of course, to prove that it works, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited is exotic. As per usual, happy to pick up the op, happy to pick up the kills, and happy to pick up the win there in the end.
Yeah, great performance here coming from Exotic, and you have to be able to get away with using the spline operator in the first place.
You're not gonna let that go, aren't you?
No, I'll let it pass for now because he was doing good, but
yeah, it's a different culture there for MVP Esports, and it really just goes to show that this squad has gone through many names between Abaddon-Abyss, they're looking for sponsors, and now MVP Esports, but the core is still strong. They made it to the playoffs for good reason way back when. They're still here now in the regular season for Split 2, qualifying from the open qualifier for the same kind of case. Can they make a case for their first series on the board, or will RNT go for that reverse sweep instead? We'll find out after this break. Don't go away. Me and Black and Blue will return after this one here at VCTPH. MVP Esports looking to be the #1 of this series, and they got the job done on map #1, and that was, of course, the the map pick of RNT. So situation clear. Can they continue on, or will RNT dig deep and find that comeback? It's time, guys, for us to get into map number 2. I am Dax here with Black and Blue, and we saw there a while ago MVP looking to be the real team, man.
Well, so far, it does seem to be the case, but we're going on over in a Pearl, a map that either team is currently 0-2 at. So that's going to change right now as well. Both teams looking for the first win on Pearl and first series win at the end of things. But we're kind of wondering here, with both of the change-ups coming from either team, MVP and Rambutan ni Tatay, both of them adding 2 new players, you'd kind of have to wonder who would be able to adapt to that, kind of new roster swap on in quicker and earlier and better, arguably. And so far, it has been that younger roster in MVP.
And it just really has been a system that works for so long. We go back to what we talked about last map. You still have that core of Exotic, of Sladom, and of course of V Black, who has just been so instrumental at the success of that former Abyss Squadron, both in and out of the game, both in the kills, in terms of the leadership. It's really been exceptional for him. On the other side, RNC has always been that chaos that just worked together. But now, since the shift happens and you lose some very, very strong voices in Ching and Josh S. See the emphasis over there? See the emphasis there? It really does play such a big factor right now. And we saw RNT wake up in the second half. But in the first half, it really looked to just be individuals stuck together in a roster. Maybe now, given a bit more time in the regular season, given a bit more time in the tournament setting itself, perhaps that's where they're going to do better. But of course, it's a difficult task because Pearl hasn't been their strongest suit so far.
Especially, and when you look at, Haven being the one that typically we do see Rambutan ni Tatay perform on, that doesn't come true for this case. You have to wonder what's in store really coming into Pearl. And you talked about them waking on up, and sometimes it might not even be enough for them to wake up. They have to thrive.
Yeah. Bless you, my friend. And truth be told, it really has been that kind of situation. Where will they grow even better? When will they get that full glow up that we saw in the open qualifier? It was quite a mythical run back then, but now it has been such a slump. And RNC, it really just gets worse from here. From what we've seen so far, it's been difficult for them to really get back on their footing. But let's not forget the caliber of play these players have. You always still have to look at Mark L, who's been in so many regions so far. You have Hot Sauce, who's really come back and made that kind of...
Yeah, and, it would be such an unfortunate thing if RNT can't really make it happen here, especially for a team that there's a lot of hype behind, especially on, the social media side of things, simply because of, I guess, how colorful the characters in this squadron are, their story coming into this, where they came from in the past, and for them to arguably have these change-ups in roster, potentially for outside factors or whatever it may be, that does come, I guess, into question, like the storyline of this team. Where does this place them in their power rankings? Because they were looking like one of the better open qualifier teams, but that has completely flipped up on its head right now as we come into the series. We haven't really seen them so far be able to have the performances that did give us, I guess, a bit of hope for this team in their previous series. Even though they lost all those series, there were maps that were very much so exciting and decisive for them that you would think, this is the shines of light that we could see moving forward for RNT, but it seems like here they're starting on a new slate, and it's one that's arguably a bit lower than what we saw the baseline for them to be in the past. But with, I guess, Haven not working out, that statistic not coming in true because of the new roster changes they got on up in here, I'm going to hope to believe, if you're an RNT fan, that maybe that's going to stand true as well for Pearl, and that you cannot rely on previous statistics of them failing on this map. Maybe this is where RNT can switch things up and back and forth.
If you're an MVP believer, on the other hand, this is where it looked to end instead. And look at MVP go, bringing out the Harbor with Sladom. Nico's gonna move over to the initiator role instead. You got the Sky. Double Wall is the setup here for MVP Esports. Double Wall is the setup for RNT2. Mark L goes back to a signature cipher, and truth be told, it's a mirror matchup we didn't fully expect. The only difference is really the Sentinels they have for both sides.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big change-up, I think, here. Especially for, you know, to have your Sentinel, sometimes you might think it's not exactly as influential as an Innie or a Smoker might be, or Controller might be, when it comes to small change-ups in the roster, but it definitely does give you a very different kind of philosophy, both on the defense and attacking side. That Cypher, a bit more tailored for that attacking side on the hit initially, than compared to the post-plant of that attacking side, as a Killjoy might be more favored in those cases. So I think it's really going to come down to how they utilize the strengths of that. Arguably, lurking-wise, that Cypher is going to be a bigger thing here, and because it's on Mark L, he's going to have that task instead of Hot Sauce this time around.
And I'm just looking at some previous comps here for both teams. Both teams used to run the single Astra controller. And when you shift over to both playing Harbor and Viper together, it's such a big shift because you need to time things right together. You need to make sure that your utilities are cycled as well as possible. And you're not going to have as much as a front line that you expect. You're compensating sure with the Sky that you can play the Pop Flash. You can go for that early main control and contest with the Guiding Light and the Trailblazer. And case in point, that's the call right now for both RNC and MVP. The A main is going to be contested. Lem Magician gets one, sliding with a trade. Hot Sauce, though, lines up too easily. RNC right now with the advantage. Hot Sauce not done. Trying to be able to cool him off, but the damage has been done, and it's up to Kel now.
That is really good here coming in from RNT. Considering they had much more players here on MVPE's side on this initial A hit. That was 5v3 effectively, and still, it's MVPE who came out as really the losers of that bout. And Hydra Kid, all hails to him, secures the round, but it's a really good start here for RNG once more.
Yeah, RNT, they just are so impressive when they're the ones who keep the pace going, when they're the ones who can set the tone and look to go for those aggressive duels early on. If MVP Esports obliges them, then that's going to be a bit of a problem moving forward, and especially with Hot Sauce getting closer and closer to the reckoning early on.
I really want to see how each side play this double controller setup from theirs. Both really defaulting their Viper walls towards that B site, as we see pretty commonly, you know, for teams to do, even internationally. This is typically what teams would like to start off with when they do have this double controller setup. In RNT, they've at least recognized information that mid is where MVP want to take, but in these type of eco situations, you see lots of teams give up the connector entirely because they know it's an easy place to overrun, especially the Art.
Yeah, well, MVP, a full tour guide at the Museum of Art indeed. The Guiding Light now. They come into play. Trailblazer's gonna be there too, and Hot Sauce just waiting for the timing yet again. Now he unleashes the beast, but Sladom deciding to just in-chain him one more time. Sladom with another one, two with the Sheriff so far. Le Magician making the Marshal matter though. Now a dash on in, a little too ambitious, and just a head scene. Kel will head on out for even more. Sladom with a 3K now. This is some big damage done here by MVP Esports. Can Sladom finish off the job though? That's the question. Markel instead moving towards the site, and
30 seconds
Sladom
left.
picks up a rifle. He has the Bulldog now. A big chance here to fight back in this round.
Oh yeah, and he hasn't taken any damage whatsoever. Of course, does not have his shields, but that Reckoning can be big in this 1v1. The timing though, Markel, I think he recognizes that B side could be the hit. He has a cam on it to confirm that, and as he hears a spike to be planted in a second, it's going to be a retake to come on in. 1v1.
Yeah, Plant is there. Sladom with a cascade, but he's not moving in the right direction. Eventually, though, peeks out towards Link. But Arc L, that's the distance he wanted there, Black and Blue. He has full armor. He has a Spectre in that kind of scenario. It's a perfect way for RNC to end it. But look at the damage done by MVP Esports. This is going to hurt the RNC economy yet again.
They may have lost the round, but one could argue economy-wise, they definitely come out on top in that case. You get the plant 1v1. Sladom there, doing so much work with that Sheriff, being the guy to trade on out, especially punishing, you know, Exotic as he tried to go for a bit of ambitiousness. In RNT, a bit of a slip up. They aren't totally punished for it, but it's a hefty price to pay still.
And look at the guns that RNC has right now. 2 Sheriffs. They do pick up a hero rifle in the hands of Le Magician. And Hot Sauce is one away from the reckoning of his own. But Sladom can use his to start off. The side takes strong. Cascade gonna be in the way. Here we go now with the orb being taken by Nico. And really, MVP willing to play it slow and see if they can punish RNT somewhere across the map.
Well, the Cypher setups are here towards that A site, and it's kind of what RNT are banking on in this case. Maybe get a catch, spam him through a cage, through a smoke. This Reckoning is going to make it even more difficult to go on the entry. Flash is on out, High Tide as well, and they have no choice but to give up the site.
Yeah, and they know Worship escaped towards Flower. There we go with the Cypher Trap, trying to go for the wall bang, but Nico's bullets are just a bit bigger. Eventually, Markel hit Exotic, finding Worship too. Anyone who tried to play Anchor on A site has been sunk. Le Magician instead, a different plan from Secret. It's just a whisper now as he moves slowly but surely towards the site. Will he be exposed though? That's the question. Eventually going to the sightlines here of MVP. They know though that the Vipers watching out from Link. Suppressing fire courtesy of Nico too. Crossfire setup here by MVP. So difficult to see inside the site. The Cove now shatters. Hydra Kid getting two for himself, but it's all left to him right now in a 1v2 scenario. Can he play the hero yet again? Not gonna happen. MVP get on the board because of it.
The timing there, it's not working out as well for Mark L. When, you know, the Tripwire was able to get a catch here on a Nico, simply wasn't ready to go for that spam and allowed them to take that default control, and because of that, gave him a much safer plant option there on the open spot. An MVPE. Good round for them to convert. They did burn the Reckoning, but it was one that Slatham was able to, you know, fill up quickly anyways, and he's almost halfway through building it up once more. So Reckoning here for Hot Sauce on the counteraction. Le Magician on his blades.
And there we have it now. Go for the up traps? No, instead they rely on the flash. But as soon as they sense any kind of noise or presence towards main, it's MVP who will actually back off and let the opponent pick that one up instead. Worship now with the orb. Trailblazer also thrown out. MVP in the meantime, rotation quickly towards that B site, where instead it's going to be Markel awaiting them.
You can see here both of those Viper walls practically placed on top of the other. Gonna allow them to crawl on up close, yes, but the retake wall is gonna come in big as well. That dog, it catches out the tripwire, which is a big thing for them to get burned on early. Exotic almost getting punished there by Markel, and Hydra Kid holding on to the site here. Lots of damage being done by the defense, and simply enough, MVP, they can't find their way on them. But V-Black and Nico, they all answer back, and MVP have gotten the advantage on the site.
Yeah, V-Black's just in there, and because of it, there's still a point of contention here done by MVP Esports. RNT tried to fight from Link. It will be Hydra Kid looking to play a bit of that close contact, but eventually the plant is being listened to. The Reckoning is there, and Hydra Kid in the face of Exotic. V-Black though with a 3K for himself. Make that a 4 even from the halls. He will just be able to deck them all. MVP tie things up.
Wow, V-Black. Certainly painting the walls, his color, his brand, making sure that, you know, in that case, RNT, we're doing a good job of holding down the line there, holding down the site, but MVP, one simple slip-up, one opening was all they needed to cascade the round, no puns intended, into really going towards their favor there. That backhaul control, because they were able to take it so quick, V-Black taking that space as a Viper, buying them really just what they needed to get themselves in the round.
Yeah, just no hesitation there from V-Black especially. Allowed the rest of MVP to realize, hey, someone's still in there getting those kills. Let's go for the fight, and here we go yet again. Round 2 we go here in round number 5. Immediately MVP coming out of the gate strong with some swift punches to immediately punish Hydra and Markel both down for the count. 5v3 as Arn and Nico state. The guy in leg gets nothing because of the cascade. Worship trying to play into the holes, but he's seen and exposed by the snake bite. Taken down now by the rest of MVP Esports. Le Magician gets one at least to prevent the flawless, but MVP, that's another convincing round from them.
Nicely done on that anti-eco, only losing Exotic in that case, but I'm pretty sure they're more than willing to give that on up just for this opening round. It's a good attempt, recognizing the B hit is a high chance of possibility against an eco like that, so they all stack, but just fighting them in those long ranges without really playing the trap setup right wasn't, I guess, the best idea to perform.
Yeah, well, RNT, they need to perform soon if they want to stay in the series. The momentum heavily in favor of MVP Esports as of now, and the operator seemingly to be the answer from Le Magician, but he's on the wrong site. It's MVP who has control of A main. They also have that mid control to buy for. V-Black deciding to just go in there and get that takedown. Hot sauce preventing the same kind of conclusion on the other side. But this will be now the cascade towards that A site, and MVP looking for that timing here.
It's a big trade, but RNT, they know this A site is what's going to be the hit, because look at the Magician. He's crawled this way all towards B long. He's cleared at East towards that shop, and Worship wins his fight. That's a big pick, and that gives them a hefty advantage in this round. Snakebite there, going to dissuade them from pushing on further on in. Seeker's burnt, but Exotic on the updraft gets Hydra.
I love the timing there because the high tide was coming their way. In the meantime, though, the back is gonna turn around, and it's still not gonna be enough for Nico anyway. Lem Magician with the takedown on the flank decides to retreat. MVP Esports, they're a bit stuck here, looking to decide what to do. Can they just get in there and go for the takedowns because of the cove? It will be an isolated angle on the inside. Hot Sauce loses out as well, and Exotic with a 3K this time to keep the team alive. He coming in from Link, courtesy of the art angle. Lem Magician, can he find the strokes here with the shots of the operator to get those takedowns? Sladam just waiting on the opposite end. Exotic also looking to see when he'll get those sightlines. And MVP, it's a matter of timing and a matter of the shots connecting. Exotic with the 4K plays the hero to the round, and this goes to MVP's favor again.
That was arguably one of the best rounds we've seen from MVP this series long. Not because that it was a complete stomp. No, it wasn't at all. But because of how they were able to recover when they did not have the advantage in that case. You see there, just complete amount of control being set by RNT on the defense. They knew the B site wasn't going to be it. They had control of that mid. They really, by all means, by all senses of the word, MVP had them trapped in a pincer there towards that A main, and we're still able to come out on top by finding that pick off the updraft and pushing and controlling the site in return.
Yeah, and I'm just loving the timings there from Exotic. Found the timing with the double updraft with the high tide. Found the timing because there's a cove there on site against RNT, and from that point on also to help out the push of his own teammate. Just some good coordination and I'd say good use of the utility so far to enable those kills. And it's gonna be the same case here for MVP Esports. Now they decide to wait through the Nano Swarms. Snakebite gonna be in the way. Nano Swarms there too to prevent Exotic from crossing over to the other side of the site. This still allows MVP to go for the plant though. They have the spike and actually decides to push deeper into it because they expect the flank from long. The Viper's Pit, the better answer. Kel though with a 1. Make that the 2. Make that even a 3 kills. Sure, get them all. Why don't you?
One could say Kel is getting all the kills in this case. 2v4 on the retake. Nothing much going here in this case for RNT. Shut down by Kel. That's a 4th. Give him the ace. Doesn't matter. Exotic gets a 5th. And MVPE looking very clean so far. It was against Nico there, but the economy they've built up in that bout and in these past few rounds is gonna keep him secured for a few more, even if they start losing.
Did you hear that?
What?
Exotic used the "I'm sorry" voice line in game.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, so Jet suddenly said "I'm sorry." He's like, "Oops, my bad. Didn't notice this was the ace." But then again, it just really goes to show MVP Esports focus on the win first, the highlight second. It was exceptional to Kel though. He was the duelist player of the previous incarnation of MVP Esports and one of the players they retained after acquiring a core of that LFS squad. But here we go yet again, core conflict onto A main, MVP win and move towards that A site. Lurk even towards the mid, V-Black with another one, and this is all MVP all day now.
Such an awkward scenario there. You see that they wanted to fight for that A main, but because of the flash, because they were blinded by Nico, you can see that Worship kind of wanted to maybe get one as he knew he had no time to back on off. But the pop flash, as he comes on in, just he isn't able to pull out his gun in time. And even though Le Magician, he wanted to fall back as his teammate, his Sky, his Worship went down. You can see him wanting to trade off, but it just created these awkward scenarios, and MVPE have been so, I guess, proficient at punishing those weird moments that RNT just seem to never expect.
And the form of MVP Esports, it kind of does give us answers here as Mark L gets one of these exits now. That there's a reason why they only got a chunk of the roster, not the whole squad. They felt like that they had players that were, I'd say, diamonds in the roughs or have that veteran experience in the case of Nico that can really amplify this roster right now. In case in point, Kel looking very exceptional after that last round, especially. Nico has been such a stellar team player, like he was back in that Zeal roster. And their executes have been absolutely on point. MVP looking to have that same kind of form we saw a little later on in that Abaddon Abyss run last stage.
Well, one has to wonder, you know, what really is the problem here, at least the biggest problem that RNT could fix. And in my opinion, it just seems to be the sometimes uncoordinatedness that this team might have. Is that a word? No, but I don't care. I'm going to use it anyways.
Yeah, it's a bit misconstrued right now, the approach here of RNC. In the meantime, MVP, plan is set. The lockdown is there. And look at V-Black's position right now. He's expecting the push towards mid as he has played into shops because of the high tide. But Markel, though, watches that one eagerly, gets that takedown. We hear the Reckoning Net now into play. And seems like RNC, they want to already take the fight to them. Markel, though, a little too eager. Hot Sauce instead with the takedown. Hydra waiting behind the water, drowning these two, willing to push. And Kel sees the contact, sees the barrel, but now he's all alone in the 1v3. Too many to swing and too many to shoot. RNT get on the board finally again.
Finally, nicely done here as well. Markel really being able to get that neural theft online is, I think, what secured the round here for RNT even more so, because they knew now that in that case they had the space to take on the retake. They knew that Flowers was empty, and it allowed them to simply, especially in that case, just hold down into the dugout, wait in case they did push, and that's exactly what happened. So Hydra Kid able to make that punish on happen, and I want to see more of this come from that double controller here, coming from RNT on this defensive side. They have a lot to really isolate angles, and I want to see them play that all together instead of continuously just defaulting their walls towards B. They can kind of get them in these awkward scenarios here, MVPE, that they can really start to punish. We just haven't seen it come through lately.
Hasn't that been the case in that last round? Both high tides were used well by RNC. Theirs, as soon as it went down, caught out V-Black. On the other hand, they just played out the MVP Esports high tide as well. Waited for the timing, waited for the push. The Seekers though into play. Exotic dashing on in towards the halls yet again to get that control. It's gonna get staffed in triplicate here by RNC. Spike planted inside the cove even. Looking to get shouted down by Mark L. Just to confirm no one's playing on site. And there's a chance here for RNC. They have a Viper split. If they can establish a foothold, this will allow them to actually set that ult up. Sladum though with a takedown to start with. Hots is going for the tap. The cove is there, shattered yet again. Danger close. Hydra Kid gets that takedown. Lemon is on the board as well. And finally Viper split can be in the play. MVP though still in the firefight. It's in them with the advantage now. 2v1 with the pit online. Keldo waiting in the halls looking for him and finds him eagerly. MVP make it 7-3.
Very nicely done here from MVPE, but RNT just simply weren't able to dismantle that backhaul control, right? After they got that one pick on Exotic, I'm not sure if they assumed that the backhauls was empty, that Kel wouldn't be there, but it didn't seem like they put much more effort into clearing it on out there. They got the Exotic on down, but seemingly weren't aware that there could be one more. And when you do take down that player towards backhauls, you have to clear it, you have to take it, because that backhaul control, if you swing out there from the long side, that is one of the best angles to try and help out the retake in that long post-plant hole like that. So RNT here forgetting to complete their, I guess, checklist of ideals in that retake.
And RNC fearful now even. We'd usually see them go after MVP Esports as soon as they get the flash going, but this time around, they back on away. MVP sends so much of their forces just to get that main control, and now we slowly reset back into what we began with. But I just want to say, Kel really has looked to be such a strong pickup. He was the third best fragger last time in the last map, where we saw both V-Black and Exotic just pop off like crazy. This time, he's at the very top, finding the impact, and you can't forget that he still has that duelist mindset. He'll be willing to play into positions no other Sentinel will go for. And as of right now, MVP, they love to play off the X. Them.
Let's see if that's really going to be what becomes the deciding factor here for them. RNT so far here with the blades can maybe shake things up, but it's V-Black who gets a catch off a hot sauce. They had no traps there, no information to keep that B-Link control, and now they lose a crucial part of the retake potential. Kel finds a magician, and this is once again looking disastrous for RNT.
Yeah, simple rotation allows MVP to establish that spike on site. The Cyber Cage making people wary, but MVP have the right sight lines anyway. V-Black catching out Worship. It's RNT now playing over to the CT side. Sure, there's a bit of exits done here by the defense. 1 HP and a dream for Hydra Kid. Will MVP pursue this? That's the question. They have money to burn. It's the second to the last round of the first half anyway. Just go for it here. Sladon hopping on around like a bunny, trying to find a bit of the spam. It's not gonna happen. This round is MVP's for sure, but you can really see for RNT, they struggle to keep up with some of these mid-round calls we see from MVP.
I mean, it is an attacker-sided map, but so far RNT just haven't been able to find success in terms of making sure they get the right reads in this case. The catches here by V-Black have been so detrimental to RNT's defense on these rotates that they keep on getting caught on out, seemingly unaware of what could be. No traps here towards mid. Maybe shake up the defense a bit more if they really want to be playing this light mid setup where they don't have much presence, and maybe commit that Cypher utility towards mid. Have one trap there towards that Art, have another setup there towards that Link, and have your controllers be really the ones poised for the site control in the first place.
Well, you have it right now in terms of the tripwires, but not the Cypher himself. The camera comes in towards the long angle of B main. The Trailblazer's gonna be there as well. And RNC now know that this will be the hit towards B side. Is it hero time though for Mark L? Thinking about it by waiting towards the halls. But he will actually back on away. This is MVP site to take.
They take that site without much of a hitch in this case. The lockdown giving them all the space they need. Gonna try and retake here with this cage, but Nico spams on through and finds it on the Levigician. The retake looking difficult once more.
And look at the angle of the Viper Spit allows the Halls to still contest if ever. Nico with another one. Nico with a 3k even. Hot Sauce though does want to fight on back, and he gets 2 for himself. He also has the ultimate into play right now. The Reckoning's gonna be there. But the push comes on in. V-Black though still loses out. The 3k for Hot Sauce so far. On fire perhaps. Will he get tails right now here by MVP? The high tides go into play. Both players on the opposite end of it, waiting just for the timing, the Q, and the kill. 9-3, it's MVP.
Good timing there by MVPE, and just everything working on out, using that double controller to their firmest advantage. You can see just how much uptime there is of utility there for that attacking MVPE side. And especially with the Viper Spit up online, just gives them complete control of that Jenny and that B-Link side. And it makes it so much more difficult on the retake because a lot of the angles like you would expect for them to be able to hold coming out of that CT, it becomes much more favorable for the attacking siding MVP in that case. And now RNT, their chance. 9-3, that's a good time to be superstitious.
Yeah, they go for the attack, they go invoke the curse, and let's see how their comms are gonna go down now. You have Hot Sauce though, finding a bit of that heat. Hydra has been consistently near the top of those frags as well, so a pretty good pickup here for RNC, all things considered. But it's still no replacing what has been lost so far. In the end though, mid-vide 4 and 1 out by MVP. 4 versus 3 immediately. It's A-side taken here by RNC though.
All right. Good start off for them, at least to get the plant down, but they lose 2 players in that case. Big players as well. They lose that Viper, and V-Black gets a catch on Lemagician, who just wasn't aware. They have to be able to win this fight up close. Pop flash on now. Should give him the kill on kill. He doesn't connect! Oh no! Luckily Hot Sauce is there for the help. The defuse coming on in, and Slavim simply slaps him away. 10-3. This is looking disastrous once more.
Painful to watch there for RMT. And while they got the kill after the flash comes in, yes, just the fact that that took that long allowed the rest of MVP to just go for the pinch themselves. They had one on the spike, they had one to go for the contact, and from that point on, it was just enough to win, courtesy of Sladum. Say what you will, in this double controller setup from MVP, it's really both Sladum
Last player standing
is at the right time, and especially V-Black himself, always in a different spot away from the main force of MVP, but he comes up with these kills often.
I mean, they have good ideas here, RNT, right? Like, they know that it's a 3v4, let's send Lemagician further up to try and get a kill, but not just timing, it seems like they just aren't warmed up right now. Not being able to hit shots that you would expect them to be able to, and Kel just shuts them down on this B-hole. That's such a strong piece of utility to have that one way there on the double door towards that link, and Makes it so much more difficult to push in that case. MVP, no problems at all in shutting down RNT here, who can't make another buy work.
Yeah, it's just so quick. MVP, so keen on those rotations, keeping an eye out for any kind of audio cues. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that guiding light was just stayed there to try and fake out the push, or the hold rather, of MVP. But MVP, they just stood strong. They watched the doorways eagerly. They made sure that Kill was going to be in position just in case. And really from that point on, it's just another one in the cards here for MVP Esports. One real last chance here for RNC. This is the rifle round. They have to make it count.
I'm hearing something different every time you say eagerly, but RNT.
That's a problem for Raph, not me.
Exactly.
Well, RNC is already on site. The alarm bot's gonna be there though, and Le Magician, the Mark L, make the initial frags counts. It's a bit of a rotate here for MVP. It is their bonus round anyway, but Exotic, the double burst is enough. Sladum seeking and searching for a target to destroy. 3v3 in the end.
The Bulldogs here. Mean Bark in the bite as well. Retake to come on in. Worship in that, but they've got a hold here, RNT. They can still make this work on out. The commit position, though, being held by Hot Sauce is a difficult one to make work on out as the Cascade expires. Oh, he still gets a kill anyways, even while out in the open. And RNT hold on to a round.
Yeah, difficult but not impossible, especially when you have the numbers to reinforce if ever. It was a good initial retake there from MVP, making sure that it was equalized by the Bulldogs. But you can see for RNC, they have some good spots on the site. From that point on, this was one of the biggest picks. Worship beating the Jet there, and especially allowing them to keep that A main angle, prevented any other opportunity for RNC, or for MVP rather, for the retake. So this time around, the opportunity is there for RNC to keep fighting. Rifles though at the ready for the defense instead.
Well, Reckoning available for both of the sides here. That's MVPE. They're the ones who can gain this match point right here, right now, with another big lead. Similarly to that Haven. Dog trying to find everything that it can. And I want to see how Markel plays this attack. He has a chance here to go for that late lurk and maybe try him on in towards B-Link, but he has to get the timing right.
And they also need to be wary of what Kel's gonna do. The alarm bot is the warning sign, but if he dies early on, that's the chance here for Mark L, if ever. There's the Reckoning now into play. Exotic though watching those doors and making sure that it will be Mark L down for the counts. Counteracted now by the other hardware ultimate. The Reckoning instead from MVP Esports, and look at them go to make that 4 in the blink of an eye. The retake is just engaged so quickly. You don't even have time to breathe. Match point, make that series point for MVP Esports.
Well, he tried to go for the lurk there, but you can see that they were just so much more aware in this case. MVPE. There's so much pressure here placed upon this, post-plant hold of RNT that they just seemingly have too much to worry about. At the same time, the Reckoning, the Dog coming on in, losing their flank potential, which would have been better if it came a bit late, but just the timing once again not working out for RNT, who are seemingly much less coordinated here and just much less heated up than MVP are in this game.
And the discipline also from Exotic there. Since they had Kel going for that contact towards the site, someone had to watch that flank if ever. And that's exactly what MVP do. Last chance truly for RNT to get on the board here. If not, we are done with this first series of the day. Seekers now to begin with. Le Magician waiting through the snake bite even. And here comes Kill and B-Black. Try to hold things down. Retreat though past the high side. Site now taken here by RNT, and MVP regroup all together in Link instead.
They throw that cage out there. That's both of the cages burnt already here, so they're not going to have the possibility to use that to isolate some angles here on this retake. Cascade comes on in. They want to take that back hall's control. Dash as well. Worship playing the close angle. No more flashes available on him. They're winning out the fight here for the most part. RNT in a 2v1. It's all on Nico. He has a guiding light to maybe get a kill.
But Neurotef exposes his intentions and time running out. Clears out the hallways first and foremost, but the position from RNC is superior instead. Expecting it towards main. Doesn't realize it's towards CT instead. And RNT, we see you still to keep yourselves alive.
Good hold here on that side. Came down very close, so That was just very dire. Coming down to really just winning out that fight. You can see here, they all swing. And I think the one saving grace here coming in for this RNT side is the fact they were able to take that CT control, that heaven control. It gave them just a small bit of edge, because otherwise, if all they had was back halls and that long, I think they would have been overrun. But because they were able to take that defender-sided space, and it really helped them out in the end.
Yeah, basically, if RNT can get more and more of the space on the map, they're happy to go. In terms of the map control so far, can they continue on? Now the blades are out here for a Lem Magician, looking to lead the team towards Slick if ever. Feedback though, timing is better from Hot Sauce. Instead, swings away from the angle he initially held. Sladom now needs to pick things up. Cascade's gonna be there. Snakebite thrown out even. He did tag down Hydra to around 31 HP, but since they got the kill here for RNC, they move towards A site instead.
See how it works out. Slatham, you get timing here and catch off the rotation, but the plant, it should go down. Undenied, unhinged. Post-plant hold once more. You send Hot Sauce in deep and he gets a kill off of it. That's a great pick.
And RNC really see that match point scenario. They do shake off the ring rust, but then continue on to that point. Markel now puts down the cyber cage, gets another one. Seems like these duels are just gonna be in favor of RNC, and they just know exactly where to keep the spam going. 6-12! RNC again! Why did they wake up when we see MVP on the 12-point scenario, man?
It's almost like the pressure is certainly what gets him back into the groove of things, but I mean, it's always such a risk to play in these cases. 6-12, not a single room for a slip-up, and MVPE. It could potentially be the case of what we saw in map number 1, where it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, but struggling to close things out is still always a concern. And well, RNC on the other hand, if you want to think about it positively, right? Nothing to lose, everything to gain. And perhaps with that kind of mindset, they just lose the hesitation that they have when the scoreline is a bit different. But the sample size, of course, very small, very much so unique to this series, because this is the first time both sides have played with their new additions, and especially for MVP, under a new name. Execute though, coming on in here for RNC. Snakebite lob towards the halls. Kel has to retreat now, but Magician's not going on the inside. Instead, he's on top of the box. Still a chance perhaps to be the poison pill truly. Kel gets one. Worship makes the trade happen, and it's RNC on site now.
They have that site control. MVPE here on the retake. Not the best weaponry to utilize. We've seen them be able to put the dent in the economy of RNT in these type of rounds. Once again, they have that heaven control, which is something they've been really taking a liking to controlling, which does help them out in these post-plant holds. Markel finds the one. I don't see much of a chance here for MVPE, as RNT should hold on to another round.
And you see it here from RNC. Every single time they get the second floor, it gives them a chance to play towards CT instead. Exotic now found out. Hot Sauce, a little bit too close for comfort there, but hey, 7-12.
I got your back.
RNC feeling good right now with the last few rounds. Feeling that they can just take these fights to MVP Esports. And we're really not seeing any bit of hesitation anymore here on the attacking side.
Well, nothing for them to hesitate on so far. What is there to lose at this case?
Do you see that spray? It was a 9-3. It's like, is it gonna happen this time? Is there a chance for the comeback for RNC?
Second time's the charm, perhaps.
It was 10-2 a while ago, though.
It was.
It was.
But now it's 9-3. Now maybe it's a possibility. Now, Copium aside, what really is working here for RNT once more is they're on this attacking side, yes, favored, but they're also able to, I guess, be forced into playing a bit more as a team on this attacking side. You see on their execute that a lot of time they recognize that space control is the most important thing that's going to work out for them. And if they can continue to take that B long towards, the CT and towards the heaven control without much of a problem, then this is going to be MVP having to really adjust and force them to be sent the other way.
Yeah, well, RNC, they have both controller ultimates available as of now. One for space in the pre-plant. One perhaps to make a dome, make an arena for themselves in the post-plant scenario instead. So still a chance here really for RT to keep things up. Feedback though, a different chance now because of the hyperspit. Since though we saw the dash burned by Le Magician, he has to immediately back on away, and that pit will fall very early on into the round here.
Great burn here off of RNT, and Markel, a catch once more. He gets a second follow-up on it. That's exactly what they start to need to do here, RNT. Why do they keep on coming up online when it comes out dire? It might be the clutch gene, but is that what they really got to rely on?
Yeah, I think by this question, is it a positive here for RNC or is it the negative for MVP? Not able to close out these games as soon as they hit that match point scenario. In the meantime though, fight isn't over as of yet. It was a 2-for-1 trade towards the middle. But RNC, they re-rotate now towards that A site, this time coming in from the art angle. And Nico's just watching here by connector especially, so he's gonna be pretty much crucial on this hold. First contact now towards the Magician. The Cloudburst is there to allow the rest of RNT to move in. The Reckoning gonna be into play to make even more space for the attack.
Yeah, the read wasn't right here from MPPE. The guiding light there towards A main, not gaining any information, kind of made them think that the rotation would come on in since they heard that Trailblazer towards mid. Look at this, Hot Sauce still pushing through even in the 4v3. Let's see how this works out because the lockdown comes on in.
And the lockdown does allow him, though, to back away towards Art. It's broken now, so RNT ready to be aggressive yet again. In the pit, it's Hydra Kid winning it out. The rest of RNT will follow suit, and we still go for more. This is looking to be a pretty pattern that we see from both RNC and MVP. Once you reach 12 for RNC, well, or rather, their opponent reaches 12, they just come online with these kind of plays, and by this point, it's a 4-round streak for the attack here.
Well, one has to wonder what's a bigger problem, not being able to start or not being able to finish. In this case, the latter here for MVPE, struggling to close out these games. It almost became a problem there on map number 1, but here on Pearl, it's starting to look like a symptom of an even bigger issue, it seems to be the case. RNT gaining themselves ever closer to tying a game up.
Yeah, and this is MVP Esports' map. There you go, the pick.
What a shot here from Exotic.
Needs, finds the head of Worship. Almost lines it up towards the Magician too. But the Marshall doesn't get its marker so far. Hesitant, eventually go for the high tide execute.
Well, a shot there connecting Marshall for Exotic. Themselves at least have some sort of advantage in this fight. Markel good on the one. That's a double for him. There's no way that Nico comes out of this alive, and that should be the site there without much of a hitch. They do have the Reckoning, but I would suggest against using that. Even the Neural Theft there wasn't totally ideal, but hey, whatever gains of the round, it's important. 9-12, and this has to be where MVP stopped this streak.
You know, sometimes you just need a bit more of safety before action, and as you can see it there, Mark L just gets a bit of that intel since they got the kill anyway. Neural Theft very situational, why not? Still though, RNC, they just look so much better for the past few rounds compared to any other moments in this map. And case in point, they're willing to go for the push, they're getting the same kind of map control, and they really just have no fear of MVP Esports by this point. They have to respect the operator though that Exotic's bringing out finally into this defensive half.
Oh, operator here coming out from Le Magician early on, but so is Exotic. He doesn't connect. Le Magician now knows of this information. Would expect a repeat here, but deciding instead to back on off, recognizing there might be a bit too much pressure to be played on towards here. As you see Mark L lurking, so as RNT gave up early contact towards that B long, they now want to try their luck elsewhere. Avoid that operator from Exotic, which they have known to be a problem.
Then again, Mark L is that point that they can pivot off from. Gets the contact towards main. RNT now regrouping as a whole here towards that A site. But you can see how MVP is so set up here. You have Kill and you have Sladom. These guys can really hold things down if ever they need to.
Will it be enough? Nano Swarms available here. Cascade as well could be thrown on out, as well as a Reckoning from Slatham. But here comes on the execute now. Lemon Magician taking that space. They want to take this fight. They want to take that dugout control. We see a lot of times on this post-plant hold from RNT, they like pressing the issue and taking at least one defender-sided power position away from the retake.
Oh, the backside now taken here by Lemon Magician as Mark L gets Nico.
Huge.
Worship on the board. We hear the Reckoning too, and the operator just doesn't get the connection whatsoever. RNT still fragging out. Slatham gets one. He finds at least one more on site thanks to the Reckoning. Can he find Hydra though? That's the question. The swing comes on in. Eventually, he does get the takedown. A 3K from Slatham looking to play the hero, but Worship zeroes in. And now we go double digits for RNT. Comeback looking to be a possibility this time.
And this is something that MVPE, they have to expect at this point. What did I say, Dax? On these, takes here on the attacking side from RNT, from Rambutan and Tatay, they love to push a lane. So if you're holding down Art, if you're holding down a position like that Flowers or the dugout, you have to expect that push to come on out. If I were them, I'd play back and actually trap them and use their aggression against them and capitalize off of when they do push those defender positions. Allow them to at least have some sort of trap in place for that post-plant hold.
Yeah, we're not getting that kind of lull, really. False sense of security could have been a strong point of contention here for MVP Esports, but instead, RNT, so secure, so sure, and so confident from how they go. The updraft's gonna be into play. V-Back, though, has been exposed. Sure, Le Magician baits out that attention, allows the rest of RNT to follow suit, and here we go again. Ace taken.
Daxis is looking like almost certainly match point in this case. They got the Seekers for the round, but I'd save that for the next one coming on up. Markel, quick punish. No real chance for MVPE unless maybe Exotic can make work with the blades, but that is quickly shut down. And they're simply swindling them out of this round. This should have been a sure game, but we're going to the final of regulation.
The only sure thing is RNT get better when they are on the ropes. Is this some main character syndrome I'm seeing?
Yeah.
First they say we'll lose out at the starts, but we'll be the ones to catch them in the end. And again, let's not forget, this is the map pick they're trying to steal away from MVP. They're taking so much space away from them. They're getting so much angles to utilize, especially once they get that spike down. It's no holds bars. We go into one more round here.
Final round of regulation could be extended into overtime if the attacking Rambutan and Tatay are able to take this operator out once more for Exotic. We haven't seen it just yet be a big thing here on Pearl for this MVPE defense. But now is a crucial time to make it happen. He's locked down that B-long control. Allows the rest of the defense to further put their interests and utility towards, the opposite side of the map. But if Exotic can get a pick here, this could be where they finally stop him. Able to recognize that the flash would come on through and dodge it.
Yep, playing the anti-flash, looking into the background. But this isn't the execute from RNT as of yet.
Smart.
It's a bit of a fake to get that space for Mark L, but no. Since you have Kel in the middle still, the alarm bot was still active, and MVP now, they know something's amiss.
Yeah, and that sends the defense back towards this A site. Smart here by RNT, though, to recognize that if a flash catches someone at that angle, there's a high chance they're on the op there, playing towards that screen, playing towards that back site. And so now they're looking to commit towards this A site once more, but almost the entirety of the defense is somewhat ready to try and repel this. Flash on him, catches the Magician out, but they should be able to get a plant.
Yeah, time was ticking, and RNT eventually on site. Twice, Mark L exposed by the Killjoy utility, but now the post plant to end all post plants. It's time indeed for the curtain call. Lem Magician first on the board. Exotic now falls on down. 2 for 1 here, but MVP still able to fight on back. Worship in a good spot here to fight here. Slatham with 2 for himself, and it's all left to Hydra versus familiar faces. The Reckoning go into play. Nico getting halfway because of the lineup, and Hydra will rear his head and keep RNT alive here. We go into overtime.
Hail Hydra at the end of it. So many rounds through and through. And the flank here from Markel would have been a crucial one to help them secure it, but that is why you need your controllers to be alive in those long bouts. The snake bite gaining them the advantage they needed, and Smartly enough, he falls all the way back, anticipating the push here coming from Slavum. RNT, how many rounds is that in a row? 8, exactly, for them to come back into it.
Well, curse looking to be real, but RNT, can they truly make this comeback a reality? We'll find out as now we go to them on the defense, where they have struggled so far. La Magician, a glass cannon, and a gamble. We move over main, and this will be MVP coming his way. The Dynamite gonna be there, though, seen now by the flash. Shot doesn't get the connection whatsoever. MVP with the punish, and this is their chance to move in.
Yeah, big catch. As he said, the glass cannon, but in this case, it shatters. RNT on this defense. The answer back, that's huge to get V-Black down. We saw him be a big problem a while ago during MVP's attacking side. And yeah, you're right, they dropped it.
See, still here by Link, and MVP hesitating now to actually put this spike down. Mark L with a bit of that second win. Nico goes, falls. And, well, this is such a big advantage now for RNT to work with. The Cascades are there just to burn. Exotic finally getting that takedown. Guiding Lights a little late to help. But eventually, MVP should have a bit of that confidence to put that spike down. RNT hear the cue, and they're ready to go for the retake.
Big problem here, though. MVPE, they've got that reckoning. So once that retake does come on in, they can start to shake him on up, but they use it preemptively to try and buy them even more time. RNT, difficult position to be put here, but they're able to wait it out at least in the end. These walls are going to keep up online for quite a bit, though. They have that backhaul control. They have to win this fight and punish Slavum. They do get the one.
Yeah, Exotic here, though, on the opposite end. Kel 2, but Worship with 2 for himself. Worship with a 3rd, and just whale Worship in these kind of scenarios. Say your prayers, as RNT are the ones on match point instead.
Well, you gotta praise his name, because Worship, he's brought his A game in that round. RNT, after being down 9-3, have taken the lead in overtime.
Where was this RNT at the start of the series? We have come back to RNT's comeback. And truth be told, MVP, they need to rethink now what happens when they're on series point. What happens when they're at the precipice of victory? Because that's where it just completely collapses. Is it really RNT just getting better and better, or MVP just a little too eager, a little too confident, and trying to close out some of those rounds? Timeout now called. I mean, so many questions needing to be answered here by MVP. RNT just said, "Tara, come back."
Okay. A bit of
Okay, let's
Tagalog from my co-caster,
Yes.
but I think it's a bit of both, Dax. You see here MVPE just obviously looking at map number 1, closing out, did become a bit of a struggle for them at match point, but RNT, to have that life just seemingly pushed into their lungs when the going gets tough, that's a big thing for them to have that kind of clutch factor as a team, as a whole. And MVPE just, I think because of their relative, and I use relative here strongly, inexperience and compared to some of the players on RNT that can really bring some anxiousness into a matchup like this.
Well, MVP, they need to shake things off as soon as possible. Now they're the ones on the ropes. Now they have to be careful on this defense. In RNT, you see the 4-1 split yet again. Let Mark L lurk. That's what the L really stands for. Lurking all around the map. Stay away. Try to make that opportunity towards A main especially. In the meantime, though, it's just that hold here from RNT to vie for mid if ever.
MVPE want to try something out towards that A main, but they're completely open for the most part here towards that connector, recognizing to give it on up. They have a turret anyways, locking down the art. So that early risk they took, not really going to work on out, because RNT looking to go towards his B site where Exotic, he pulls out the glass cannon of his own.
Might as well try to go for the gamble yourself. Guiding Light, though, doesn't get the intel and allows Exotic to get the kill on Hydra to begin with. Here comes the Magician now, looking to make that space, but people... Hey, MVP Esports at the crossroads, and now they're going for the crossfires instead. 2 for Worship, though. He's come online truly. Exotic to short these out, but he'll get felled by Hot Sauce. Nico's there for the trade, though. We go to 13-13, and we go to OT yet again.
You can see there, nobody able to really help Le Magician out within the site, and they absolutely needed to because of that snake bite that kept him at bay towards the long. He had to just stay alive there, maybe wait inside the cloudburst, but because he used both of them at that point, there's no real way to buy himself some space. Maybe a cage should have bought them a bit more, you know, space, a bit more control here, but ultimately enough, that single snake bite just was enough to dissuade RNT from pushing through, and we go into second overtime because of it.
Now we continue on, and here we go again. One more fight forwards main, one more scramble, and it leads to a 1-for-1 trade. So this time MVP will be retreating. They lose Exotic, so that's less space they can work with. Same case for RNT right now. But in the end, though, I feel like for RNT, they do get a bit of the advantage because of that trade.
Both Jets dropped here early on. No ops, instead going for the fighting option. RNT, because of that, still sticking here towards A. There hasn't been any information gained yet to send him towards B, but that's about to change.
Yeah, well, Mark L anchored now this time around. Can he handle all these numbers coming his way? But since Sladom is just fed by these orbs, now the Reckoning's gonna be there immediately. Hydra also stunned up, not only by the Reckoning, but also the Trailblazer. And in this case, the Snake Bite bounces back. Oh no, a series of unfortunate events unfolding now here for RNT. MVP in position to play the back holes in duplicate this time around. Guiding Light's gonna be there. Seems like Mark L wants to clear it first and foremost, but the slow peek doesn't work. Instead, Nico munching on them. A 3K for MVP Esports Sky. And now this puts them back into what we really started. 14-13, the match point is MVP's.
Nicely done here from MVPE, and especially Nico. Of course, when you
Nice
carry
one,
that
Nico.
name, you gotta bring your A game.
Good job, Nico.
Yeah. Good job. That's all I'll say. Claps all around.
I'm waiting for you to say thank you. Come on.
Thank you.
Don't be modest. There you
Thank
go.
you.
There you
very
go.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ah.
I mean, I tried my best. I am casting, so you know. In other words, partida.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I know it's hard to interview while casting and playing at the same time. But jokes aside, you can really see MVP shifted things over. And since they lost Exotic, can take that mantle anyway. We do have RNT though now looking to vie for main yet again. MVP in the meantime, this is such a strong hold towards that A site. Not only do you have Kill, but you have Nico and Sladom there by R2.
Well, I'm gonna circumvent this art hold, but information, nothing really gained so far here in the defense. That's all gonna change. As the A-site execute can potentially come on in, flash on out, confirm presence on that backside kill. His Nanoswarm's gonna isolate here the sole pusher in Markel and Lemagician, and Nico gets a punish off of it. Kel has a great spot here to deny the default plant.
So, as soon as this goes down, this should be a kill, but no Worship actually gets the takedown instead! How did that happen? RNC with a chance though, but Nico looking to snuff out that flame. Sladom's there too. It's 3v2. Exotic does have an operator though, and the Cascade now gonna be into play. Here comes the cove to allow the defuse to happen. The spam coming on in. Nico will get felled by Hydra. Sladom instead looking to push, isolates the angle with the Cascade, gets that takedown. Hot Sauce versus Exotic, but Hot Sauce is extra spicy in the clutch. We go again into another OT.
My goodness here. RNT once more. Even with their back against the wall, simply enough, find the spam through their Hydra kid coming in big. This kid has absolutely kept them alive twice now in this game. Hot Sauce, another clutch goes his way. Very reminiscent of what we've come accustomed to with a player like him.
And the Battle of the Harbors. We still have them both at 27 kills. It's still not done though. This map refuses to end. And RNC and MVP. It's quite a cause for celebration to see a good map from them this time around. But still not going to be enough. Mark L, he's the one towards that A site. Look at RNT's position towards B though. They've gotten control of main, and with MVP having an inkling of what's going on, they're looking to go for Art instead here.
Yeah, you can see the pings here coming from that attacking MVP side. They want to take this connector control. They give them an option to either split A or B if it ever does come, but it seems like A is going to be the immediate option in this case. Mark L, he takes that A main control, and because he's got a tripwire there, he can firmly sit here idly and know to put his efforts into holding down this A site along with Worship.
He saw him. That was actually a big spot right now by Exotic. They know someone's playing towards that dugout. Hot Sauce, though, in the meantime, very wary of their initial spawn. And the rotate instead from MVP. They're slowly trying to get through the labyrinth that is the RNT position. La Magician, though, and Hydra Kid will catch out V-Black very easily in that double up. This time around, RNT has the pinch and has the kills going in their favor for B2 immediately. And it's all left now to Kelt to fight back. He's gonna try to play the hero here. Worship has come online, Joe, in the same regard. And with time running out, he has to go for the spike and get that plant going. Tries to get into cover here. The Guiding Light, though, doesn't spot out anything as of yet. And Kel looking to go for the kills. So close, but Worship will refuse to budge an inch there. RNT, they're the ones on match point now.
Again here, Worship coming in big, but you saw there that when they came out of that connector towards the B lane, they were actually able to bypass that tripwire that was placed here by Mark L. But I think after the first or second person made it through, somebody shot it on out. And as soon as they did, that sent the defense rotating here towards that B site, try and pincer them down from that single solo B link entrance that they had, and they're able to instead bypass that and just, I don't know who made the mistake of doing it, but the simple butterfly effect of it really making sure that, well, I guess it crumbled down here on the attacking side of MVPE, who now pull out the op once more on Exotic.
Yeah, Exotic, does he hit his shot early on? Yes, he does! And that is big because Hot Sauce has been so strong in these latter rounds. Gotta say though, RNC, they committed with their positions in the last round. Can they do so now with commit towards this B side? Guiding Light to open things up. There's the dash on in, but the halls hasn't been taken by Lem Magician as of yet. Exotic eventually escaping now towards CT. Lem Magician instead looking for the pixel angle towards Link. Bravery here to get that refrag. V-Back though did find Mark L. It's 4v3 and they're just waiting for the Q yet again here for MVP. The op in hand. Just waiting to see if he's gonna come out this way. Knows now the sky's in the corner. Doesn't hit the shot though. 3v3 scenario in this regard. The high tide's gonna be into play too.
Yeah, difficult to retake with an operator out here, but Slatham and Nico, they respond, and MVPE, they hold on. We go to another overtime.
Good job, Nico.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Okay, so what did you do right in that round?
Not get killed. 1.
Okay.
Get the defuse. 2. And clutch it up while casting. 3.
Amazingly done. And truth be told, Nico has been such a long-time name in the VALORANT Cebu scene especially. He's been in some of the top teams from that same province, from that same region, and it really just goes to show that RNC, they still have to deal with some stellar players on the other side, even if they get the entry point. Exotic, though, this time he came in clutch with that initial frag. Losing Hot Sauce early removes such a big partition of the RNT execute, right? When you lose one of the walls, your initial setup for the Viper doesn't become as strong as you wanted, and case in point there, as soon as they get on site, it was a struggle to be confident to put that plant down.
I still am so surprised and cannot believe that we are not done with map number 2. With the way things were going a while ago, and just the resiliency of RNT, but even MVPE here in this overtime, it is astounding that we're coming into, what is this, 4th overtime right now?
12-12, 13-13, 14-14, 15, yeah. My math is very wonky today, isn't it?
Yeah, did you have to count it with your fingers?
Yeah, never mind. I'm just not even gonna bother answering your question. But the question is, who will actually take this map? Is it RNT? Is it MVP? We'll find out with the MVP execute towards that B site yet again. You can see it here though. MVP, they just love to play as that 5 lurk if it isn't V-Black. So it's a big commitment that they actually put him here with the rest of the roster. Exotic to lead that charge. There's the Trailblazer right now. The double up though on Halls is something dangerous to watch out for here for RNC. And let's see if the Magician and Hydra can get something out of it.
Yeah, it's a dangerous space to be put into here. RNT holding on for the meantime. Defensive operator not out here for the Rambutan Tatay squad. Instead, looking to brawl within this site a bit more. Have most of their defense prepped towards it, but you can see because they don't have a trap towards that B link, the attention of Hot Sauce is going to be divided to try and hold off that lurk. Push comes on in. They have to get this kill. Exotic being peppered quite up heftily. No smoke towards CT. Allows Worship to get an angle, but they win out the fight here towards that back haul, and everything going MVP's way.
Yeah, it was a problem, but they cleared it anyway. MVP Esports made sure to double, triple check everything and anywhere on that site, and they were just so exceptional in the heavy-handed approach. Mark L, can he do anything from the ramp? Gets one, but doesn't find anything else for himself. MVP back to that match point.
My goodness. RNT here. Just not able to shut down that push coming on in, and once more, because they didn't have that trap there towards that door, you can see Hot Sauce, his, I guess, attention was divided and was a bit more pulled away from the initial push to come in from that B main. Just the lurk presence that players like V Black and Kel have had throughout that attacking side of theirs a while ago. Still, I guess, living rent-free in the back of the heads of RNT.
Oh, just gotta shake it off if you wanna go for more RNT. Here we go yet again. And interesting enough this time, taking a page of what we saw from MVP Esports. It's Mark L alongside them so far. You can see a late regroup here from Hot Sauce as well, just so he doesn't die too early on into play. The cloud burst in the dash before the high tide allows now MVP to have a small corner. Feedback has back on the way. The plant comes RNT's favor.
The cage, the snake bite, just to confirm that, but while utility burnt here early, no more cages available for Markel. All he's good for at this point is fighting with his utility. Those traps and that singular cam is all they're gonna have to rely on here. But the fight, it goes their way for the meantime. Backhaul control though, taken by MVPE. This is good.
Yeah, 2v2 down for both sides. 3v3 from such a long staging ground. And here by Ramp, MVP will decree that this will be their destiny. Finally, the award for the first series on the board for themselves goes to MVP Esports. They got on site and they got rid of all the defenders, or basically the holders on the opposite end. It took a while, but they get the 2-0 anyway.
And there we see the problem in burning a lot of the utility on that initial take. They didn't have much to hold on to the post plant, and that was something I was looking to really see be punished, you know, by MVPE throughout the opening attacking sided half there of the Rambutan Tatay squad. We saw their initiates use that utility early, and for the most part, I was wondering, when does it come? When MVP punished that on their defense, and it finally came in the 4th round of overtime.
It took a while. That's for sure.
For sure.
And I feel like that's maybe the question moving forward for MVP Esports. They look so strong at the start. They look so well coordinated. And I'm loving what we're seeing in terms of the crossfires and in terms of how this team is gelling. But what is up with how these match point scenarios go? Can they finish up the job cleaner next time? We'll find out as they finally move up on the standings. It's a heartbreaker here from RNC. There's so much fight in them. There's so much character. But in the end, it's from 0-3 to, I believe, 0-4. And yeah, the odds of them making it to the playoffs look very much wary right now. As you can see the stats, 17-15, both Harbors taking top frag honors.
I mean, they did what they could, and Hot Sauce had some incredible moments. Actually, every single player, I think, here from that Rambutan Tatay squad did. All of them chiming on in, waking up at various points throughout this series, throughout this map especially. And how many times did it come, especially when they were down 9-3, and then gaining the advantage, gaining the lead in overtime number 2. And yet still, RNT could not close it out in the end. I think the biggest problem here a lot of times were RNT, because they were just so, I guess, pressured to try and win this game, pressured to win a round finally, that they would burn so much utility once more on a lot of their initial opening attempts that they'd be dry out for time, and util in those post plants, and same case on the defense.
Why does it feel like for RNC, when they feel more comfy and when they feel more lax, that's when they just look oh so better? Perhaps, maybe that's really the stance that they should take. They know what they're good at. When they were in the open qualifiers, there wasn't really that pressure to perform in the first place. But now, since they're a bit of those expectations, has it really hurt them instead? In this case, though, saw them once they had MVP Esports on that 12-round scoreline. It was them waking on up. In the end, it was still MVPs. And for V-Black, he was the one delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. For me, V-Black was just such a big component of MVP's victory. His leadership, I'd say, or some of these smokes, some of these calls, some of these lurks, that allowed MVP more opportunities than what we saw from RNC early on.
Well, is certainly able to paint it black and keep the stone rolling here coming in for the MVPE squad. And my oh my, did they benefit off of it? Even just his lurking game that we saw throughout this series, as we saw there, you know, throughout maybe, I think the second to the last round where I said Hotz's attention was divided to have to worry about that lurk in the first place because of the amount of pressure and presence he's able to give throughout this map, aside from just utility, but just positioning wise, it became a big problem at the end, both mentally and within the game, for this RNT squad to have to deal with. But for the meantime, I am Black and Blue. Thank you guys for tuning on in. We got Dax here, our birthday boy, but we're going to go to our panel because I got some words to say.
I was like what was that? 17, 15, I think?
Wow. Round 32, right? Mga ganon, round 30-something, diba? So parang grabe talaga. And I thought that this is really going to go in favor of MVP, Asarai.
Yeah. What was kind of interesting there is obviously the second wind na nagkaroon para sa MVP Esports sa RNT. It was very interesting to see that, but I think it was the click ng follow-up na meron sa kanila. Mark L and FL Hot Sauce had such a huge reason as to why umabot tayo sa such a almost comeback. Kasi that was, minasyon nga sa ni Villain na parang 4-12 ata. It's biglang kasi I lost track of like the rounds because of how just of a blur it was.
I mean, that's not the first time we've seen RNT do that, especially on second maps. Parang may buff sila basta sa second map. We even saw that, was this against, either Zol or SR. I can't remember which team it was in particular, but they managed to steal that second map away. We were close to seeing that, but looked shaky. I do, however, have to applaud MVP for their new roster. They look a lot more structured. They look a lot more confident with their takes. I do kind of feel like there are times where they do miss Asta's clutch factor. But at the end of the day, they still closed it out despite how young this roster is. And I'm just really hopeful to how Kel develops, because I feel like a lot of microscopes were on him. I thought he'd be playing that second fragger, but it's actually Nico going back to a more familiar role.
Yeah.
But honestly, on my end, I just wanted to add as well. Aside from just the new guns, again, there is no drop of performance na pinakita dito ng core 3 of MVP, right?
Yeah.
Slatham was just as usual, absolutely stunning performance para sa kanya. Even if he plays on like a different role na rin, diba? Kasi Nico took the helm of Initiator. I'm not sure if it's just on the Pearl map specifically. I think it just was. Yeah, Slatham still played the Sova kanina. But you do see his versatility as well as his skills still showing up dito sa second map in particular.
I agree. Definitely, like, he's actually like one of the more explosive players I think that we have here. Na parang hindi siya yung parang parang like the typical duelist that we're very, very flashy, but it's like once you come into contact with him, yung parang you can expect definitely like some of the multi kills coming in and some of the more incredible plays like that just happen in a few seconds. And I really do think that like I do agree with you guys. The core of the 4 more Abaddon, na 4 more LFS is definitely doing really, really well here. I just wanted to ask you, Asarai, can you tell us a little bit more about like Kel, for example? You guys mentioned that he's really, really young. Not much experience, not much information rather on Kel just yet, hindi ba?
Yeah, honestly, was also pretty surprised. Then Raf had the most, I think, insight on this. Then like I was just watching it a little bit more. I saw what Nico was doing. Kel, on the other hand, he had, I think for the most part, para sa akin, he had good discipline for a player that I have never seen in the scene, which kind of set up a lot of things para sa gustong gawin ng MVP.
Kel did play, I believe, in our open qualifier for, what was it? Let me just pull up my notes. Hobby Esports. There you go. So yeah, as you mentioned, not a lot of experience in. Asar, did you really just assume just because I'm Cebuano and that's a Cebuano team, I would know? Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You're right.
Absolutely,
but,
man.
So, you guys brought up fantastic points. Kahit bago yung roster, di naman nawala or naiba yung personality, and I guess that MVP experience, right, with that core. We still saw them pop off, especially Exotic. He still had his moments. No dip in his performance, as you mentioned. And Kel had his outstanding rounds too. I feel like it was a bit of a surprise that Kel was on the Sentinel, because if I'm not mistaken, he did play a little bit of Initiator and Controller. But I guess him on that Sentinel to, again, fill the void of not having Asta, and did such a great job at it. I feel like we can only say good things about this roster moving forward.
Yeah, exciting things to come definitely for MVP Esports, especially as the weeks go on and on. Unfortunately for RNT, this means na hanggang ngayon wala pa silang wins on the board. And with this new adjustment, it really does ask a lot of questions. I am still eager for this team to really, showcase what they have here sa VCTPH. Kaso lang, mukhang it's not gonna get any easier at all. We are just down to our second series of the day, though. But before that, we're gonna throw it to a quick break. When we come back, it's gonna be Zol versus Oasis Gaming.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana's Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed, all left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana's Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, As Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Guido, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and pow!
Welcome back to VCTPH Split 2, and we are on to our second series. And joining me for the panel, si Osiris naman at si Wolf. Good job pala sa inyo. Kamusta ang feeling na nakaabot kayo sa 30 plus na rounds? Kailangan nyo ba ng tubig? Sapat na ba ang pagitan natin para sa inyo?
I love it! Magaling, magaling.
Tayo. Pwede,
Malupit.
Pwede,
Oo.
Osay. Actually, tama nga si Osay, no? It is time for our sponsors. Ganun na. Ganun ka tayo mag-segue eh. This event is made possible, of course, by Riot Games and by Mineski Philippines.
And Grab Unlimited, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month. Enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month.
And don't forget, VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And sana ready na kayo para sa next series na ito. Pero medyo mas chill kayo dito kasi panel lang kayo and pwede na kayo magpahinga ng konti, hindi ba? Kasi it's going to be Zol and Oasis Gaming. Hindi naman talagang pahinga kasi parang medyo mainit din yung laban na ito eh. Kasi both of these teams are sitting at 1 win and 1 loss na nasa 4th and 5th, I think. Sila sa leaderboard natin. Whoever takes this series gets that 1 up. So medyo parang both teams are very, very capable. Malalakas din yung mga teams na ito. And it's going to be, I think, a tough one for both sides. Now, taking a closer look muna at Zol, di ba? Yung parang this is an org that actually took quite a big fight to Now's Esports na currently Kings of PH, di ba? So let's take a closer look at their roster.
Zol in VCT might be new, pero yung mga pangalan na nakikita na ninyo sa inyong screen, Naru, Joseph, Patman, Senior Girl, and Zin, matagal na sa eksena. Ang daming beses na rin sila nagpakita ng kanilang galing. Hindi nga lang sila doon talaga nakakuha ng kanilang championship or yung pinakamalayo talaga na nabot nila. But you saw dito sa VCT Split 2, nagpasimula sila ng mainit. Although natalo sila ng isang series, nakikita natin na lahat ng mga rounds sila, lahat ng mga games, mga maps nila, nilalabas nila yung galing nila.
Yes, exactly, no? And yung nakita nga nating performance nila towards MVP Esports. Although hindi ito yung MVP na roster na nakita natin kanina, still it means a lot na meron silang score dito. They are sitting on a 1-1 which is equivalent ng Oasis ngayon.
Oo nga eh. Para sa akin, Zol is one of the teams na nagpapakita ng stability dito sa
Yeah.
VCTPH actually. They usually, parang nag-struggle sila ng konti to get a clean 2-0 for a best of 3.
Yeah.
For example, parang usually first map. Tapos sa second map, medyo nawawala na ng steam, di ba? Nawawala ng momentum ng konti. Tapos highly one-sided yung parang second map nila. So if they win a map against Oasis, second map talaga yung true test para kay Zol. Pero, guys, this is Oasis Gaming we're talking about. So let's take a closer look at this roster na long-standing dito sa VCTPH.
Long-standing team, ika nga ni Tita Mika and Oasis. Next si Georgie Marky, Wild Orior, and Heavy 8K. Hindi na to stranger pagdating dito sa VCT. And consistently, no, sila nga yung pinaka nakikipagbalagbagan closely against the top 1 team currently, which is Naos. So, sabi as much as we are expecting nga na they're sitting on a 1-1, yung loss na yun o yung defeat na yun galing sa Naos mismo. So, it's really given na mayroon ngang gasgas sa kanilang armor for now, pero they're going up against Zol, which is sabihin na nating newly tested or being challenged na team dahil Oasis, they are consistently on the top 3. Talagang hindi sila nawawala.
One thing naman sabi ko kung bakit para naging consistent nga itong Oasis, saktong-sakto kasi may I run into one of my oldest friends dito sa esports at he happens to be part of Oasis for some basta mahaba-habang kwento, but the way ang promise niya lang is there's a lot of support from the organization. Ang dami nilang plano for this one. And that's probably the reason why long-standing sila malayo din yung naabot ng team na to. There's a lot of development in it and it's because of the help na rin naman na nakita natin mula dun sa organization itself. Oasis is getting bigger by the day dito sa esports scene sa Pinas.
Definitely. And actually, mas na-intriga ako sa kwento ni Wolf na yan. Sana hindi mo na lang binanggit, di ba? Ano kaya yan? Pero ayun nga, you're absolutely right, di ba? Yung parang in terms of organizations, Oasis Gaming talaga since day one, di ba? Nandito sila sa VCTPH. Taking a look at our head-to-head though dito, medyo mainit to na laban kasi when we talk about Zol, when we talk about Oasis, di ba? Itong two names na nandito ngayon, take a look at those numbers, it can be very, very fiery because of these two. And actually, yung big question ko dito, we have Senior Carl here on the side of Zol. Kaso lang, pwede din kasi maging si Zin if we're talking about duelists dito, Osiris eh.
Yeah, no, yung kanilang flexibility, and Zol is one of those teams na kaya mag-shift ng kanilang mga roles, and either Zin or Senior Carl, both members mentioned has been one of the consistent players na talagang they are delivering every map. Na nakikita talaga natin yung results or yung kanilang ambag or towards na makuha nila yung victory. But the thing is, as we are happy with the performance of Senior Carl and Zin. You can see the disparity with Georgie, no? As Oasis, as one of the best teams, talagang they still need, Zol needs to work more towards being on par with Georgie's stats.
Yeah. Ma-share ko lang din parang ito, interestingly, 2 years, more than 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, interestingly, naging part din naman ako ng isa sa mga unang mga splits din ng VCT back when hindi pa nagkaroon ng mga split. And then, nung mga time na yun, it was definitely Senior Carl versus Georgie na rin. ang tagal na nilang
Long
nagbabakbakan dito.
rival.
So many, it was a very long rivalry. Ang dami ng development ng dalawang players na to. They have been somewhat flexing na rin. May mga iba't iba na sila mga in-explore na galawan dito or pag-atake sa Valorant. And now that we see them once again split to, the rivalry is still going to continue.
Definitely. And mas exciting na nga ngayon, hindi ba? And going into our map, Vito, very, very curious kung ano yung lalabas ng mga teams dito sa ating map, Vito. Last time, nakita natin na yung Zol banned Lotus. So I think they're going to do it again, especially since yung Oasis picked this map with a game plan against Naus last time dito sa Lotus.
Yeah, and stats don't lie ika nga nila, di ba? Na Lotus is one of those map na sobrang gamay ng Oasis. And as for Zol, it feels like they're having a hard time dealing pa dito sa Lotus. Actually, they haven't played pa nga as per stats na nakikita ko ngayon. So parang ang weird nga na sabihin nating maglaro ka sa mapa na hindi mo pa entirely na-explore. So, one of the choices, but, fracture pero medyo talagang, bold pick na remove ang fracture.
Yep.
Actually pwede din yan. Para sa akin kasi, para sa Oasis, since mas malawak yung map pool nila, they could honestly just ban out the comfort picks and they can try to just push Zol sa mga riskier maps na ganito. So, para sa akin, smart move na binana yung Zol sa fracture.
Yeah. But this also means na pwede mag-Lotus.
Ayun!
Pwede mag-Lotus ang Oasis.
Kuya Wolf.
They won it. They won with it. At
75%
defense naman
win
na
rate.
pwersa dito sa Zol. And dito sila naipit. But we'll see. Pwede kasi mag-default maps dito yung Zol para magtipong bumalik lang sila sa they just go back to Ascent and Pearl. Knowing na parang kaya naman nila talagang sabayan nito. When it comes to just skill and mechanics, kaya nilang sumabay dito sa Oasis. So, pwede nilang dalhin lang dun sa mga default maps na yon.
Yeah, kumbaga hindi sila entirely magiging complex sa execution. They just want to go with the one way or sabihin na nating simplest win condition going up against a bigger team. So, Ascent is sabihin na natin talagang possible map. And as for the decider, ang pinaka-feel ko dito is possible. I was thinking split. Pero syempre, aware ang Oasis. Mataas ang win rate ng Zol towards split. So yeah, I think that's a respect banning lead.
Yeah. Baka mapa-pearl lang din Ito kasi ito yung strong. Para sa akin talaga strong yung second sa veto. Kasi parang sa number of maps, ikaw talaga magde-decide ng pinakahuling map. But instead, Pearl ang kanilang veto ngayon. So, going to Haven. And they essentially chose that itong Haven na to. I guess na mukhang komportable din sila. I think they did not. Actually, first time nito maglaro ngayong split 2 for this one. For Haven.
I have a feeling in terms of maps pa lang, mukhang pabor to sa Oasis Para sa akin, parang I think parang na-seal na yung deal, 'di ba? With that first map pick.
Momentum no? Kumbaga, Lotus, sobrang gamay nila. And mind you, kalaban pa nila nun yung Naos and it was really a close game talaga. And going up against Zol, by paper, by stats, alam natin na Oasis will be coming out on top. So, medyo questionable na nakalagpas ng Lotus.
Ito yung sa, in terms of like the map picks and everything, we were discussing earlier na yung parang pagdating sa second map, minsan yung parang kasi malakas yung performance ng Zol sa first map and everything. Pagdating sa second map, minsan 50-50 yung performance. So, ngayon na sila yung second map pick nila na nasa Ascent, it's going to be the true test for them really to have that endurance, to have that comeback, and really na parang get the ball rolling dito sa second map para umabot nila sa Haven. If indeed yung Oasis really takes home Lotus kasi para sa akin it really is one of their better maps.
I can't help but agree with you, Mika. Parang I honestly feel na parang masaya mag-root for Zol ngayon, specifically in this matchup, kasi knowing na it could be a duel between like long storied na mga pangalan dito sa VCT. Imagine that ever since day one, di ba? May mga names na doon na nakikita natin sa Oasis and dito sa Zol. You want to kind of root for Zol para sila naman yung may makahanap ng konting success. But with how the map veto looks like, parang mapapadelix kayo. Siguro, ang naiisip din nito ng Zol Esports, they wanna go for the long run. Okay, sige, bigay na natin yung first map na yan, Lotus, whatsoever, but they get the set, the default map, and then eventually, dun sa Haven, na sila naman yung pumili, so they have to be prepared for it. So, it kind of tells me na baka yung Zol dito really eyeing for a 3-game series and not a 2-0 or whatsoever.
Definitely. So that's the question, no? Na parang baka marathon ang gusto nila. Yung question,
Yes.
nakapag-training ba sila ng maayos para sa marathon na ito? Let's see. But before that, we're gonna go into our predictions for this one. And I think balita ko na medyo hindi tayo unified panel, no? Hindi ba? Basta, sino ba yung
Panel curse.
Alin? So let's pull up our predictions right now.
Sassy Wolf.
Saucy Wolf?
Saucy.
Saucy Wolf.
Wolf.
Saucy Wolf. Sino naman? Tingnan mo naman yung suot ni Wolf. Mukhang respectable na person.
Wow.
Actually,
Nagulat
nahiya
ako
na nga.
eh.
Nahiya
Kahit
na
ako
nga
eh. Ako, nagulat din ako eh. Parang sana yata nag-prepare ako ng suit.
Men, naka-hoodie lang ako. Akala ko yung parang, uy guys, mag-hoodie tayo lahat. Casual lang. Tapos lahat kayo ng parang ang ayos ng suot nyo eh. Uy, pero flex ko lang ng konti. At least VCT.
Ay,
okay. Sana all.
Meron ka niyan. Sana all.
Sana
all.
all.
Yun na nga yung predictions. Nakita niyo na ako sino yung rat ngayon. Sino yung nakita. And that's Wolf, no? I certainly agree nga na pwedeng alam naman natin na second map wonder ang Zol. So they just gave up the first map and then eyeing for a 3-game series. Pero mainit yung Zol pick mo. Kuya Wolf pa.
I know. I mean, like I said, di ba, parang sarap magtiwala ngayon sa Zol Esports. Especially dun sa I think mas na-judge natin yung Zol ngayon, lalong-lalo sa Split 2 dahil dun sa first 2 games nila.
Yeah.
Surely na all-out sila dun sa Naus eventually, but it was a very strong performance anyways mula dun sa Zol. And you saw na dun sa second series, it was a 2-1 din. So, this is a team that you would want to really parang vote for dahil dun sa kanilang performance lang. And I guess na ito na, probably ito na yung panahon para eventually matapol nila yung Oasis Gaming after a long time.
Yes. So mukhang set na ang body, mind, and Zol ni Kuya Mo Wolf. At minsan we'll see. Minsan kasi yung mga underdogs, they definitely can. And I would be lying if I said a part of me wasn't cheering for Zol just because parang ang gagaling din ng mga players nila. Pero this is, again, since day one, hashtag Oasis Gaming we're talking about here. But let's not delay any further. Let's throw it on over to our casters for Oasis Gaming versus Zol Esports.
Body, mind, and soul. Things that Zol really need to step up to the competition. Hello guys, my name is Raf, and that wonderful human being over there is also Raf. And that other guy is Astra. I'm kidding.
Wow.
wow. Welcome back. It has been such a long time, man. Just like Mika said earlier, we're still trying to recover from that quote-unquote break, per se. But here we are.
Yeah, definitely still recovering from all the action that we've experienced from Pacific League, absolutely. But it's a nice treat to get back to the local scene and see how teams are unraveling. As we did see, we were the panel for the first series where there was a whole bunch of roster changes with RNT as well as looking for a sponsor now known as MVP Esports, and now going into the other nitty-gritties, as the panel was talking about. It's going to be Zol, technically former SR Nakage, majority of their roster technically, against Oasis Gaming here. It, as they mentioned, definitely is looking very Oasis Gaming sided. SR Nakage, even though they do have promise, they do have the talents, it still hasn't converted into, I think, anything other than just the win against MVP from last week.
You know, I agree with that sentiment. I think this is where we finally gauge where they stand in the overall scheme of things, right? Because on paper, Zol is a very, very rigid core. They've been together for quite some time, and they can really stamina out a lot of these difficult situations. But with that being said, and as you've mentioned, it hasn't necessarily translated well into placement. Even in their previous iteration, they just could not break into that top 4, top 3 even consistently. Again, going into our first split, they're probably the most practice core, right? We saw them play quite a bit during the offseason, then they've been grinding it out in our community circuit, pardon me. And once again, what does it lead up to? Where will this team, or when will this team finally outgrow that shell?
Yeah, and one of the biggest issues, or not really the biggest issues, but at least an indicator of how the struggles really have plagued Zol Esports here is technically, even though they were from that split 1 team, they didn't make the cut for the top 4. So they had to still go through the open qualifiers alongside the now SR Nakage. So that means that, again, there is, again, that touted performance from them. It just hasn't really clicked, and now it's going to be even more pressed because of the map selection that's going to be there. It's going to be Lotus in the first map against Oasis, which we know Oasis does have a pretty nasty setup on, so that's going to be quite the challenge for them to overcome. There's so many things as well with the regards of how Zin will be performing in this one, even though he is incredibly strong. Naru in this one, Singer Carl. It's basically the whole roster, but I think those 3 primary players have been pivotal, if not the opposite of that as well.
What is the opposite of... no,
okay.
Okay.
So
No.
I'll explain. Let me, do I or...
so the thing is, pivotal is still apt because it can mean both bad and good, right? A lot of the responsibility and the impact is on the shoulders of all the players you mentioned. The success is really on the shoulders of Zin and crew, so on and so forth, right? So when they don't perform, then you could honestly, and I hate to say it, point your fingers at them, because we've seen them really carry this team to heights that we haven't seen be replicated just yet. Again, we're not necessarily early in the season as well. Actually, are we early in the season? It's what, week 2?
It's like midway.
Week 2, week 3. Yeah. Again, my memory has just been not very good. There's been so much Valorant going on everywhere in the world that it's been hard to keep track of things. But going back to
clarify, we
my
are
point,
kind of midway, because our last match will be around for a regular split will be like May 4th. So about 3-4 more weeks of VALORANT in VCTPH. So yeah, you're about right.
That being said, right, again, the responsibilities of these players are very clear. But the question is, how can they efficiently get to that type of success? Because I feel like it's really unrealistic to expect pop-off games from anybody, really, every single outing, every single time they're on the server. You can't necessarily expect anybody to average 25. But that being said, Asra, maybe this whole new look and potentially new system that they're trying to employ is what pushes them over the hill. But we have yet to see that. Again, we have yet to see that. So many questions.
Yeah, because the thing is, this particular Zol roster is playing now with the 5-man roster compared to the 6 that they had before. They were interchanging Maxi and Naru, if I'm not mistaken. So they had their answer back then that, oh, if you really want that utility-heavy synergy, we have Maxi. Now, there's no more option like that. They have to employ Naru here. Looking at the past 2 series that they got, they had that match with Naos where first map, they looked extremely, extremely promising. That Icebox map, you cannot forget.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. It was super memorable. There was so much highlights from every single player. And then the second game, third game came up, and then Naos just maybe awoke, or it's at least for underperforming, maybe a mixture of both. They did win that series against MVP, but again, you can also put it into the fact that MVP were still in the state of transition then. That was the MVP that still had Hydra, Rababs, and Asta. Exactly.
Asta,
so it felt like they were maybe not in the same level of attunement as Zol here, because Zol already had their set roster, while others are still in that state of transition. So again, just kind of looking at things from this perspective, They
No,
still
I
have a
re-
lot to prove themselves.
I remember what we said. You know, we might be segueing a little bit, but I remember
Yeah,
what me
we're
and
still
Asarai
waiting
said.
for the Aegis lecture. It's fine.
Yeah, true. So what me and Asarai said about that entire day was, well, again, I'll say this before we go on a bit of a break. But me and Asarai said that on that day in particular, Oasis looked much cleaner than Naus because Naus dropped the map against Zol, right? If I'm not mistaken. But then again, the head-to-head just really did not benefit Oasis. And I feel like that's kind of lying heavy. But, you know, before we can dissect into this, Asarai, are there any, well, parting words before we throw into a short break?
I'm still very excited about this. It might seem like I'm, you know, hounding too much on the Zol roster, but it's because I am such a big fan of what they were able to achieve in such a short amount of time. They were just, you know, a team from I think like last year that was able to get into a lot of grand finals, if not win or, you know, be top 2 in that one. So again, there's so much to watch out for. In any case, we are going to go on a quick break, guys. When we come back, hopefully we can get started with game number 1 in the second series.
Game time, ladies and gents, as I've still trying to find the center of my screen. Here I am. All right. So welcome back. I was like, oh, I'm looking at you, bro. Why do we do this? Why do we do this? I'm so sorry, guys. We're so sorry. You know what? On the behalf of everybody, no, we're not sorry. We're not sorry. We won't apologize. But we will apologize for the slight delay. But here we are, guys. Like I mentioned earlier, it is game time. Once again.
Oh no, I was muted the whole time. Wait, let me do that bit again. Hey, what's up?
No. It was fun the first time, the second time.
They didn't hear it, okay? So they couldn't understand what was the context of such interaction. All right?
Okay, I understand. I understand why the run back had to happen. But once again, guys, apologies for all the delays. Here we are, Zol versus Oasis, who's had, you know, a bit of a... Has Oasis had a rocky path as of late, Asar? Because we know they're supposedly the most dominant team, right? But then dropping the grand finals and then not getting the run back, etc., etc. Would it be laying heavy on their heads? Maybe. I don't think it should affect their performance today, though, nor anything against other teams, but still, something to be considered.
Honestly, I don't think they have a rocky start or anything else. I think there's just maybe a slight bump in the road if you don't take into account the Naos matches. Because every single time they've played against Naos, they've lost, either whether to take away a map. In any case, they always get that 3-1, 2-1 scoreline. The only other team that has made Oasis bleed was Game Lab Alpha, but that was in Split 1, and they did get they did have their revenge match also in Split 1. So in any case, I think Oasis are still incredibly strong. There is that bit of chink of armor where they might take a while, or sometimes they start to lose the ball. But I feel like coming into Split 2, it's been a whole different face altogether, because considering how they played against Naos in that previous game, and considering how strong Naos are, Oasis held their ground pretty damn well.
I agree, but I feel like the expectations of Oasis was to just outright flatten everybody. It wasn't to hold ground against any other team. It was really just dominate the scene. But I feel like that's always the question, right? When we see them play, no matter against... for example, today, I feel like everybody expects Oasis to clearly be, you know, over Zol. And as much as we hate to say it for all the Zol fans out there, because Oasis is still a scary, scary team. They've had the accolades to prove it. Individually, they're so talented too. So what is missing is still the answer, or rather the question. But we got to focus our lens on this series in particular. Asarai, do you think we're going to see something crazy on the side of Oasis, something a little bit more experimental, or are we going to see a tried and tested lineup?
I do know that Oasis is restructuring their support staff, as was mentioned by Wolf a while ago during the panel. So it is a onward and upward kind of trajectory for them, right? But for the most case, I think it's because of just how far or how high the execution and playstyle Oasis wants to do that makes it also difficult for them to always be there. So they're trying to be consistent at the highest level of what they think is high level. So it's also, you know, not that easy. But that being said, though, kind of a different spell here. Zin is going to be playing as the Sage on Lotus. I don't think we've ever seen Zin actually play this on Lotus, right? He's always been the Jet, so they're gonna have to play something different. Maybe they saw something from Abaddon Abyss somewhat back, that Abaddon was using that Neon Shocker play with the breach. No breach this time, at least for Zol, but something of a similar make.
Maybe, okay, let's point our lenses maybe away from the current MVP roster, but towards our Game Lab roster, putting Aeonix on that stage that just went absolutely
Actually,
ham.
yeah, that one. Yeah.
When we saw him play. And I think I like this restructuring on the side of Zol in terms of fragging power. Again, this is not to discredit Patman, as Patman has had fantastic performances on this map specifically, but him kind of being, and I'm sorry to all my fellow entry fraggers out there, the glorified recon dart is going to give Zind a lot more comfortability to fight and just have space for himself. to play that greedier role. And having that res up has just proven to be invaluable for a lot of our teams.
Oh, it is going to be quite interesting. A lot of teams are also very much favoring, again, the speed at which you can get that map control, which might not be too bad on Lotus. I think the punish play is going to be quite strong as well, because it feels like Oasis will be playing a lot more set heavy. Once Savvy plays that double satchel, he's not really going to play far back. I don't know how this is going to be panning out, but it's definitely two different approaches to what we already know of Lotus. And I'm actually really happy that this is turning out this way, because it feels like, you know how we've transitioned from Icebox to Pearl as the favored maps for a lot of the teams. Now I feel like it's starting to turn into Lotus as well, somewhere in the middle of that line.
Our map preferences have definitely taken a bit of a shift. I remember Haven really being a map that a lot of teams avoided, but again, I keep talking about that SV Empire roster and what they did for us as a region.
Yeah.
And, you know, Icebox was another one of those maps that was lost in the translation eons ago, but has become one of our...
Eons ago.
Poor Icebox, getting removed for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
I love Icebox. I think Icebox is still one of the best maps in the game. Like
I wonder
said,
why people
right?
say thank God. They're like saying like that. They're like Icebox should have just been like removed before.
I don't know, honestly, because Icebox is, well, it's getting stale now, especially with the meta that's been dominated by Viper Sova on that map for the longest time. Because I feel like Viper Fade was okay. It's just the range that you can operate with Sova is so much to deal with, especially on Icebox, but we will go somewhere a little more tropical in terms of temperature, and it's going to be here on Lotus. We actually see Georgie on that initiator role and a solo duelist on Xavi. Didn't actually notice that earlier, but with the wall being placed down and just being a slight deterrent, Oasis will not be able to execute that 5-man rush towards the center portion.
A little bit of control everywhere if possible. Georgie here finds Patman. No more duelist for Zol Esports. The singer Carl, a little bit trapped on Mound, has to hold it for the moment. And you can really see just Oasis working really well on their own side of the map. It's quite interesting here, but it's working because Zol, they're trying to get as much map control, as much info as possible, and they've already expended a good chunk of manpower as well as util power. What a flick from Singer Carl, but still the trade came in swift. Nexi did pick him up, 3 versus 4, and the rest of Oasis starting to move towards the seaside.
Move, and they find quite a bit of space to take for free. Zol's not really here to provide any resistance. We do see a rotation coming in from them. Nothing on the flanks. They will take this straight up as 2 of their players are going to be coming in from the connector position. CT will be soon occupied. Marky, although he has a position in heaven, Nexi is here striking down the Fury on every single mortal in front of him, Asarai. And that is going to be a very, very decisive round on the side of Oasis. And my goodness, Nexi, who's proven to be the sentinel of PH, proving it yet again.
And again, this is the pieces that we are expecting to just jive, synergize, fall into place very, very well for the Oasis roster. I mean, it's still very early, but looking that way. Buys right now for Oasis will be on the Bulldogs as well as the Guardian. And setup a little bit more different right now for Oasis as they start to stack up onto C here. The quick smoke from Sarah Carr to dissuade them ever so slightly, and they're adhering to it. But again, all of the options, all of the nice little goodie bags in the hands of Oasis as they can choose to go wherever they want.
That's true. And I like that you brought up their strategic preference of going for these super high execution sets that most of the time they do make it out alive and on top of their opposition, kind of like the Ultramarines, right? But when it does go wrong, they don't necessarily have a Gullyman to save them. But Xavi's here, really pushing the tempo, getting Patman out of the way. And with lesser weapons, Senior Carl, further impedance with just no HP whatsoever, no HP to speak of. Wild Oreo, very, very interesting plant here, Asarai. They've already anticipated a retake towards Mound. And with the anticipation, a reward. Senior Carl back on his feet. But what can that get him? A kill on Nexi, but not much else.
Man's aim is great, but overwhelmed in the end with the numbers of Oasis here. And this is what I really like about, you know, teams realizing that Spectre isn't the best way to go for purchase anymore.
Yes.
Again, it's still good,
Guardian.
yes. But when your opponent has their gun round, in a lot of situations, in a lot of the maps, it feels like you have to have a very specific playstyle for it, and it's not really good if the opponent team all sniffs it out. So having the Bulldogs and, as you mentioned, the Guardian, much more impactful.
It's scalable. It's really scalable
True,
here.
true.
We have Xavi is going to be removed from the rest of his team. Tries to jiggle, and we see the value of that early damage, Asarai. Georgie picking up a Phantom for himself is doing so much damage to the front line of Zol. And how do they respond to this? They're already down 2 members. No flash whatsoever, no info. So Oasis, they have the option to re-hit a site, maybe rotate out. But Senior Carl calls upon all the gods, and every single prayer answered.
Dang. The Señor is muy caliente. Very spicy with the shots. As it's turned into the 3 versus 3. Manageable for Zol right now. Marky's holding the faraway angle from everybody else. The ultimate from the Killjoy to dissuade the attacking or the defending side from coming back in. There's the timing, but Zin actually does not drop the ball. There's Wild Oreo with a quick little flick, but Sayer Carl will have to back away as that lockdown almost detains him. Backing up into the site, the flashes to dissuade him a lot more here. But he's not going to back down. There's the contact from the turret. 2 of them holding on to Tree here. And he TPs. I like the finesse of things, but he took already the initial damage down to 20, and Nexi will gut him regardless.
As all right now, I don't feel like they're keeping Oasis out as well as they can. I mean, surely it's telling that they've lost the first 3 rounds, right? But the way that they're trying to control the space just doesn't seem as coordinated as you would think. Again, we saw the early flash and the response when they did read the aggression from Xavi, but there was no more than a single person of support to really flood such an important area of the map, Asar. So with that being said, now they have to suffer a low buy yet again.
Yeah. Batman. Ooh, all right. Double satchel, but that this utility usage from Wild Oreo is keeping these initial contacts, the members of, well, this initial contacts to force Zol to be honest, right? Because usually that's the issue that I think a lot of teams will have on the attacking side here in Lotus, that if you don't have proper setup at the very start without getting contact, before you get contact, you're actually giving a lot more advantage to the attacking side. In any case, Georgie just very much feeling his aim right there, just chasing the kills, knowing that his teammates not far behind from a quick little refrag.
Well, you can't really lie about the round when the shots have been fired and your enemy team is just fully aware of what weaponry you have. Wild Oreo being so active, already having that Rolling Thunder to prove problematic on Zol. And we know that this is historically a very attacker-sided map, but you would think it would be the team with the Sky and a Neon combo that would be much more active. Well, now that we look at it, Asari, maybe it's the activity that they're trying to force is being their biggest deterrent for success. Now things will be slowed down, both figuratively and literally.
Well, this is the problem of Zol's comp, is that aside from maybe Josh F, they're gonna have to expend utilities that will not come back later on. And it forces Zol to get map control that might not be good for them. And you kind of see that. They have to get that map control after they use the slow because, again, they have nothing to force back Oasis. Oasis, all they have to do is wait. Wait, and then their ROI is gonna come in spades. Now, Singer Carl and Josh F, the last 2 to remain here from Zol. Question now is, do they want to make it expensive for them as they try to go into a 2 versus 4 retake scenario, or will just save the weapon, they're going to try for it, but now it's all down to Josh, not with the S, but with the F. Good starting pick though, realizes he needs to re-rotate because of a main just being a little bit more exposed, but time ticking, nowhere near the spike just yet, and now he's more.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. He already fired the shot and he double backs towards heaven. Maybe not the greatest play known to man, but like you said, there is a lot of investment to be made on the side of Zol, and it's not necessarily a bad way to play the game, especially when you know Oasis is being very patient. The question is, what is Zol going to do with this information, right? With these last 5 rounds, they've gathered a lot of data on how Oasis want to approach this attacking side. Obviously, bleed out Zol for whatever utility that they cannot bully Oasis with. Because like you mentioned, there's a lot more sustainability in the side of Oasis. They have the Breach E. We have Georgie's flashes that will just be present forever. Of course, Marky has that smoke and etc, etc, etc. What is Zol going to do with that initial investment? How are they going to wrangle the map? Because like you mentioned, if they just kind of go back after throwing out utility that won't return, what was the point of it?
Yeah. But it seems like they can't really... it seems like if they risk it, the punish game for Oasis is something to be feared for, right? But then that's what puts you in a bit of a loop. Like, you throw your utilities, what am I supposed to do? You want to go fight them, but you're afraid to get traded because you don't know how many there are. What am I supposed to do? There has to be that bit of bravado, that bit of ego peaks, I guess, from Zol that is very much necessary, because again, they have the Neon and we haven't really seen Patman get the shine on this particular pick, and that's the thing, right? You don't really get that value if you don't get that quick little map control to go for the punish, ... keep continuing and such. And the thing right now for Oasis that makes them incredibly scary is that Oasis is reading the situation by just utility alone, right?
Yeah.
They saw the smokes, they saw the slows outside A main, and then they immediately pulled the trigger on a Rolling Thunder without even seeing any players of Zol. And at that point, you're just really screwed as Zol.
Wow, that is a very subtle way of putting it. You know what I mean? If that was not on the nose, then I don't know what is. But the fact is that Zol is just having so much trouble confirming anything really on these takes that they do.
Yeah.
It's not a very good look, and I think that's what you're trying to convey. I do want to go back on the point that they have to ego peak because of the way that they're designed, the way this composition is designed. And I kind of want to just rephrase. I don't think it's an ego peak. I think it's a confidence peak. I'm also going to defend my fellow duelists out there. Sometimes as a duelist, you got to believe you are the rock star. You know what I mean? You got to take those swings. You got to take those fights. Because if anything else, it is a confidence role.
Absolutely.
But with all that confidence aspect, also there needs to be a reason behind it. Maybe after this tech pause, we're going to see a bit of a recovery on the side of Zol. I'm pretty sure people are like, oh, but you guys are being so hard on Zol. Were you not listening to the pregame about us kind of going into Oasis? I hope you were. But I'm kidding, chat. I'm kidding. But
or are
again,
you?
with all the... Huh? Or am I?
Or
am I? Well,
but
I feel like at the end of the day, how Zol is going to handle this is probably going to answer most of the questions.
For sure.
Well,
yeah. Get that quick contact too, though. Ooh, almost the incapacitation of Josh F, but they already know what's up. They're going to clear the corners, start charging right in. Nice nano swarm, though, but Josh F, maybe it was because of paranoia or he heard the dog, the Trailblazer, I mean, but he looked in the incorrect position as to where Savvy was wanting to just charge right out. Naru finds himself a nice little pick at the back. Quick little flash, but here comes the multi-flank. Gives him a bit of a chance here, but quickly extinguished by Nexi, excuse me, as Naru by himself. He's got the dream. If he can pick up Nexi, maybe he can find us, but this is a double up he's not going to expect. Boom!
Ooh.
One at the top, one at the bottom. All ends covered.
As above, so below, I suppose. And that was, again, it's a very, very confusing round outside looking in. But I think the intention there was, since they didn't expect Senior Carl to go a hero vandal or a double up just like that, maybe they could have found a stray pick and found some sort of gap that they could really abuse in the towards mid. But Oasis, they're just too keen. They're so sharp. They've got all the bases covered, as you mentioned. Now look at this. They go for a similar play here. Oh, wow. Xavi with a wide swing of all the wide swings. Not even giving Patman the chance to retaliate. Now they flood into Trias, right? How is Zol gonna deal with this? They have no duelist. So they have to rely on this numbers disadvantage and their shiftiness. And Senior Carl finally getting some value off that smoke. But Xavi, he is undeterred, unfazed. Is he gonna pop it? Yes, he does, but no dice for him. Oreo, though, you know how lethal this man can be, and it's been proven by Zind. Naru responds. He's finally coming alive. And Wild Oreo yet again with a beautiful flash, and even gets the last kill. Josh F, still the hope of this team, undiscovered. He only has a nano swarm. He is gonna be blind for days, but he has the blessing of all the divinities and the deities here, but only momentarily. Such a fickle fate. Wild Oreo, huge 4K to get that lucky number 7 for Oasis.
Well, just to change the motto for the how do you say this? The thing for Oreo, it's twist, flash, and dunk on their heads. Very, very well executed.
Oh wow! Once again, Asarai, we truly are
a slogan.
The timekeepers. You know,
yes.
This is an ad campaign from, I believe, what, 10 years ago?
Isn't it,
10
still?
years ago?
Or did they stop doing it now?
I remember that being the introductory thing on TV the longest time ago. Do people even still watch television? Who knows?
Who knows? But I mean, unlike YouTube or something, right? And the ads, if ever you like look for Oreo. In any case, it's going to be the quick push. Patman is trying to run, but he is slowed to bits. And now because of that Killjoy ultimate, they use their utilities, but they're going to have to be forced back onto things. Savvy. Oh, he's playing a little bit slower right now. The Paranoia follow-up could have gotten him a kill, but a good disperse from the rest of Zol keeps him alive. But for how long? What a flash! Look at the follow-up. Marky picks up 2.
Huge play by Marky, and Senior Carl responds in kind, but who is to be the Reaper of round number 8? It's Georgie, and back to back, Oasis. They have turned Valorant into a single-player game. What is going on?
Has Georgie ever played?
Yes.
A Sky?
Yes.
Not for a while, right?
It's been a long time, but we see his stints on the Sky every now and then.
Yeah.
I think it's a fantastic role for him too. And it doesn't seem like he's proven to be an underperforming Sky, because the Sky flashes have been super on point still. And he's shown quite a bit of mastery on this agent too.
Yeah.
Aw, look at him. I wish that
the
was
thing
me.
is it's chilling on the beach. Yeah, same actually.
Oh
I was gonna point out as well that it is kind of interesting as well here, because Sky is so much known for, I think, just what was the word? For being like that hybrid duelist initiator, right? Also, forgot when they were up against their match against Nows, Georgie was actually using this particular agent as well.
Yeah.
But the flashes, man, just make me feel like, oh, dang. He's so good at it.
Whoa. That's true. Marky. Slippery. And Josh F. Ooh, last man alive. Can he find a cheap shot onto Oasis? The first to fall is going to be Nexi. Wild Oreo could be candidate number 2 as he's on 7 health. But unlikely, as Josh F is going to be swung upon by Oasis, and that is 9 unfortunate rounds on the side of Zol. They just look so disjointed right now, Asarai. I feel like they have an idea of what to do, but the clarity to get to that point is just absent at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, Oasis are just looking unfazed by anything. And it's even more akin to just how the impact frags of Zol have just gone from somewhat okay to non-existent at this point. That was a risk. Zind! I love the idea. I love the aggression, but unfortunately, it was just not meant to be. Oh no, he almost got one too. Unfortunately, because they have Georgie as their Sky, healed it back up to full.
What's going on here? As Oasis, exactly what you mentioned earlier, Asar. They're just gonna wait for Zol to bleed out all their utility. And they're gonna march on forward once the coast is clear. But with weaker weapons, at least on the side of Patman here, not being able to get anything off of that overdrive. They have a bit of a crossfire here. Again, a little disjointed as Naru and Patman couldn't get that double swing going. Senior Carl and Josh F, they're left to pick up the pieces here. Unfortunately for them, Oasis, they want to create as many fractures in this defense. Beautiful lurk on the side of Josh F. Could potentially turn the tide if they can annihilate anybody trying to go for a late and risky rotate in. It's highly unlikely, Asar. They have a small window of opportunity here. Wild Oreo has to be the man. But Georgie continuing his rampage. And Zol. Oh dear.
My oh my. Have we ever had a 13-0 yet? At least for split 2?
No, not
I don't
yet.
think we have, right? It's been like maybe 13-1, 13-2 at the most.
Last player standing.
This could be looking like that, at least for the moment here, if Oasis are going for their speed. And also, if y'all were hearing the ultimate of the Raze, it was, if you saw the minimap, it was just because Savvy went there on B. It's either he gets a kill on a person holding the B site, or, ooh, what a flick for Batman, that's huge. Or it's the pinch play that could have done to go through the link towards the A site. So really good call, very flashy, and of course it just clears up the rest of the B site for that easy little pitch or easy site take.
Well, it's gonna be easier if they can find members like that. Again, Oasis just finding all these small habitual things on the side of Zol. It's been really pushing them to quite literally success. Patman, though, he's already found a pick with this operator. Could potentially find a second, but Marky dances with death, comes out on top. But what is all this utility? It's enough to get at least some sort of semblance of control on the side of Zol. But Oasis, they've still found their way towards the site. They try to occupy tree here, Asarai, but the retake is about to happen. Josh F gets a pick. Zavi is the one to fall here and is potentially going to make this defense crumble. But Marky and Georgie, absolute pillars. No rounds, no quarter given just yet.
Last round in the half.
And that was the best round, technically, for Zol to get themselves at 1 point in. It was a 3 versus 3. They had good positioning, but unfortunately the timing just didn't really work out for them. Marky survived for such a long time. I was surprised at how that was in this encounter. This one was the big one because Zin had both the look on Marky and the crosshair, but unfortunately his tracking or his guess on where the flick was or the spray control, whatever it was, unfortunately not on point compared to Marky's. Losing that battle, losing the pinch play, and the drop down from his teammate coming in from A Heaven, was just null and void because, again, he couldn't win that duel.
At the end of the day, it is still an FPS game, and no matter how cerebral we get, we still need to land our shots. And as I say that, a bit of an egregious whiff, but the recovery is absolutely gorgeous. Zin does get one off the records, off the books, off camera. But everything that Zol have worked towards quickly coming undone as Oasis. They just really don't care. Josh F in a very dangerous position. Good thing for him. He will avoid the paranoia. But wow, once again, the responses on the side of Oasis just way too clean and quick.
Spike planted.
Valorant could be easy pickings here if he peeks out, but he's just preparing his util. Yeah, there it is. There's the quick little stun. Although, so your Carl. That was actually a really smart play. So, obviously the Rolling Thunder for one of their players to get the free kill. If he's not there, then the two of them will just swing for top C. Very, very good. So that they can get that quick reflect just in case.
This is about the time where either us or really any casting pair will say the losing team has to win pistol. It's imperative so that this lead will not snowball, but I don't know about this one, man. Oasis, I feel like it's more on them. They have to win this pistol, so it's the first 13-0. I feel like the pressure is kind of on them. So, that being said, they have a huge cushion, if not the largest, and the game can afford to give. But let's see, Asrai. Let's see how this is going to turn out.
Okay. Little boop up from Marky there. They spot each other out, and this is not looking too good. That smoke isolates anybody inside of A main to outside of A main, and they could not help assist one another. Patman and Josh Abdo will be the ones to remain. That's going to be the Boombot spotting them out. 2 versus 4. So the number is very much overwhelming. They still have to pick up the spike outside. Patman, you're tempting fate. You're tempting fate. There's the nade, the swing out. Unfortunately, through the picks, through the kills, it's not going to work. And no, Patman! Patman! Even if he loses this, he got the highlight of the game. Jumping headshot with a ghost. Still, the victory goes to Oasis, but hot diggity damn, that was good.
I don't know. That was...
Yo, I know, I get it, but...
I don't know how to talk. Wait a minute. With this statistic, was it Oasis that was 13-0 on split? I can't remember if that was a clean 13-0.
That was against Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken.
It was Team Secret, yeah.
Yeah.
Did we do that game? I feel like we did. If we did, then, you know, the question is, did they receive the 13-0? Is Oasis one of the team, if not the only teams, that have given a 13-0 and have received a 13-0? So that's history there, ladies and gents, and the perfect way to start off the night and the perfect way to start off your series. Wow. It does kind of break my heart for Zol, though. I have to say it was a little heartbreaking for Zol because, like we mentioned, Asar, this is where we kind of measure how well or how far can Zol go. And
so here's a fun fact I just wanted to add. So there's 2 maps as well, 2 games that had somewhat similar standings. One of them was a Pearl match with Naos versus Zol, which was 13-2 in favor of Naos. And then there was also the game of Alpha versus RNT, which was on Lotus 13-1. So Lotus looking to be the hard swing map. If you can find that groove, maybe. But I know it's still very small sample size, but it's starting to look that way, at least for the moment. Anyways, highlights for your enjoyment once more. This has been the tale of Oasis, basically showing us a beatdown.
Yeah, like I said, I really hate to say it, but my goodness, Oasis kind of kicked Zol's teeth in this one, folks.
And they're awake.
They are very much awake. And like you mentioned, this is a very fickle map. Asteroid is incredibly swingy and incredibly attacker-sided, as we've seen. Even in the international circuit, this is such a one-sided map. Hopefully, things will change in the future. We've seen it happen to Fracture, which the games have become a lot closer and a lot more balanced. We're seeing that in Split, which was notoriously a defender-sided map at the beginning of its lifespan. Still kind of is, but at the moment, it's a little more balanced. And with the final kill, the final blow of the map, it is Xavi 8K delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Yeah, so very much, again, the whole of Oasis just played so perfectly at this one. And again, the win condition from Zol definitely not met. Whether it's because... I think it's more because of just how well Oasis were able to shut down any form of map control that they tried to do early. Zol had to adjust, not really afraid, rather that they had to just try something different that could work against this particular roster, this particular comp. It just did not really pan out. They had that one round, as I mentioned, that there was a chance, but again, the whiffs just really put it into perspective. So with that being said, 1-0, 1-0, one more possible map and we end our night early here. I don't know. Is there a possibility for Zol to come back? I do believe that the next map is Ascent. So yeah, final thoughts.
The moment you said we're gonna have a quick night, the panels on my wall just kind of came off. Look what you've done. And you know, one thing that I thought that could have been a, I guess, you know, an X factor on the side of Zol could have been the pointy gun, aka the operator, but we did see slight success with it, if not just individual success in the form of Patman. But before we nerd out again and jump into this series, we are going to go for a short break. Once again, my name's Raf. That's Asarai. We'll be right back, folks.
Swinging back from that break, guys, as we have just concluded game number 1. Lotus was a complete utter domination by Oasis in this series versus Zol Esports. So now coming into Ascent, as I believe will be the second map, what's going to happen for Zol here? It just felt like whatever they wanted to do in Lotus just did not work. But Ascent, whole different landscape, obviously. There could be that back to just regular comp here for Zol that could work out a lot more efficiently than Lotus. Because again, Lotus had a certain win condition that Zol was just not able to meet.
I agree with that. And like I said, and like you've mentioned earlier, is that this kind of looks like a bit of a firepower issue. Maybe we put Xin back on the jet, see how far that can take us. And maybe just Zol have to take a little bit of a backseat to see if Oasis will bite into that slower play. But that is also the nature of Ascent in general. Asarai is incredibly default-heavy map. There is going to be a lot of mid-round adjustments, which have been very, very good on the... actually, on both sides. Zol, at least that core, has been renowned for that type of play. Oasis ain't no slouch either. They are still a powerhouse in that category.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Again, there was also a lot of adjustments that we saw from Zol. You mentioned how there was the operator. We saw it get that first pick. Unfortunately, it just was not enough. I think the problem for, again, Zol there is, as we mentioned previously at the very start, there's just, they have a lot of good utility, but it's momentary utility. And unfortunately, if they can't really find any value to follow up after that, there's really no hindrance for Oasis to readdressing that angle and getting free kills against Zol, because again, I think Oasis had such a finer grasp of how to actually flush out certain corners. Wild Oreo was amazing. Actually, Wild Oreo and Georgie on their initiator agents were incredibly pivotal. I think it's just making it easier for Savvy to just push it to the site, get the kills, and there was, again, nothing that Zol could really do at that point.
I agree. And there's been a lot of kind of standoffy moments where after they expend that first set of utility, like you mentioned, Zol feels like, now what? Now what do you do? Again, you've already made your investment. So what do you do with the information you've gathered? Granted, Oasis was giving very little, if not just providing enough resistance to really kind of scare Zol into that more receded stance. But with a lineup that required so much proactivity, maybe you would have to put into consideration that maybe that type of lineup is just really not for them. Maybe they need something like a Jet, like you mentioned, or hell, even a Sova would be better because the aggression just really was not there when they needed it.
Yeah, it was very much non-existent. I think was that the first time that we're seeing Zol play on Lotus specifically? I think it was. But if I look at the stats from SR Nakage real quick here, I do believe that they've played other compositions as well. They had the Harbor comp with Zin as, I believe, the duelist there. They had one with a Breach as well. So I'm not sure what the call was for. Maybe it's just Patman also being known for his duelist might have been just a little bit better on the Neon per se. But again, whatever it was just not working at that point. We might try to, dig in a little bit too deep, but at the basis of it, Oasis was just so well prepared for what was Zol's preparation. So again, coming into this map on Ascent, what are we supposed to expect right now from Zol? I'm expecting Zin to be back on his Jet, which I think is incredibly necessary, because even though I was happy to see him on a different agent as the Sage, it didn't really had the impact that I think they were kind of expecting as well. So him being back on the duelist is something I feel like Zol would be much happier and much more accustomed to.
Why couldn't we get rid of Ascent, man? Why did we have to let go of Icebox? Like, honestly,
I feel that too, because like people are saying that Icebox is stale, but at the same time, Ascent is on the same spectrum of that. It hasn't gotten like the same, it hasn't gotten a change in like years. So
no change whatsoever. But my favorite thing about Ascent is that mini segment that we do every time we see a wallbang kill. But I'm pretty sure the audience is already fairly familiar with that. I'm pretty sure chat has their opinions on the Ascent versus Icebox I guess argument. I mean, I personally would lean to keep Icebox in rotation because despite its, I guess, repetition of agents, we always see a Viper, we always see a Sova 9 times out of 10. I still think the way you approach the map is so much more better. Not better, so much more varied, sorry, and better in general.
Yeah, the space control that you have, I think, compared to Ascent is much more entertaining as a viewer, and if you play it yourself as well. Because if you push in either site on Icebox, there is pause spots where you can recuperate yourself. But I feel like on Ascent, that's not really possible, because you either commit, you die, or you don't commit and then you rotate out. And one of the most, I think, pivotal points that they might need to change for Ascent, which is very similar to another tactical shooter, has got to be Catwalk or A short. Because, for example, somebody, defender smokes on mid, everybody just rotates to short, and then the same thing happens like every 2 to 3 rounds. And again, it's just my 2 cents on the thing. That's just me.
I mean, it really is, I guess, the equivalent of that map. It's really dusty, if that's what you're trying to tell. Because even the approach is similar. Having control over Catwalk is crazy in, both games. And it has been the meta for, gosh, man. I mean, who knows how long now. And again, with Ascent being that type of map where there's quite a bit of weight when you take that type of position, it does kind of get stale when, every team either runs that or just ignores it. With Icebox, well, I guess we're still continuing this discussion. With Icebox, at least, there's a good reason to, or not even good, right? There's multiple approaches to how to treat mid, because, okay, let's leave mid open, but let's have somebody play kitchen, something like that.
Actually, how long has the Lotus/split rotation been out? Like, how many months? Like 3, right?
Not even that long,
3-ish.
to be honest with you.
Not that long. So, I mean, if that's the case, you know, to finish our mini podcast, I feel like that means that in like a span of like 2 to 3 months again, we'll probably see a set be removed, and then they're gonna bring out what was the map that was put out of rotation right now? Breeze, something like that.
I would love to get Breeze back. I am a Breeze enjoyer. I love Breeze. I love Breeze. I don't care what people say. It can be so varied strategically, but it takes a while to get to that point. But we move our focus and attention towards this game. Zind back on the Jet. I think they were teasing Zind on that Sentinel, but they much prefer him leading the charge instead of trying to hold down the line here. On the side of Oasis, no real difference here. See,
actually, I just wanted to ask, what when was that we saw Zin as the Sentinel? Was that the SR Nakage Zind or the Zol Esports Zind?
Zol. It was
okay.
Zol, yeah.
Okay.
It
There's
was,
so
I
many
think,
iterations that I tend to like lose count.
It's fine. Again, there's just so much Valorant happening in the world that it's kind of hard to keep track of things. I mean, all of a sudden, Yay on DSG was a bit of a meme. I was like, oh, it's posted April 1. It's never going to happen. Now we're here. How long has it been? Toast is actually, or rather, Yay's actually on DSG. So,
Yo, I would love for Toast to like visit the Philippines. I want to shake that man's hand. He is so entertaining.
Please don't
and
say
one of
it
my
that
favorite
way.
content creators.
I want to shake that man's hand. Yo, relax.
Shaking a hand, man.
Yeah, I get it. We all get it.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
But
Look, oh, that is a
this
good recon dart.
It is a great recon dart, and upon gentleman's agreement, Zin will get the first kill of the game.
Ooh.
Senior Carl going crazy, finding a frag through the smoke. Bit of clairvoyance on his end, but Georgie also. Great pick going on that Jet. However, numbers advantage not on them. And it seems that Zol have not been affected whatsoever by that 13-0.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely. And this is, again, what we kind of wanted to see. Zin back on the Duelist has so much more bite. Whoa! Okay, Nexi. Slowly but surely, but the pop shots from Senior Carl might keep him honest. 32 seconds. And he still has to deal with 3. Slowing the pace down a little bit, but pushing through the smoke. It's gonna be a quick little lineup for Zol Esports to finish off the round.
Why are you laughing at the lineup, Asarai?
It's not that it's like it's not it's hard to explain. It's a laugh because I'm entertained and it makes sense. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's not like I'm laughing
buddy.
like that's a bad lineup. No, not at all.
Yeah. He's laughing at the lineup because lineups are for nerds, not for people who can bench 135 like Asarai.
Whoa,
I'm kidding. I'm joking. Not on the bench part, but again, still an integral part of the game. The lineup forever important, but wow, the aggression on the side of Oasis not panning out for them. But I still think this is a great look for Oasis Asarai. For the longest time, we did see some inactivity, especially on their eco rounds. And what is going on? What is that? Where on earth do you pick up these types of classics? Nexi,
Dang.
the last one alive, but value has been found and value has been made through sheer will. Oh man, imagine if they had a pencil for that one. Nexi, despite everything, will be the final victim for Zind. And that is going to be the second ace of the evening.
Yes. Who got the other kill? Because again, who was it? I believe that was Marky that got 2. Who was the other one? They got the follow-up kill. We will see in this.
Oh
there
my
it is,
lord!
okay. Oh, and Nexi from Heaven. Okay, because I was wondering how did they get 3 kills out of just the 2 that I saw like visually in front of me? Okay, there we go. Nexi with the follow-up.
Like
That was kind of smart though. No need to chase down on Zin because he's already so far from the case. But since he has to still rip out his weapon, right after the dash. He won't be really able to react quick enough to punish the basically 0 to hero play of Marky there.
I agree. And what would he have to do, Asarai? Spin around and, you know, do all of that. But he's only human. What can he do? As Georgie finds Senior Carl here, even through the wall. And that answers your question, Asarai. Is it Bangle? Absolutely it is. Zin goes for a more forward approach.
Oh, ouch.
Hitting Georgie with the old razzle-dazzle. Bit of an ouchie there, but nothing too much to deter their push. Zol, they have a lot of control towards market, but maybe inadvertently funneled themselves towards the guns of Oasis, and this is exactly what I was scared of, Asarai. Marky is so awake. Oh my gosh, but Patman, we've seen him clutch, and we've seen crazier things happen. Denies that recon dart. He has one for himself. As long as Oasis don't line up for this one, then they should be good. Whoa. That was too close.
Timed it perfectly. Draxi keeping track of his smoke's duration. It's not because... I think it's because they heard the shot from Batman, but also knowing that it's about to open up. But my oh my. What a shooting gallery this one. Look at this one for Marky. Zin was like, cha, ooh.
Whoa. I thought that was the game. It was just Asarai. That's crazy.
Well, thank you. I am a walking Foley stage. Foley artist.
Is that really what you do during the night? It's like, I can't, I'm working
Just
right
make
now.
sound effects with my mouth?
It's 3
Yeah.
a.m. Yeah. Oh, so that's what he does at 3 in the morning. I get it. I totally get it. Disappears for...
The annoyance of my neighbors.
I bet. And what we will find, or rather, I guess Oasis will find rather vexing at this point in time, is that they've already burnt quite a bit of utility on that Asarai. I don't think they have a molly for any of the forward pushes, but I think they're going to live with that. They've deterred Zol from going for a heavy hit, and Oasis, they're still really in good position to stop yet another solid 5-man push, this time towards B.
There's the smoke setups. Zin dashing in for the contact. Immediately use of the ultimate here on Patman's side to clear up the back of the site, but they haven't found anything. And that charge, that dart on Zin has been turned into his tomb. The follower from Savvy8K to help out his Brody from the other side. And Josh F is stuck on speed lane, and he will get run over as Nexi with the judge just cleans it up 2-2.
Cleans it up and evens things out, as you've mentioned. Zol, I still think they look very, very good in this despite what transpired. Zind is quite away now, though, from those blades, but I can't really blame him for that attempt in that previous round. A little different approach here on the side of Oasis, perhaps. They don't let their rotator play the more precarious tree position. Instead, he's gonna go for those earlier calls, but aggression. Josh F might just have to run away, but the poor turret lays immobile as he gets destroyed. Well, they will be fine though, and still looking value, maybe replicating that classic success that Oasis did just a few rounds ago.
One and done spot for Drax here. Next, he could have a quick little refrag position. Patman spotted outside of B main, but Oasis haven't really gone for the hard rotations just yet. Yep, Zid piling a couple of shots. They're making a lot of noise all around, but it's not really going to phase Oasis, at least for now. Well, good call from Zol, though, to force out the util from Nexi on short. Make Drax look right behind him. Can't break the dart here, or the knife here. This is where it gets a little bit tricky. Even though Zol doesn't have the proper weapons, their positioning and bait out of certain things to come out from Oasis might give them a catch. But as Singer Carl just pushes by himself, Georgie is going to clean up house. Man, we can't even track that quick enough because of how just quickly Oasis were able to quell the embers. Not even a flame, just a little bit of a smolder, and then nothing.
The smolder. They're trying to avoid that Asarai. That is a devastating move, apparently. But, like you mentioned, where there is smoke, there is fire, but there's none of that anywhere, at least on this defending side for Oasis. They will prevent any type of danger before it will spring into action. But now we're going to have a high prio around here. I don't know if Zol want to take a slower approach yet again, as Oasis have been so good at just being so stingy with this map control. And we have a double up towards mid here. This might not be a great look for Zol. And by Zol, I mean Zind. Zind, he's really pushing the tempo here, but he has been discovered. He stays alive, though. That drone. Wow, a lot of insurance on the side of Oasis. They will really spare nothing to find the success they want. And now Georgie, tasked to try and keep Zind at bay, but Zind manages to slink away from that situation still.
Ooh, Georgie playing a very close-up angle here. Actually, oh, hold on. It's not the most important part of the day here because it's Draxi and Nexi on the A main push. That's going to quell the pinch that Zol kind of wanted to do. They took a long time on mid. They're not going to know the Georgie's here, and he's going to line up the 3 for the beautiful wipeout almost, as Josh F is the solo YOLO man to remain in this situation outside of B main. There it's going. Turret finds Georgie. Josh F finds Savvy, ... But they know where he is, and they're running at him. They're chasing at him into paranoia from Draxi. Perfect as can be. And Oasis, the calls are good, and the highlights even better.
You said it. It's been the Oasis show for quite a bit now, and it seems that momentum has lent its favor towards the Paradise, the Oasis. I like the idea. Again, Zol, they've displayed such an aptitude for these theoretical pushes, but the application just has not been present. You go for something a little simpler this time around. Maybe put 5-4 bodies towards mid and find any would-be peekers inside of Oasis. But look, Asar, full control of their aggression. Nobody's going to challenge from tree. Beautiful read by Zol. So there's Barrel here. We might actually see a few kills on their end. And Zin really getting as much value as he can with that stinger. But Georgie, he does not want any other Jet to get the highlights but himself. Zin still has that dash.
Oh my god.
Oh dear. It looks like it's also leg day for Georgie.
Get them squats in. Power of the spray transfer and the Phantom, man. It just amplifies what's already there for Georgie. Look at that. Unfazed at all. Goading his opponent to just peek out. In any case, there is a good buy right now for Zol. They got some key ultimates that can be utilized. But if I read this correctly, yep, Marky is out of the range on both of those ultimates, especially the Null Command from Naru. So play here could just be allow Zol to get in, Marky finds a pick, the rest of Oasis waterfall in. And this is still going to be a very stressful round for Zol to claim back something. Yes, I am here. All right. Seems like I might have lost my partner for a small tinge there, but we'll continue with the action, guys. Drax now going to be pushing up with the smoke right now as Zin pushes up. Sees him in. Get it back away. Does have the help from Savvy AK from the get-go, from the back. And they're getting in closer. There's the molly. Perfect execution from Zin here, and Savvy is alone. This could get really bloody, really messy very quickly, but he holds on. That's what I'm talking about. Once they see the push comes in, Marky is going to play far back, get his ultimate, and start doing some havoc. But the shots from Zol, able to punish the 2 on Heaven. The push out is going to have to hold by Savvy here as he waits for Marky. There's his Brody, and that's going to be a glorious, glorious defense from Oasis.
A glorious defense has been a great way to coin what's been happening for, what, the last 4 rounds now? 6 rounds? Once Oasis got that download, once they got the data Astra, they've really had no issues of shuffling through the playbook of Zol. It seems like every single thing Zol does, Oasis have just had the right answer. And Zol, this is really worrying considering they had such a great start to this map. It looks like, though, that they will be running into yet another dangerous stack on the side of Oasis here. However, it's going to be Georgie with a pointy gun holding down the fortress for at least the middle part of the map here. Zin, he checks for tree. No peekers yet again on Oasis. And despite the lead, despite the advantage, round advantage Oasis have, I really, really applaud their discipline to just kind of hold back.
That's the strength. They have to put you in a position where you're most vulnerable in, and they still have to respect that Zin with blades is nothing to scoff at. And we've we have seen that in the round start. I think that was round 3, where he had so much impact up until the point that they started pushing into the site itself. And I think they're just okay with this because, again, they can go full retake on this. They have the smokes, they have the flashes, and they have Savvy, who still has here his null command. Good timing on the long lurk from Josh F, as nobody's going to be clearing up onto mid, so it could be well done. And look at that, snuffs out Drax very, very quickly. And this quick rush might find its value. Savvy and teammate now holding on to short. This could actually backfire on Zol, as they wanted to go supernova, but they're the ones that actually got imploded upon. Now it's only going to be down to Senior Carl and Naru, playing both at the site itself. Senior Carl, snappy aim, good game. 2 versus 2, pushes in, and Savvy is in 1 versus 1. It's going to be KO versus KO, but who will get knocked out in this situation? As Naru, his spider senses are tingling. He only needs to bait out the spike just a little bit more, and he's already clutched out the round. And even if Savvy gets that ace, he will lose the round in the end.
Didn't something similar happen in the playoffs? They got the ace, but just the defuse did not allow for such victory. But that is going to be the definition of Pyrrhic here. Zol, despite incurring heavy losses, Astra, they still managed to eke that one out. And signs of life still. That's going to bolster their morale quite a bit. And you did mention, were there going to be merits for this quick rush? The answer is yes. So maybe the tempo has been found for Zol here, just to try and break that defense before it can even set. They keep pivoting towards B, though. That's been getting them caught out with a lot of information. Again, it's kind of hard to avoid that. There is the 0 point. There is the recon dart. But once again, their defaults have really been hinging off this B lobby, Asarai. And it's been pretty much Oasis's pleasure to deal with it.
Well, excuse me, but true enough, it's kind of risky to just, you know, it has to be the risk that Zol has to take, right? We did mention about Lotus. Zol felt like they were not really doing anything as much. I don't think that that was the wrong thing, right? We're just pointing out that they like to show their faces or their forces a lot more on B. But unfortunately, Oasis have read the situation correctly in most of these rounds. And the calls that they've also done have led to Zol just not having the proper map control that they would want to. And if ever they do, the retakes, man, Oasis is just so confident with how they wanted to go for the pushes. Now at this point, George's going to have himself the operator. What is kind of curious about this is, again, before, I only remember Georgie buying an op when he has the blades. So this could be a topsy-turvy thing for Zol. I can't remember if he's bought it before without his blades, but that's been his... how do you mention this? His like
signature.
Support group, his signature, or aside from that, what's the term for it again? His cushion.
Bread and butter.
In any case, there's the push. Yeah, his bread and butter.
Well, we have seen Georgie pick up the operator many a times here, but Xavi is going to be as greedy as he can be with that boathouse position. Pretty much one and done, but he will get that one, and a pretty much stopped him too. Man advantage on the side of Zol, so they're not going to have an issue just trying to brute force this. However, we do have a Hunter's Fury here on the side of Patman, and potentially Senior Carl's scouting ability with that from the shadows. But Draxi and Nexi,
oh my god,
punish so quickly, and oh my goodness, indeed, call upon any deity. Will it save you from Oasis? The answer is no. As Zol, despite having a great advantage early on, just could not capitalize.
Oh, no, you don't deserve.
I mean, the timing is there. It was perfect to actually supposedly stomp Oasis's retake near the switch, right? But we gotta check out Nexi's perspective there, because he got a double kill where I suppose he supposedly, excuse me, he shouldn't have gotten anything. All right, he drops down, gets the B main, picks up another one, and by golly, Nexi, super jolly, sexy Nexi, doing it once again, 7-3, and Zol Esports back to square number 1. Gonna have the weaker purchase. No more blades on Zin. They have Senior Carl, who has the from the shadows, but I mean, it's not the scariest thing to deal with. But that one, Zin, full confidence. Okay, full confidence again for the swing. All right. So it's the sheriffs that make a lot of more value here. This is what's looking good. They can't pick up the weapons though. Wait, hold on. Can you actually pick up a weapon as Senior Carl? No, it's just the spike you can pick up.
Yeah.
Or can you? I actually don't know.
I mean, I was about to
Never
allude
tried
to
it
that.
before.
No matter what they do,
Yeah.
it's going to be difficult. Marky's already here for the quick response, and despite all the ground that they made, Zol, they're still incredibly fragile, Aserai, but they did emerge from that mid-fight like Mike O'Hearn from the pool. Completely natural. Despite that, Patman is so
maybe don't
so
hurt me no
low.
more.
Oh, not at all. But Patman is looking for a bruise in here. Is very, very low. Wow, Nexi. They don't check the corner for Josh F. Josh F could have a career play, but Nexi does not care for any of those. No two ways about it as he just swings and hits another home run. And Oasis, despite a shaky start to this round, invaluable confidence on them to an unbreakable defense.
The thing is, right, Zol went through mid to push through the B site on market, but another reason as to why was they should have tried to pick up weapons, but they couldn't. Like, if you saw what weapons they had when they were able to enter the B site, it was still the sheriffs and upgraded pistols altogether. They were not able to pick any of the rifles that Georgie and who was it? I think Savvy dropped in that scenario. So I like the idea, but Marky holding on very aggressively and risking his life to stop that from happening was such a big play, especially when Nexi was, as you mentioned, clearing up the B site with his ultimate. Oh, 145. But no healers. Makes Patman a sad and very damaged boy. Oh, Savvy! Oh, Savvy! Dang. All right.
No sad boys around these parts, apparently, Asra, as they will still just continue to chunk away at Zol and Oasis. Once again, no more sadness. Only death. If they die, they die. And they are really looking like a pretty much villain here, Asra. I mean, again, just the way they've been handling every single thing Zol have been throwing at them has been absolutely perfect.
Wow.
And you could
Marky's
say
just
this
tapping
is...
away, too.
Yeah, like I said, it's confidence. It's an incredibly likable buff that they're experiencing.
Well, speaking of
right now.
likable, congrats to Laika for joining her new org.
That was supposed to be the joke. That was a pun. Yeah, you put it on the nose again.
Oh, sorry.
Wow, it's okay. It's fine. It's just I was being very subtle about it, folks. I was being very subtle. I
actually didn't expect it. I didn't actually read through the subtlety. I thought it was just like a pure coincidence.
It's okay, Asser. You are forgiven.
All right, thank you. Here we go.
You're welcome.
Execution from Georgie. Again, just for a quick little pickup. This is going to be the switch of sides already, just in case people are wondering. Just in case. In any case, 5 versus 5. What utilities do they still have left? One more flash, one more shock dart. Here comes the rest. Oh, that is a huge number of Zol just charging in.
Oh my gosh.
Zol with their pistols is so damn good. Gonna be able to clear up basically the entire house. And Nexi tagged down to critical mass here. He's gonna have to just pull something out of his hat.
Wow.
What? No way Nexi actually pulls this up. He almost cleans it up. My God. And Josh F was down to very critical HP. I was already counting Nexi out, but you know what? He's proven himself to be the gifted lad. That was almost an Oasis clutch. Crazy.
Well, they already got the defuse, so it's a bit of a long shot. However, again, still a very scary prospect, Asterai, considering that Zol have taken quite a few hits this series alone. They will, however, get that early half advantage here. Senior Carl and the rest of the gang, they go for that Bulldog Spectre combo. A lot of firepower within the short and medium ranges of the game. Oasis, though, we have seen them do some pretty silly things with the classics. It's gonna be a little more difficult as they're gonna be doing the running into things instead of things running into them. Naru, quick adjustment. Could potentially create a crossfire here. Oasis, they're just outside B lobby here. And a solo Josh F is lying in wait, along with all of his toys.
Well, let's see if he wants to share his toys with the boys as they're about to hit his playground. Marky setting up the dart here. But no, Oasis are actually rotating to the other side. Fortunately, Sir Carl holding the angle right now gives so much information for Zol. They spotted out the rotation. They're going to quickly deal with it. They might actually be looking to chase down the kill. The double up from both Draxi and teammate. Quickly snuffed up. It's all down to Nexi once again. Maybe one shot. Not even given as Sir Carl picks it right back out.
Picks it up. Really just uninterested with the toys, as you mentioned. Oasis losing the first 2 rounds of the half. Did something similar in the previous half. But Zol, they look like they have a bit more grip, especially on this defending side. Zin, still doing pretty well for himself, Aster. I would say the same thing for everybody on Zol, despite everything that's happened. Again, the layering is so correct. The timing has been present. But what is missing on the end of Zol? We'll have to find out soon. As Oasis, they still have 4 rounds to recover. Zol, they look like they are just willing to go the distance here. They're just being very, very patient, not letting anything get to their nerves. And they're just going to prep that door. You know, I feel like that door prep is so underrated. And I don't feel like we see enough teams do it. Especially early in the round.
True. Very true. There's not really much situation, I think, as defenders that you don't want to break the door.
You have to
like,
break
even
the
if
door
you
all
want
the
to
time
cut
anyway.
rotation, I think... Yeah, exactly. So I think A short is fine. B, it's still subjective depending on what's happening. Oh, Naru almost gets decapitated right there, but good timing. The peek out from Zind. The read was good because he wants to deal with the A main push, but then at the same time, I mean, Drax was so prepared for it. He just won the battle. In any case, right? Naru's going to be holding off, fending by himself. They know he's there. He's throwing basically everything, and only Drax was the only one suppressed. So if Drax peeks this, if he doesn't win the battle, well, George is going to be not far behind. In any case, he does win it, so that's going to be the A side taken very quickly.
Very quickly indeed, but with this brisk pace, will they start to slow down and just allow Zol to go for this retake Astray? Again, the weapons are just really not in their favor, so Oasis, they have no reason to overextend. And the reads, they've been great all night long, and it looks like it's going to be the same thing, but wait, Nexi, he turns his back. He turns again, and he gets one. Patman, is he going to anticipate the second person? And why does Senior Carl have his knife out? Oh no, he's been discovered. Josh F, all on him. But with a Spectre and 5 Oasis players ahead of him, it is highly unlikely that might happen. And Oasis, they take double digits first.
Okay, I know this is a thing that a lot of people would say is such a very... Of course they know that moment, but Oasis have done so well at just clearing angles, at the same time really abusing the wallbang mechanic on these fights. Look at that. That slow peek finds the shoulder, and no need to really wide swing. Again, you already know where the opponent's head is going to be through that wall, which is pretty much bangable. So just shoot through it, get the kill. Again, Oasis have done that very much multiple times. Just wanted to point it out as well. Compared to Zolda, at least what we saw with their firefights, have all been like, you know, clearing out and wide swinging a lot of things.
And, you know, I want to bring it back to fundamentals of the game and just strong basics. Wait a minute, Drax. Wait a minute. You might get pushed. Oh,
wow.
Zind actually backs out. That was so scary from our point of view, right? You just would not expect that to happen. But Xavi, disgusting. Ew. Fighting Senior Carl despite all of that.
It was tagged. And Senior Carl was the one that was
Exactly. And again, Zol, with all the things that have been going the wrong way for them, this has to be taking some sort of mental toll on them. But it doesn't seem like it's evident in their play. They've been holding on very, very well. And they've been fighting tooth and nail. Oasis, they are just slowly bleeding them out. Death by 1,000 cuts, perhaps. And Zol already responding well. That's Naru decapitating Georgie. The first frag on the board for them. Has it pulled the defense successfully? It has. And Oasis, what ruse are they planning? They already have 2 members occupying Market here, and a brawl is going to ensue. Marky is going to find his fellow Sova, but Zin will trade happily. You could say the same thing about Xavi. He preps the flash, but none of the perpetrators are there. He's already created some sort of crossfire for him and his teammates, and it's Nexi yet again. So good at finding all these windows. and just shutting it in front of Zol. 11-5.
They already got the good call already for a couple of those kills, but they wanted to just over push the smokes. And because of that, unfortunately, Savvy was just able to have a field day. Right? I mean, I get the idea as to why you would want to catch off Nexi, who was planting very close to where I think Josh F actually pushed out, but there was nobody to assist him on that refrag. And unfortunately, that's going to blow up in their face. The call was risky, might have actually paid off, but unfortunately, with how Oasis operates, it is a very risky endeavor. And speaking of risky endeavors, the wide swing from Zin there, I think he primed his util already, but I think maybe he was hit by the blades too, so he couldn't really push through out there. Any case, with all of this utility shuffle from Oasis, well, the nails on this coffin start to get hammered down slowly but surely. And now we're here for series and match point.
Oh my goodness, it's like we're watching Adesanya smash the face of Pereira again. To be fair, he was winning that fight up until he did. And that's a UFC reference for all you nerds who don't get it. But again, this has been pretty clear. And who's been leading the dance ass, right? Oasis, they've been fantastic. They've just been as dominant as we expect them to be.
Oof. Dominance again. Showcasing itself. Even more so, I feel like, compared to any other day that we've seen them on Split 2. So much more decisive with a lot of the plays. So much more coordinated. But this triple stack for close quarter combat is paying off. Zin is surviving somehow. They still know he's there. Batman's gonna back away. No more utility for anything, actually. And Zin's gonna be able to get away from that one. The rest of Oasis, though, oh, never mind. I think as the smoke dissipated, Marquis stayed and got the kill, but will get quickly refragged by Patman. Senior Carl, he has time for a field day. He has time for a field day. He has time for a field day! There it is! And one more. The tag tries to run away. Unfortunately, cannot as Naru finds him in the mix.
What an investment, throwing out that Hunter's Fury, but then again, how can they afford more rounds, right? They just have to take every single bit of insurance they can. In Oasis, they still have enough money in the bank to really try to run this down. But Zol, again, glimmers of hope. And glimpses of excellence, Asarai. But unfortunately, still a tough hill to climb. We now have the blades of Zin, who's been so effective at those things. Now yet another round to begin. This time Oasis, they have their interest in just swinging wide and swinging hard. Naru narrowly avoids the 0 point, but will get value for himself. Zin has already postured towards tree here, and that's going to provide a quick response, and maybe potentially finding Nexi, but Naru into the jaws of death, as Oasis will get cut down where they stand. Nexi providing yet another frag for the team, but too many players ahead of him, and a very hungry Naru could potentially sink his teeth into the Sentinel, and he is hiding. He's fearing for his life, Asarai. This is looking like a scene from one of those old spy movies as he gets one. That's yet another for Nexi. Suddenly it's doable. And Naru is pretty low. He has to be careful. The 0 point gets denied, but the information is there nonetheless. Fragment. Enough to keep him at bay. And if they really want to get this extra life and extra information, the null command is still very much present, but now they double up. They use the numbers advantage. And Naru gets all 5. Again, looking so scary. But not flinching is Zol.
Need that perspective from him. Good smoke setup from Sarah Carl. If nobody was able to notice that, it was placed not on the edges to A main, but the peek out before you get through A main to the A site. So players from Oasis, confidently thinking that we could get this kill pretty easily, drop down. That's like 4 straight, actually 3 straight, then the one came out, then gets the kill, and then Nexi, who almost had such a scary comeback, gets picked off, thankfully, which gives, as you mentioned, Zol another round to start thrashing and hoping that they can get into that coveted overtime.
Are we really going to get it, though, is the question.
I mean, don't forget, earlier today, we got the RNT
That is
overtime.
true.
So it could be a
That
day
is
of overtimes.
true.
We'll see. We'll see.
I mean, we all love Valorant. And we all love the amount of rounds that this game can go to. But we have to take a look at the statistics here, Astra. Even if Oasis dropped this round, they still have enough for yet another gun round. Marky might be the one suffering from a bit of a weaker buy overall. This is not going to dissuade them from still trying to end this while they can. Zol, Zind, Operator, iconic. But we have yet to find some value for him. They go for that double up. Again, Zol, they really go for these heavy investments early on that sometimes it doesn't pay out. A lot of utility being thrown out and Hunter's Fury being used as a bit of a deterrent, and it works momentarily. But Xavi destroys two. Josh F gets a frag somewhere else. It's looking quite a bit of a mess for both teams, really.
I think they're just going to call it back. I think they read it perfectly. They heard the ultimate from Sayer Carl thinking that... I think it was Zol thinking that it's going to be a full commit onto the B side, so he holds the back of B. But I think Oasis have called it perfectly right now. They're going to rotate, making it so that Zol loses their map control and will have to just spin around the map. Thankfully, though, Zin was able to sniff it out very quickly. Oh my god, Nexi's getting closer and closer. Savvy gets gutted, and Josh F also holds the flag coming in from Nexi. All-around generator. So Zol... That was close. That was close. They fortified the B site in sacrifice of map control, but they were able to plug up the rotation very quickly before it got out of hand.
And exactly the way they would want it, Asrai. Full control, like you mentioned. It did look like they had a momentary lapse. Have no fear. Zind is here. Beautiful hold from him and Josh F, especially in those final sequences of that round. But adjustment yet again as Oasis have a healthy bank for yet another purchase. This time, though, they have the lockdown available. They just have to avoid that knife early. And they do. That's going to be Georgie's blades. I'll have to wait a few seconds for that to return. Does it really matter at this point? Have Oasis called and really shown their hand here? Absolutely, they have. And a quick response on the side of Zol. You can already see everybody try to scramble here. And Nexi, per usual, will try to go for C flag, but a double up. One from tree, one from mid. Just making sure that Nexi can't go nuclear yet again. Is that bait? Potentially.
Ooh.
But they will yet again, Asrai, be stopped dead in their tracks. And Georgie, the spike is ways away. It's only Drax really being the line of resistance. But oh my god, indeed. He's making us a believer. And Marky holds the line. 1v2 still. He's ways away. Oh, and he narrowly avoids that, but this defuse is gonna go. Oh, no! I spoke too soon.
They close the door. They can't chase up for the kill. All right, they clutched the round regardless. I mean, that was still a thrifty buy from... Rather, an eco buy for Zol. So... No, excuse me. For Oasis. I'm losing my mind a little bit here. Because of just how crunchy the rounds have really been. But, damn... Georgie is just... Woo! The reads, the reactions, the solo YOLO plays. It is working. In any case, that also forced out Zol's key ultimates. So ultimately, I think even though Oasis didn't win that round in particular, you know, to end out the series and such big resources were needed to at least threaten it because of, again, how effective the thrifty was, the almost thrifty was there for Oasis.
Almost. I don't think we've seen a thrifty round just yet on anybody's end here. In fact, maybe not even through the series, Asteroid, but a beautiful flash by Naru. He's come alive, and the rest of Zol will follow. Senior Carl, who's been so consistent for them, remains to be a force. Zin wants to double dip, but now a smoke is in the way. 2v3. Mobility will not be a question for Drax here as the ultimate is there. But once again, Zind roughing it out. You could be right. We could be going into overtime. Nexi, last man standing. Always keeping it close and always keeping it uncomfortable for Zol. And oh my goodness, I think he flew under Zin's radar. He has been discovered, but the whiff could be a crucial one. I love the play by Zin here. He's just waiting for Josh F to finish him off. And Nexi Once again, the victim of that pinch. Well played by Zol to keep this one incredibly competitive.
And the disrupt from Zol is playing a lot more to their favor. Look at that. Naru's just sacrificing himself for map control. And the follow-up from Zol is making that sacrifice very, very profitable for them. So good on the calls right now. Naru is really creating some plays here. Look at the assists from the man. 16! My goodness. Really leading the charge right here for Zol. And now, again, back to Tatters. Oasis will be Patman. Ooh, this is going to be a little bit tricky. But Zen is holding there with the operator.
Ooh, oh my goodness.
Oh. He's surviving. He's a survivor.
Okay, once again, the things that really don't change throughout time is Sova's holding B site. You know, how many times have we seen that play on all levels of play, really? Even the pros cannot escape that deadly combo, Aserai. And Oasis, slowly but surely, the cracks are forming in their defense. If they don't address it now, they might just become as big as the Grand Canyon. Senior Carl completely blind. And Xavi, once again, try to close that gap. Patience by Naru here. Beautiful. Well executed. Maybe room for more. He gets Xavi at that stray bullet. But the numbers advantage nonetheless on the side of Zol. Oasis kind of losing a grip of things here, Aserai. So close yet so far as this map victory.
He can't TP. He should realize that, again, both sites will be covered, so playing with it would be very difficult. Might as well just try to go slowly on the site itself. If he can fight Batman, maybe there's time for him to plant the spike in. Oh, but this one could be a catch on to Josh F. 6 more seconds. Really no chance. And Batman holding that patiently pays off dividends. Now the question in lies, is this the break of economy of Oasis? They do have max loss bonus. And Patman proving that he's the jumping kangaroo of the Philippine scene. He did that before on the last game too. With the ghost. I don't know, man. Seems like the gods of Pistol smiles upon Patman.
Maybe not just the Pistols, Aserai, but the comeback. Or maybe at the very minimum, an overtime is in effect here. Xavi does have that null command, so they do have so much room for brute force. They finally avoid a point. I feel like that's the first time they've done it in so many rounds. They have been caught out by that, and now they go for something a little more reliable here. Little do they know is that Zind is going to be holding down the fort with that operator who's been so successful, pointing it right where it hurts. Maybe the call here is not to go for full contact, but Georgie try to be clever with that cloudburst. Zin is just too quick and witty. Has an assault rifle on his hands too, in case they might try to flood him in. But that was a loss that Oasis was willing to take. They're still on the site. The 0 point manages to get Zind, but really still not dampening his effectiveness here. They think he has an operator, but they will be sorely mistaken as Naru is here for the backup. And overtime we go. Yes. Overtime we go.
My God, Naru has really helped Zol even out the opposition. That was supposed to be Zind already executed. Right? There was the flash, there was the dart, basically everything to deal with Zin. And then out of nowhere, the swoop in hero, Naru, picks up the 2K, forces back the risky endeavor of Oasis, and brings us into overtime.
Right here. Right here.
Left deployed. 2 suppressed.
Revealing area.
Okay. Now we've reset the board off of regulation. Oasis back on defending side. But it was what? 5 rounds straight? Oh, Naru, that's perfectly called. Drax is not going to be able to survive this, but he does drop the ball on this. And Nexi, the god anchor of the A site, will get flushed out. But his timing, his pedigree, undefeated in this situation. Leaving only Patman and Sayer Carl in a 2 versus 4. Patman, ooh, gets tagged. Sayer Carl also will get tagged by the Killjoy lockdown if he's not careful about this. Does have shutted steps, so he can't play a little bit tricky. Can't try to play around. It's trying to play this a lot more for the picks, but it's 30 seconds, and the spike is all the way through A main. So unless people line up for him perfectly for that 4K, it's not gonna. He's gonna have to run it right about now.
Switching sides. Match point.
Pardon me, ladies and gents. I was just monologuing about how Oasis have been super solid on this defensive end. Yet on the attack, it has not really translated. Could it potentially be Astrai? They're still going for that super heavy reading style that's really effective on defense, and I would say a lot more forgiving just because you have inherent map control as a defender. But again, just so risky on the side of the offense. Mainly because the punishing is just that much more difficult to deal with.
I think it's that second thing that you mentioned. I don't think it's more of like Oasis not really having difficulties understanding what to do. It's more that Zol is so much more dominant on the defending side. You just feel how confident they really are, right? You wouldn't see that kind of aggressive plays, I think, on the first half when they were having to attack the sites. As you mentioned, again, Oasis just has that good read. But when you give Zin the chance to take a breath, set up his operator, so much more devastating. And again, I think an X factor here for this particular game has got to be Naru, because everybody is feeding off of his setups, and he's even feeding off of his own setups, which is, I think, the scary part.
I feel like this is the best we've seen from Naru, aside from that insane performance on, I think that was Pearl, on that stage where he was just tapping away. Again, the conditions for Naru to get red hot or even white hot is that he needs a lot of space. And, you know, sometimes it takes games too long for him to get to that point. But once we do see that late game scalability of Naru, it just becomes such a monumental task to stop him. Because like you mentioned, he's been just creating windows of opportunity, not just for himself, but for the rest of the team.
Nexi is in such a perfect spot. Okay, even if he gets picked off, I was like, oh, he could be in a perfect spot here because everybody's pushing on mid. The timing is so off for Oasis, though. This is going to be a quick punish because that should have been something different. Although Oasis calling for the quick little run through. Oh, no. This is going to be bad. Savvy's by himself. Hold on, Savvy. Sin comes alive. 3 versus 1, though. And we're not done just yet. He's got the blades. He's chasing it in. But Georgie, time is of the tick. Down to 71. No more cloudbursts. Actually, 1 remaining. But Josh F was very much prepared. Everybody was still prepared for him. And that's going to give us a second overtime.
Of course. Of course, it will give us a second overtime. As you mentioned, that was perfect positioning by Nexi. But you just had to jinx it. He called upon the wrath of the universe, and the universe kindly answered. But jokes aside, again, Zin's response to everything that's been happening towards mid, very, very good. Oasis still stumped on this attacking side. Why? Again, even us that are just looking at the overview, just really stumped to see what's been plaguing Oasis.
Yeah, maybe just again, just guessing it straight up. It could just be overcomplication, right? Because there was that weird thing where they lost Nexi on mid and they wanted to deal with mid first, but there wasn't a chance. Again, they can't see the A site, but there was a chance that if they just committed to the A site, no one was actually defending it. So they could have pushed the post plant, could have already stressed Zol for that retake, but since they called it back and tried to deal with mid, where again, Zol would just not really overcommit the map control and they still have better fight angles, completely backfire in Oasis. Because again, the reason Nexi's there is for him to get information. If he gets a kill, great. That gives more pressure for the rest of Oasis. In any case, here comes the push. Isolation onto Georgie, but Savvy with the 2K as he flashes out. Could be dangerous, as Georgie has been dealt with 3 versus 2. Patman almost incapacitates Marky, but Nexi is on the late lurk alongside his long-standing teammate Draxi right now. And Spike should get planted, but not yet. Zin's trying to look for a pick, but could backfire on him as he gets spotted. And now Patman, this is going to be bad. Hello. And they get Oasis back into the same position they were just a round ago.
Well,
Or,
if you're really gonna
another
get
overtime
into,
ago.
Match point.
if you're really gonna get into why the hard reads aren't working, I mean, you know, sometimes like people say that, oh, my reads aren't working because I can't like predict. Obviously, right? If you can't predict them, then your reads are not gonna work. But at the same time, that's your prompt to just dice up the information as little as you can, because sometimes you don't have to go for all these big swings. Sometimes you just have to, you know, default it out. Maybe have a jiggle here and there. Oh, if enemy is here, then they must not be at Y location. But like you mentioned earlier, they could be just overplaying their hand. I mean, they already got the info that potentially 1 or 2 players could be holding towards mid. And at most, maybe they'll just have 1 or, again, 2 players on that A site. So, or the people that they had at that moment would still be more than the defenders, if that makes sense. Right now, that's right. It looks like this is going to replicate the same type of play here. They do get that space, but it's kind of pivotal on winning this A-main duel here. Naru is still very much alive, but Senior Carl will get some ground for Zol. And Oasis, they back out again. They go towards mid, but how is it going to work this time? The turret has already spotted out Nexi. You might just expect 1 person here, though. Now they re-hit yet again towards Tree. Not entirely sure if I like this call. But Oasis, they will try anything and everything to keep this game alive and to keep it from slipping away.
You don't have the smokes just yet for the cross on Tree, though. So if they try to go through this, it has to be a pick. Senior Carl, fortunately, was not able to get Savvy there. But Naru, again, he's already activated, so it's going to be very difficult to throw him out of a loop here. Molly was thrown out, so maybe this is a chance. Naru gets overwhelmed, doesn't get the kill, and this is possibly it. This is the best chance right now for Oasis to get themselves a series if they can. Plant on the spike. Savvy, oh my god, he's got to be able to put it down because it's 12 seconds, and if not, it could be over. Still, Marky, oh my god, he's heating up. There's the contact from the turret from Nexi. Zin finds 1. Oh, there's the isolation. They know Savvy's by himself underneath. They got to clear him. Spike's planted out for open. It's a 1 versus 1. Oh my god, Zin hits the shot, and Zin hits another one. That's going to be the clutch. That's going to be another overtime, and Zol does not want to yield.
They will not show any signs of weakness, Asarai, but you can't help but feel for Nexi there. That should have been a free kill. And now they're paying the price. Still a very, very great hold on the side of Zol here. Oasis, they did their best to make do with what they can. But ultimately, in the end, Zind, completely aware of the intention, and had some for himself, but none of them good. Zind about to hit 30. Xavi as well. So it's been pretty much 2 juggernauts trading haymaker after haymaker. Zol on the attacking side yet again. Georgie with full confidence has the scan. He gets at least space for Marky to frag Patman. One more piece on the side of Zol to be missing on this offensive, making this take just that much more difficult, or at least this post plant. Wow, no qualms whatsoever, just rushing towards the site. Asarai, Zol, they're the ones being in charge here of the pace, but it's not working.
That was a gamble. That was a gamble they were willing to take, but it could backfire right now because it's a 3 versus 5. There is a desperate push out from Sayarkar here. He wants to get a pick right now. And look at that. It's actually paying off. The crossfires. Oh my god. 2 versus 3. Here comes Nexi from the doorway, or rather from heaven, leaving Marky by himself. Goes for the drive-by, gets the one, but Sayarkar's too quick on the refrag. And now Zol has turned the tables. They're the ones on top. One more round, and we could go to game number 3.
Uh-oh. Oasis. That notorious mental is kind of showing its head right now, Aserai. They have not won a single attacking side just yet on this overtime. And if they really want to take this map, well, you know what they have to do here. Zol looking to be a little more creative and a little more of a nuisance with this, I believe, Patman on the Sova with that Odin. And they're willing to throw everything, even the kitchen sink towards Oasis side. And Oasis does the frustration, does the confusion continue. Naru avoids the blind, and it's exactly what I mean, right? Everybody's just so good at playing anti-flash, but the first casualty could be towards middle. Look how dangerously close Senior Carl is playing. He still has that paranoia and that mobility, and he sees 2. He's gonna damage 1, but ultimately can't find any. Patman with the Odin gets Xavi. He still has so much left in the chamber, and Georgie, he miscounts the ammo, and what indeed? Zind, he's ready to take this home. Zol is hanging on, and Nexi and Drax, the honor students, the wonder duo. A monumental task to kill the proverbial boogeyman is right there in front of them, but Patman, look at him. He's ready to rev up those fryers and shred anybody who shows any signs of resistance. But it's Drax to find the pick, and Josh F slowly crawling towards that main position. And now things might just take a bit of a reset, Aserai. It's been slowing down. It's slowed down. 30 seconds left. How long can Oasis wait for this window of opportunity?
The thing is, Josh F is still on the site. They haven't cleared him. They know that the utility is there, and they're slow pushing it. They want Josh F to actually pick right now. Well, they haven't found him at all. They're playing with fire here. My God, and Josh F gets it! We're gonna go to game number 3. What a huge show of stamina from Zol Esports. Bring it all the way back. What was that? 7-12, 12-12, and now they win the overtime, and we're going to the decider. Oh,
what an adjustment, Aserai. It's been so competitive. Like I told you, man, cannot count Zol out just yet. There may have been fumbles, but they've picked themselves right up. And this is looking so scary for Oasis. Such a great start from them, but you know how fickle Valorant can be. It is a game of momentum, and it is a game of just miracle comebacks, just like what we saw.
Oh, let me get a breather first, because that was absolutely lunatic. Ridiculous in the best possible ways. Let's look at the stats real quick here, guys. Real just eye-opener from a Zin. He was able to hit the big 3-0. Not the age, but the kills. Got ourselves Savvy 28. But more importantly than anything else, oh my God, 18 first kills, 1 thrifty. More than anything else, they were able to break the offense of Oasis. Zol's reads, their aggression, their timings, all in perfect synchronicity to get them to here, to the 16-14, and again, the 3rd game of the series.
Oh man. And it's... Again, I hate asking this, but how can this keep happening to Oasis? They're either so dominant and will just have a hard stop at some point in the game. Could this be a mental issue? Could this be other
Stamina.
things? But stamina is another. But again, we cannot discredit Zol for just going absolutely ham in that map. Just did not allow themselves to bow out, despite, again, the impressive play by Oasis.
Ham, cheese, lettuce, the whole sandwich, man. They got the whole package right here. It's a complete meal. And now we're in for another treat for dessert. It's going to be game 3 on Haven. But man, this game has a ton of highlights. So many things happening all together. What's so interesting here too is, again, at some point, as you mentioned, they just couldn't find a beat to how to defeat the defense of Zol. Zol played everything so perfectly, or maybe they just could be going back to what we were talking about, that Oasis were kind of overcomplicating the pushes. They had some great looking executes, but sometimes an El Clasico push onto A main, dealing with Naru might have been it. He really popped off that one round, and after that, I think Oasis respected it too much and started backing away from it a lot more. In any case, yeah. We're gonna go to game 3.
I mean, what else can we say, right? I mean, we are going to game 3, and that is courtesy of Josh F, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Beautiful resistance and resilience on the side of Zol. And I mean, everything has been said and done in that series. They've tried every single play in the book, and they've shown every single pace of Valorant. And oh, it was me also on the Filipino broadcast. I'm kidding, guys. Anyway, what else can they really do, right? I mean, Oasis, despite a strong start, just kind of fizzling out on Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely. Fizzling out, all the issues, but that only means for our viewers even more action to enjoy. As I mentioned, we are going to be going into Haven for map number 3, and we'll see what's going to be the difference there. Anyways, we're going to go take a quick break as I need a breather from that one. We'll see you guys for game number 3. Man, I know that it's summer right now and the heat is on, but this series, it's gone from...
3,
But yeah, it's very sizzling, like sisig in the summer. Pretty good combination, actually, especially with a cold calamansi juice drink. But I don't know where I'm going with that, but we're here for game number 3, Zol versus Oasis.
What we're saying is this is the first time me and Asura are casting a 3-game series, actually, guys. So
True. We don't get the game 3s too often. That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. It's usually when Ray Ray's there that it happens.
Well,
Or Vil.
what Asura is trying to say, guys, it is pretty hot. It is a hot summer evening. Go grab a drink. Go grab some water. Oh boy. I feel like a lot of us really did not expect this to go for a third game. And Oasis, despite having complete excellency in the first half of that second game, and of course the first map, maybe they're just gassed. Maybe they just ran out of steam, Asra. You were mentioning that stamina is a little bit of an issue for them, and it's showing. Honestly, it's showing quite a bit.
Yeah, true enough. True enough. Not looking too good here for Oasis. And what's kind of even better for Zol is, at least in terms of how well the default setup could be utilized on Haven, is excruciatingly obvious. So teams that might have difficulties, again, trying to set up very complicated strats and whatnot, can go for just the straight and simple, time your pushes, utilize your duelist, and basically ransack
Just
or
play Valorant.
steamroll an opponent.
What you're trying to say is just play Valorant, bro.
Yeah, true enough. True enough. I'm trying to make it sound a little bit prettier. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so
that's how we get
truthfully.
it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Truthfully,
lots of people
it's
are
all-
calling for Savvy to go back onto the duelist. I think Georgie did a good job, but at some point he was just dealt with so, I think, efficiently by Zind. Now I'm just gonna check the stats real quick, actually, because I want to see how many knockouts did Zind get against Georgie. That was, I think, one of the biggest factors between the two of them. Just bringing out my stat sheet right here. Okay, so between Zind, Georgie, and Savvy, so Zind has beaten Savvy 8-4 out of the 12 fights that they've had, and then for Zind, it's been 6-3. So at least the entry fraggers that you kind of felt had the biggest of impacts from Oasis's side was very much done and dusted by Zind, especially on that second half.
And there you go, as you mentioned it, Asra, another panel off my wall kind of fell for whatever reason. But, oh man, again, third map, what do we expect? Because usually as the series progresses, it kind of just becomes a bit of a brawl no matter how we get. And with everything that's been said and done, and with everybody trying to pop off, especially Naru, right? We talked about Naru, who's had quite a bit of a condition to really warm up. He's here, he's present, and if this continues, then I'm a little worried about Oasis.
Well, with that being said, still, right? Oasis still have one of the strongest Haven maps, I think, in this entire split, in this entire tournament. So that's still something that they can fall back on. And we do know Oasis that they still have the capability to always bounce back. You can't remiss the fact that Nexi was doing so well. I think the only problem for him there is he can clutch it, but there's always that one extra step because he had to deal with like 4v1s, 3v1s for the most part of him playing solo, right? So I think with that, it might be a little bit better off coming into Haven. But again, the backbone of Oasis still incredibly strong. So if they lose their front end, they still have their back end to fall back on. In any case, again, can't remiss the fact that Zol was just so awake at that point. This is a Zol that we were we were expecting, right? I think both of us were kind of thinking that this is going to be a quick 2-0 series with Oasis, but they're having difficulties right now, and that's not because of just Oasis's issues. It's more of like a combination of that plus
what is it?
They're having difficulties finishing off a game.
So you're saying they're choking? Because that's exactly what it means. If you can't finish the game, you're choking. I'm just gonna say it outright. It was completely obvious. They had so many rounds in front of them, but again, it really does happen, even to the best teams. Because again, guys, we digress. every single team we see here compete on VCT, the gap might be like huge in the eyes of the viewers, and honestly with the way the standings are, it might present like this false gap between these teams, but they're really closer than you think. All these teams are elite. They're absolutely dangerous to play against, and at any day, any team can really take on, well, any other team really.
True enough, true enough. So does that mean that this is Zol's good day? Because they definitely need it. They have, again, they still haven't played all of the matches, because when we were talking with Mika during the panel, we were discussing how some of the teams have yet to play their third game. Now it's going to be Zol's time. So if they can get this, that's going to give them a nifty 2-1 in the overall standings, I believe. In any case, let's go to the agent select real quick. Excuse me for that. And it seems like Oasis with a hover over of the double duelist, Georgie and Savvy with the double powwow. I like this comp as always. Very, very strong, especially when Savvy was just so difficult to deal when he was on the okay, I take it back. I was kind of hoping that we would see the double duelist at some point back on Haven. I was ready for it, but you know what, he's also pretty scary in the breach.
I feel like
that's why he's the flex.
Yeah, Xavi's always been more attuned to that main rifler role, the second to the third in, and it's really been benefiting him throughout, if not all of his career. And again, Haven really just a strong point for Oasis here. Zol, I'm not too sure how the record is on this map actually. I feel like, just off the top of my head, it's a little spotty. They're not necessarily bad at Haven, but they don't necessarily excel in it either. So maybe, just maybe, this is where Oasis reset their footing and, again, just get into the groove again.
Well, double checking the stats right now for Zol on Haven here. So they haven't played Haven ever since the open qualifiers, but almost all open qualifier matches that they've played on Haven, they've won. They played against Kadaliman, they've played against Tornator Nalang. These are pretty strong opponents. They actually played against Galeb Alpha too during, I think this was the first open qualifiers, and they also won. So that being said, there is a lot to track. Actually, sorry, that might have been the old Zol roster. But in any case, for the Galeb Alpha match. But in any case, at least there is a somewhat good track record for Haven that we didn't really see too much in the regular season, but was present in open qualifiers. So it's there.
I understand. Yeah. Still, again, there's just so many things to consider here. Oasis have proven to be such a volatile team, but Zol have proven to be such a very rugged one. They have so much stamina and just so much confidence to play from the back. And with Zind getting a kill like that, them just kind of leading the charge with the pistols, it's already such a great sign. But Aserai, I don't think we've seen Zol drop a pistol, at least beginning of map 2.
True enough. Super scary here. Good map control altogether. Losing Savvy that quickly as well. So your Carl. That's huge. Perfect. And not even needing to go for that reload. Oh my god. Zol Esports is activated, awake. They got themselves that good coffee maybe. The caffeine booster. Or maybe that second game was their caffeine booster. Because it looks like they're just so aware of everything.
True. And once again, the aptitude for the pistols, very apparent here on the side of Zol. Oasis, still in that road to recovery here. Aserai, we have seen quite a bit of, I think, a tell when Oasis are kind of hitting that wall. If you haven't noticed, when they're really in the game, they're a lot more active with the pistols and just during rounds like this, for example, right, on eco rounds, they have a lot of activity going. But once they start getting a little more, I guess, affected with the things that's been happening, they start to stagnate here. Drax will throw out that smoke, but it's not going to stop him from dying. Zind is going to clean up. Georgie still gets a little bit of a freebie there with a classic. Xavi gets another too. And still, these classics on the side of Oasis doing so much damage. They now have a bulldog, actually a pair of bulldogs on their end. And this is going to be a completely fair game. No utility on either side. Now they're just gonna wait for that small window. That plant. Beautiful flash here. They know it's gonna be a temporary 1v1, but Xavi doesn't lose those.
Oh,
Nexi is here to back him up too. And Josh F, despite winning that previous map, can't win this round.
That was so smart too, for them to actually double up in the back of the site. So even though they are technically exposed to heaven, right, and they might be aware of it, they still have the first contact of Savvy so that Nexi can plant the spike safely. And unfortunately for Naru here, he might have felt a little bit too heated to just go swing the peak, thinking that the flash might have been enough. If he waited a couple more seconds, maybe he could have gotten the help from Josh F. It's a lot of ifs and buts, right? Because even if he did wait, maybe he could have gone the other direction. Anyway, Zin has been knocked out. Oh, this is not going to be a retreat that Naru can escape from. 3 to 5. And the pistols here for Zol need to hit their mark. But the positioning from Oasis might make that a tad bit difficult.
Yeah, like I said, right, with Oasis firing on full capacity again, it's proving to be an issue. But Patman and Josh F, they chime in. Josh F, despite getting a weapon, not having the chance to use it, Asarai. And I gotta say, the recovery on the side of Oasis, absolutely fantastic still. The question still is, can they last the length of the map? Because once again, when they're fresh, you can see so much activity on their end, but they kind of start to stagnate when they do get a little tired.
Truth. Well, if they can continue this sprint that they're going on, it might not matter as well. We have seen how Oasis can just, again, bulldoze the opposition if they're not careful. I mean, we saw that on Lotus. So, that being said, it's not that far from the equation here. In any case, Zol holding hard onto a long right now. The read was correct. Unfortunately, the shots through the smoke not going to be enough to deal the fatal blow against Zin. He's just down to 66. Heal from Naru could come in swift, but Naru's all the way tucked in onto C long. Zin is so alone, and they're going to chase him hard here. Could get bad, but he does have the assistance of Patman. Lurk from Nexi finds a pick onto Garage here. And this is opening up a lot of avenues for Oasis, and them knowing it, it's going to be the quick swing. Could be C, but a lot of the positionings might actually suggest a B-side push.
It is a B-side push perhaps. But in the heat of battle, things could really go south, but nope. They will still keep facing forward and will not sway away from the original objective. Asarai, Senior Carl trying to be cheeky again. Punished for what he thought would have been an off time. But Oasis, they're just so sharp with those habitual things, right? Naru getting caught out as well with Drax.
Stab.
Georgie. Oh, that's beautiful by Georgie. I love the patience. And maybe, just maybe, it could have rooted from wanting to knife him. But you can't argue with the results.
Absolutely. It's still 2 kills, right? So, and he didn't have a dash in him already, so even if he got the knife, wouldn't be able to escape. That might have even given Patman a bit of opportunity here. But you know what? Perfect round for Oasis. This is the Oasis that we were fearing from that Lotus match. Hella awake. Zol having difficulty trying to deal with all of the pressure from so many angles as well. Zol's timings completely shut down by Oasis there. They try to get some control on Garage. There's one that's holding it. They try to get control on A Long. There's someone that's still holding it. Kind of crazy to think about, to say the least. Very spread, very well executed, balanced grip on the site. And Oasis now with a quick pull on the trigger on A, as Georgie and the rest were able to clear quickly onto A Long, while the rest just rotate again, forcing Zol to go for the hard reads rather than just knowing where Oasis actually play on.
Once again, Oasis looks so much more impressive when they are nursed to good health. Nexi looking to provide additional resistance. Granted, Zol don't really have the best weapons here, Asarai, so this retake could be that much more difficult. And it's already being proven by Drax. Getting an early kill. Naru falls, and this is looking rock solid for Oasis. Again, not a surprise to anybody here, especially with the weapon disparity. But at the very least, Zol made it acceptable, finding Drax and Georgie in that exchange.
Zind, any cash for the operator? Could be a good time right now to invest. Invest early. When everybody else knows what's up, that means you're too late. In the case, Josh F, like as you mentioned, making some havoc on that replay. Yeah, all right, they're just back on the rifles. 4 now. Okay. Batman. Ooh. Okay. Set up for a short. Interesting.
One thing that I've noticed with Zol, Asura, is that they've not really put a lot of focus towards sewer. And again, this is something that we see so many teams do to avoid stuff like this. But Senior Carl's providing quite a bit of a solution. But Savvy 8K wants to be a problem. Gets the trade. 2v3. Still looking so good for Zol in this round. No more smokes on the side of Oasis, so they have to take all these fights as clear as can be. Not entirely sure what Zin wanted to achieve there, but the rolling thunder
Josh F.
What? Josh F still finding Wild Oreo. Again, the rolling thunder, the worst ult in the game, Asrai, but Zavi, he is a beast in these situations, but Josh F is gonna put him right in a cage, taming him. And Zol responding in kind, getting that defuse, getting that round too.
How? I mean, sure, yeah, you still can shoot your weapon, but how? All right, please get us the POV of Josh F. We want to see it. You know we want to witness it. Because, okay, they got the kill. Senior Carl, great hold. I thought that was going to be the highlight, but that one is. Look at that. Oh my goodness. I'm lost for words, man. That was...
Yeah.
That was...
Like we said, right? You know, there was this running gag early on in Valorant that Rolling Thunder's literally the worst ult in the game. And it kind of died down, to be honest with you. It kind of disappeared for a good moment. But ever since lock-in, it has been resurrected as literally the worst ult in the game. And the negative value it's provided just enough for the community to laugh at it a little bit more. Josh F, despite getting cut down and getting found, still finds his value here as an anchor. Naru pays the price. Still have the blade on Zin, so this is still very doable on the side of Zol. Tries to go for a cheeky pick there, Asarai. Nope, not to be given. What is Oasis cooking? They look like they're going to rotate again with Senior Carl. Could be ready for it. Could be the same story from that A hit. But nope, still more patience.
I'm actually surprised that Nexi somehow didn't die to the Hunter's Fury, considering that Batman was just trying to search the entirety of Garage with the ultimate. 30 seconds left. Taking a slower pace of things. Senior Carl not stunned at all. He tucked himself perfectly in the corner, and that paranoia is huge. Counter paranoia though to force him back. There's the blaze from Zin. Unfortunately, not going to be good. But Senior Carl giving a bit of space. 3 versus 1 now at this point. And as Wild Oreo tries to frantically maybe push through A, go to the site, plant the spike in, Patman denies any access.
Denied. And remaining stingy as possible. I really like that Zol has recovered as well as Nasser. And you can see that's information that they've been given when it comes to habit tendency from the previous maps. They're still translating really well here. Despite all of the strengths though, they still have shop. It is a small gap, but it could once again exponentially increase if they're not careful. And the operator on the side of Zin looks to blind somebody here. They're removing them from play. Unfortunately for him, no dice, as that roll is only going to hit critical failure. He repositions for A long. I love how shifty he has been. But nope. Oasis have completely decided to avoid the operator. And they go for a heavier hit, potentially towards the B side. And Josh F essentially putting lockdown here. Nothing to speak of on the side of Oasis, but they will have a bit of a delay tool on their end too.
The thing is, that's only going to clear the site. And if Nexi doesn't have a lineup though, but this is still going to be a 5 versus 5. Recon Dart at the side itself. That is a lot of smokes. They're really committing to things. But again, because they smoke themselves off as well, again, if there's any molly abilities for Oasis, that's going to delay the timer. Nobody's still on the psych. And everybody from Zol has pushed out to actually go for the fight. But Oasis, they're ready for it. They're also going to go for the skirmish. And it's all down to the 2. The swing out from Zin. He gets another. But look at how quickly they were able to just incapacitate the retake. And as you saw from that mix of the POV, the observer, Savvy actually had a aftershock prepared just in case they lost that quick little skirmish.
As quick as it was, Astra, it was really, really painful to deal with. And again, despite everything being invested in the way it was, Oasis still hanging strong. You did mention that that lockdown is only going to really clear the site, but frankly, Oasis are prepared to fight out of it. They fought in the shadow, perhaps. Zol, they have one more hero rifle in the bag for Patman. So they might just have a lot more priority in protecting him this time around. But with, again, just the way they're structured, they just have to be careful of not losing too many members too quickly.
Ouch. That was a trap, man. Perfectly executed trap. If it pushes on a window, that's going to be Wild Oreo waiting. Pushes through grass. There's going to be the turret there. Quick little flash at the back of the site. And Naru trying to escape. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Josh F. That was a risk. Senor Carl gets away with bloody murder as Georgie overheats just a teeny tiny bit. And Wild Oreo here. I don't think Senor Carl actually spotted him. This is going to be bad for Senor Carl. Swings out. He doesn't know. There it is. And Patman even gets blasted by the aftershock. Down to 30. And all I can really do, tuck tail and run, saves the weapon, and live to fight for the next round.
Like I said, the hero Phantom in this case just needed to find a few more kills to really allow his teammates to swoop in. But man, we just really did not see enough of that Astra. And like you mentioned, it was a bit of a trap. A very well-placed trap on the side of Oasis. And I love how efficient they are right now. We're going to be taking a quick gander on Sova's player model. But they are on the hunt. Batman is quaking it, but no problem whatsoever. He's going to survive. Oasis 6-3. A lead that they are doing their darndest to preserve.
Darndest is paying off. Man, Oasis again with the executions. Looks like a... It looks like a work of art. How they're able to just read so well when they're able to just work like this. It feels like they're completely unstoppable. Oh, this is going to be a risk from Patman though. But Georgie does not want to go for the chase. Couple of pop shots just to answer back, clap back. Patman almost actually gets tagged down as he waited for the first wave. Second wave came in quickly, swiftly actually. And almost got him tagged down to 0. Nexi, on the other hand, clearing out onto short here just in case. There's the execution. There's the ultimate. The flash is perfect. And everybody's just, again, crowd control the back of the sights here. Carlos doesn't know what's up anymore. What's up from down, what's left and right. And we're down for the retake from the rest. And Drax, did he just shut down Zin? Wanting to play all around the other side. A stun, a run and gun will be enough to take out the Sun. The flashing Naru. Get it, Sun? Yeah.
I was about to comment on it, but you know, you are just way too quick to explain yourself. But once again, there's a lot of sensory overload there on the side of Zol. Like you mentioned, just so much going in the way of just hampering that defense, Aserai. They now have a Rolling Thunder. Again, worst ult in the game in the back of their pockets. Maybe B is going to be that much more interesting to them, but it looks like a strong hit is going to happen towards the C site. Now, Patman is quite ways away if ever a quick rotation would be demanded from him. I like the aggression on the side of Zol, as Naru is still trying to leave a footprint on this game. Again, they went for that double innie, but it seems like they're always starving for information. Senior Carl gets Georgie. The follow-up is here by Drax. The Rolling Thunder is only really good for that trade. Even on all, at least sides here. We do have Oasis. They'll try to aggress on this post plant. And hopefully snowball up till the end of the half. But if you look at Zol, they're not really overplaying this asset. They're going to play as a unit. They're going to play hyper compact and just go for blow here despite the weaker weapons.
Okay. Smokes to isolate them a couple more. They're really just trying to brute force their way, bulldoze their way to the back of the site, and it could work, but there's so much flashes upon flashes just being peppered, layered, and served on a platter. And Zol can't munch all of it. They're getting a little bit too overwhelmed with that, man. It looked like it could have gotten in a good direction. The positioning, the aim, it's all there. It's just that extra layer of goodness. Oh my gosh, look at that. And then the flash comes out. Nobody from the follow-up from Zol could really react because they're nearsighted. So, ooh.
Get some glasses. Like us. Are you nearsighted or farsighted? But with whatever...
I am nearsighted now because gaming.
I see. Well, I mean, it is kind of our job now, so we have no excuse. I love the early utility dump here by Oasis. No matter what side they play on this map, they have so much emphasis on just cutting off any sewer info and long info. At least at the start of the round. And they've done enough pressure for Zol to, once again, mess up the timing. But look at this. Nexi would be swinging into 2 players, but still getting 1. A very net positive trade for them. And what indeed? They go for a gladiator-style play here. Again, misdirection, but they have free reign on the rotate. If they look behind them, they could get another freebie, but Josh F will become just another piece to be traded away as Oasis still have a clear advantage despite the pandemonium this round caused.
Oh, now they know where they're coming out. Hold on, the fight is actually still going their way. It's all down to Georgie. Sarah Carl's got the HP advantage. But Georgie's got the mobility. Georgie's got the confidence. And Georgie gets the 4K at the clutch.
Oh boy, here we go again. 9-3. I do not trust this. But, okay guys, again, I keep saying I'm not superstitious, but I feel like I'm the one that frequently brings it up. But Oasis, they've been just so impressive in this map as a whole in comparison to their Ascent, which has been, I guess, one of their okay maps. It's not even bad. It's just kind of okay. On the other hand, that was Zol's one of their fortresses. Another being Pearl. Didn't see that today. Pistol rounds. Zol have been fantastic. They have kept a almost squeaky clean record in this type of scenario. Oasis, could they be the curse breaker here? We see confidence in the form of a Sheriff in the hands of Georgie. But the majority of Zol, it's not even going to be towards the side Asteroid. It's going to be leaning towards the C split. Oh.
Ouch. Even Naru gets tagged down. That's some pretty huge hits coming in for them. They can hear the rotations already. They're making a lot of noise here, and that's going to be quickly reprimanded. Stop making noise. Hush. Shh. This is C-Long. In any case, this C-Long turned library.
Well, library, like you mentioned, is going to be a ground for a lot of information here. And so far, Zol, the information that they've gotten is 3 of our players died here. So they decide to move elsewhere. But unfortunately for them, an Oasis signature, an Oasis defensive flank is going to come here. But do they actually get any value of it? No, absolutely not. Instead, well, no, they do. Josh F. Where did he die, actually? I'm not entirely sure, Aster. I didn't think I caught that one.
It's jumped in for the kill. Easy swings, easy takes, easy time. Absolutely frightening performance here for Oasis. I mean, it could still go the opposite direction, but they feel a whole lot more decisive. And this is the... You're talking about how Oasis started to lose the pistols. This Haven game, they've gotten themselves back on the second half with the pistols. Good reads, good reactions, great punishes altogether. That being said, Zol right now don't want to risk the biscuit. No force buys, but they do have some sheriffs. There's the quick charge out from Georgie and Josh F. What is with Josh F and getting stunned, but still getting the kill? An aggressive take backfires, and this could be bad because that is a full rifle, isn't it? And they're going to be able to pick it up. No, it's just the SMG here, but still, a lot of map control was already given. And what is happening indeed? As Oasis have lost all modicum of control right now. There's the drop down for Wild Oreo. Here's it up perfectly. Can't hit the shot from long distance. Has to reposition. Needs to wait for his teammate who's coming in from the long flank. But this is a Spectre in the hands of Nexi. Although, as I mentioned it, this is Nexi, and he is always sexy. Now as he tries to come around, spots out the last two, he can get it to the side. This is actually still winnable for Oasis if they can hold the fort in. And Nexi straight up diffuses it, and he's gonna defuse it. Shock dart, please, shock dart. Oh my god, no way! They allowed him to do it, man.
Oh my goodness.
The pain.
Somehow, in my bones, I felt it. It's like, no way Nexus takes this, right?
Oh, man. My spike defuse senses were tingling.
Apparently not enough.
Oh.
And, you know, that was such a big investment still on the side of Zol. Oasis, though, they did get bogged down to pistols. They want to play this smart. They want to get that balance in their economy. And, you know, despite everything that's happened in that round, that's still pretty good for Zol to buy them yet another round like this. Oasis have not necessarily been... Actually, no, that's a lie. They've been very proficient with these ecos. Wild Oreo proves why they are. And just too many fronts to defend here on the side of Oasis that eventually everybody will fall. Nexi will be discovered on the flank. And once again, Zol, they have a post plant in hand. Both Killjoys potentially rubbing shoulders very soon. But I think Nexi's gonna double back here, Asar, just joining Drax in his, once again, effort to take this A site. No flashes. They're gonna take all these fights raw. Here, Carl. Once again, proving why that might be a bad idea with just sheriffs.
I mean, Nexi was just running into the site. He was exposing, I think, that wasn't such a weird thing, right? Draxi was slow peeking. Nexi would just tack, run to the back of the site. Of course they're going to look at where Draxi's about to swing out, and they're going to know the timing now. That's a little bit awkward. But in any case, as you mentioned, it's not as plausible since they only do have the sheriffs. But Oasis had to take a breath. Don't really overcommit to the purchases because they know they got the rounds to give. They know they have the next round to get the proper buys. And this is where it's at. There's the smoke setup. The flash actually that's spotted out Drax, but Zin gets spotted. He actually runs through things. The trade is going to be good because Wild Oreo, he's got the best thing to stop a B-side push, and that is, well, the Hunter's Fury. Big flanks altogether from Nexi. Patman's going to get exposed by the drone, and Nexi's going to be able to get that dub on that one. 3 versus 1. Zind. Oh, no. He tries to react, but Giorgio was already there before he could get himself smoked off and maybe reposition.
One thing that we have noticed here on the side of Zol, when they do deal with Nexi first, it's always a good chance for them to take the round. And Oasis, they haven't really strayed away from that formula. They've always established a lurk threat, and again, that's just the comfort zone of Nexi. But man, they really have to respect every single duel that they have to take against Oasis, because this is just a team that's loaded from top to bottom, right? And so they're feeling the effects of it. Again, they had such a valiant stand in the previous map. If they can replicate it this time around, then I'd be very surprised. But it doesn't seem likely, Asarai. Although, we have called things a little too soon. And Wild Oreo, again, finds Zind. Despite Zind going for the textbook play here, will get the entire library to fall upon his head. Josh F goes for a little bit more control here getting rid of that that flank threat early. But Oasis, they're still 4 players strong. They do, however, have a pretty difficult post plan to deal with. Well, with Drax swinging like that and Xavi pinching at the right moment, this could be the end, and it apparently is. That map was so fast, actually. Huh.
Well, it breezed by indeed. Oasis, they got angry. They awoke. I mean, they were already awoke to begin with, but somehow they took a slower step on Ascent, lost that particular game, and we saw ourselves with a quick little drawback. You see the players of Oasis there having themselves a good enough chill session. You can already see Georgie already lifting up his feet. It's like, job well done. Day's done. It's ended. We're good. We still get the 2-1. You saw him. It was like, you know.
Yeah, I know. Why do you get so defensive and I become quiet?
Oh, because like you're like this.
It's like every single time we look and say something about Oasis, like another soundproof panel falls from my wall, and I think that's around 4 of them that fell. Anyway, again, 4 is the number of the panels that fell on my floor. 4 is the number that, again, Zol can only get. You have to say, though, maybe Ascent is going to be on the ban list for Oasis just to continue those short bursts of dominance. Or maybe they're just going to let it slide knowing that they have the rest of the map pool to really get those reps in.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the stats real quick here for the post. Savvy absolutely wrecking it with his setups. Just an incredible show of force. And I mean, aside from that, right, Georgie, I think, was also pretty awake at that point. The first kill is actually going in both of their favors. There was a lot of things that Zol, I think, was doing correctly at first contact. But the thing is, that is still according to plan for Oasis, because even though they do get traded, they take into account those trades and they still have good post plans even after. So that being said, again, Oasis still has one of the scariest havens we do have here in VCTPH, and it really shows to how much control they have in this particular map.
Yeah, that is true. And again, we did mention in the pregame that this is going to be such an uphill battle for Zol, especially in this map in particular. Again, undoubtedly one of, if not the best map for Oasis. Despite them fumbling a few times, there's just so much activity in this map alone for them that it just gives so much priority to playing their game instead of finding a comfort zone if you're to play against them, right? And Zol just really could not find that balance. And with that, they just kind of toppled over. And it's Wild Oreo delivering the win, grab unlimited. So there you go, folks. That's a 2-1 for Oasis Gaming. Looked really dicey in the second map, but of course, just reassuring everybody that they got this.
Got this indeed. And again, as you mentioned, solidifying their position as the second head honchos here at VCTPH. I would really love to see the day that we see Oasis have that revenge win against Niles Esports. We could be looking at that later on playoffs. I think it's where we're going to have to go round robin, so they're not going to face each other again for a while, if I'm not mistaken. In any case, great job altogether from both sides. I still believe that even though Zol wasn't able to win that series, it's still a pretty respectable performance that we saw, especially from map number 2, obviously. Map number 3, I think, was still a good indicator of how well they're willing to actually go for the fights. And even though Oasis felt like they had a step forward, there was always that point that Zol could disrupt that flow and maybe net that string of rounds. Thankfully, Oasis was able to really stop that from happening. In any case, that was, again, a well shown performance from both teams.
With everything that's happened today, and I guess seeing every match type, right? I mean, we got the 13-0, we got the proverbial 9-3 curse, and we got something a little more competitive again in that second map. Great comeback, but wow, Oasis still defending that pride of, again, one of the biggest juggernauts of the local region, Aserai. And again, we're still wanting to see them elevate themselves to newer heights.
True enough. Anyways, we're going to head it off to the panel to discuss things even further in this series.
grabe. Ano bang meron sa araw ngayon? Yung parang yung RNT kanina, nag 4 to 12, tapos naging 15 to 17, diba? Tapos ngayon, itong series na to, grabe talaga, emotional roller coaster to, Osiris.
Yeah, I mean, talagang na-carry out yung momentum ng first series up until now. Sa sobrang, I mean, understandable kung makita man natin ang 13-0 sa Lotus for the reason nga na this is the first time na napunta nga dito sila Senior Carl and the gang. So medyo, alam mo yon parang bagong release na mapa at ikaw ay nasa unrated. Medyo hindi mo pa alam yung ginagawa mo. So may mga ganong jitters. And at this point, yun nga, no, yung second map wonder na talagang sobrang ganda na pinakita nila. And Wolf, feeling ko, explain mo lang paano nangyari lahat yun hanggang map 3.
Grabe, 12-5 eh. Sobrang ganda na, sobrang dominant na pinakita natin nakita natin, I mean, mula sa Oasis. Pero eventually, aabot sa point na makahanap sila ng opening dahil sa ginawa ni Patman na pag-anchor dun sa may B. Gamit syempre yung recon, tapos yung Odin na unforgettable. And then na-punish niya yung pag-dash. Gamit yung kanyang classic na on point, mabilis at point blank distance, maganda. And eventually, mahahanap ng Zol yung kanilang momentum dahil nga din sa ginawa ni Patman. Imagine 12-5 na talagang durog sila ng game 1 tapos game 2, 12-5. Semi-durog na rin kung isipin. Tapos bigla sila nakahanap ng opening dahil nga dun sa mga heroics na nakita natin mula kay Patman, for example. Tapos naging very scrappy. Pagdating ng OT, yun, grabe. Yun ang di nakapaniwala. Parang doon ko yata na-feel na wala masyadong... It's not just about the strats na, it's not about the execute. Nag-play in yung primal na instincts ng mga player natin na talagang sugod ng sugod. Hindi man sugod na sugod literal, pero alam mo yun, parang it's all about the individual play. So talagang nag-iinit eh. And unfortunately, hindi nag-work yun para sa Sol nung nasa Haven na nga. Kasi parang doon na sila nagpakang lost na try nila na kahit yung mga time na mag-isa na lang kalaban, tapos biglang nakapag-diffuse pa over them. Yung sobrang primal nung atake nung Zol dito, nag-work siya nung map 2 pero nung map 3 hindi na.
Yeah, I think for the reason nga yung Ascent is the same na parang maliit and mas madali maging primal, madali magwala. Pero whenever na lumalaki yung mapa with the 3 sites, parang dun lagi sila lost, no, Mika?
Parang nahahati yung attention nila, di ba? Yung parang masyado maraming choices. Pero nag-agree din ako kay Wolf, no, na parang naging aim battle talaga siya. And what a treat, what a treat din na aim battle, 'di ba? Yung parang hindi naman na sinasabi. Oo, tama. Tunay na bang-bang talaga. So, hindi naman sa wala silang strategy, no? Pero parang nag-take over lang yung aim battles dito. And especially, pag nakikita natin yung mga players like Georgie, like Savvy, 8K, di ba? Si Nexi with that 1v4 sa Ascent, di ba? Parang, grabe talaga. It was definitely a treat to watch. Kaya sinabi nga ni Vil, di ba? Parang one of the best matches dito sa VCTPH kasi you could really just see raw skill happen dito sa maps na ito. Pero I actually wanna go back to that Ascent map, di ba? Kasi, grabe, Oasis could have taken this much earlier, di ba? Pero we really have to respect yung comeback ng Zol.
Yeah. Yun ang pinakita ng Sol. Yeah, like we said, yung si Patman, yung pinakita niya doon. Of course, overall, yung mga individual plays na nakita natin, Naru, for example, madami rin mga heroics na nakita tayo from him. Hindi ko nga lang natin pwede tanggalin dito yung ginawa ni Georgie bilang MVP. Parang yung maps 1 and 3, pwede mo nang ilista talaga kasi iba yung ibang klaseng dominance niya. Not only with how they are confident. May montage pwede. Para sa akin, personal MVP ko lang nang pasabi ko si Nexi. Kasi parang, daming mga important rounds, important clutches na ipanalo siya nung maps 1 and 3. Even yung 2 naman. So, daming mga standout performance. Kasi naging naging primal nga yung bakbakan.
Yeah. Yung feeling na si Nexi, yung parang last man standing lagi and going for those clutches. So talagang isa rin siya sa mga unsung hero natin. Pero I can say talaga dahil nga itong si Georgie in terms of firepower, talaga sobrang nag-excel sila. And good thing for Zol though is napakitaan nila tayo ng glimpse ng possibilities na pwede silang lumaban sa mga upper echelons na team. It's just that I'm more worried about Oasis since they are the one who poised to fight Naos to the top 1 spot pero shaky sila towards Zol. So we are seeing the effect na yung mga competitiveness ng mga players natin dito towards Ascension.
Pero medyo natapilok din yung Naos sa Zol ng onte.
Yeah.
So parang malakas lang talaga feeling ko yung Zol. Yeah. parang feeling ko malakas lang talaga yung Zol. It's just that, you know, this time around, syempre, Oasis. And as we look at the updated standings ngayon, di ba, makikita nga natin that for our matches today, it's really been, grabe talaga, parang napagod talaga ako. Wala naman tayong ginawa, guys. Nakaupo lang tayo lahat, nanood lang ng Valorant, pero napapagod talaga ako. As we look at our standings, we see here again, ito yung topic 'di ba nung pre-show na yung kung tumingin kayo sa sa 5th, sa 6th place and sa 7th place, somewhere there, dyan talaga yung parang magsisimula yung action dito, yung parang tug of war dito sa standings kasi it's only the top 6 teams that will make it to the playoffs. So dito talaga nagsisimula yung action dito. And we look at Zol, we look at MVP, they are tied right now. There is possibly a chance for SR Nakage to potentially na bumawi dito.
And alam naman natin na the former SR Nakage is currently sitting on Zol, which is they got the spot, di ba? So parang they still need to work on if they really want the spot. And yun nga, no, nakikita natin sa ating screen ngayon yung schedule na this will matter sa points nila ngayon.
Yep. Oasis gonna be facing up against Game Lab. Isang exciting din na match kasi parang yung Game Lab, nakita natin, nagra-rise na rin sa occasion, and we saw them one of my faves nung last split na maganda talaga i-perform specifically nung playoffs. Gusto ko rin makita kung ano yung mga babaguhin din ng MVP Esports apart from their name. May mga improvements na nakita tayo from previous matchup nila. So, maganda ng shape ng ating standing kasi parang kahit yung mga nasa gitna, hindi mo na rin na-expect kung sino yung mas malakas na team.
And nakikita din natin, diba, yung on the side of MVP, kahit na may last minute na biglaan na roster switch, may bagong players na dumating, you can still see that core 3, diba, ng dating ex-Amazon na ex-LFS na, you know, solid pa rin hanggang ngayon. So it's gonna be exciting to see kung ano yung new players na nandito sa roster nila, what they will bring to this table. And of course, congratulations pa rin to Oasis Gaming, still one of the giants dito, and as they make their way up the leaderboards, it's gonna be exciting to see yung mga challengers that will definitely go up against these titans na now sa Action PH as well. Tomorrow, we're going to see Game Lab Alpha din. Exciting siguro yan, especially on a map like Lotus na magaling itong dalawa, di ba? And yes, I am also so curious to see kung RNT, kung makakahabol ba sila possibly, 'di ba? Yung parang sa ngayon, parang hindi pa masyado, but who knows? We don't really know what will happen here sa VCTPH Split 2. But that's about it for now. Very much thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you so much to Riot Games and to Meneski Philippines for making this event possible. At Osiris, nakapag-dinner ka na ba?
Yes, dahil yan sa Grab Unlimited. So habang nangyayari mga OTs na yon, sinabay ko na at nag-OT nga rin yung driver ni Eliza Titeror. Dahil nga doon, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month. Enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month.
And of course, VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maraming salamat, panel! At ngayon, dahil ako lang yung mukhang ready na matulog, gagawin ko na yan! Wala na-conscious ako sa itong dalawa Ang parang ready na talaga gumimik at lumabas ngayong Wednesday night. But that's about it for this broadcast. Ako po si Mika Faz, with me is Osiris and a Wolf, and we will see you on the next one for VCTPH Split 2.